Next up on the affirmative is the Horseradish. That's me. I host debates here in the DMZ every Friday and Saturday night, mostly on Twitch, but we are trying to break into the YouTube sphere, so if you guys don't mind, give that a link, give that a click and a follow, or a sub, or whatever the fuck they do over there in the YouTubeverse. Yeah, hopefully we can bring this home for the moggers. I don't even know what a mogger is, but I guess that's what we're doing tonight. Now, last but not least, Mr. Hammer. Please tell the folks who you are and what you're about.
Hey, I'm Mr. Hammer. I come on every once in a while to some political debates. I'm a center-left, just moderate person. I like to have debates on philosophy and certain political issues. I do stream every once in a while. A lot less now because I've started college, but on stream you can talk to me about your political opinions or just watch me play League of Legends.
All right, cool stuff. Well, then in that case, we're going to go ahead and head right on back to you there, Confluence. Sir, who do you want to open on the affirmative team? Who is going first?
I want myself.
All right, sounds good. Well, then in that case, everybody, you know how this works. 5 minutes is going on the clock. Confluence, I will start the clock when you start to talk, sir. Tell us why you believe objective morality exists.
Right. The argument I'm going to be making is going to be relatively conservative in a few ways. I'm not saying not to argue that.
Sorry, I had to get everything set up.
Going to be agreed upon by everyone. I'm not
Sorry,
even
I'm late,
there's
guys.
a single moral claim that every single person on Earth agrees with. My claim is that some moral intuition provide prima facie justification for believing that certain moral propositions are objectively true, and that we have no good reason to reject that justification merely because it comes from intuition. So let me unpack that. I think moral claims are truth apt. That is, I think they're capable of being true or false. When I say that I think it's morally wrong for Brandon to be such a debate pervert, I'm not simply making a statement about my preferences. I'm not saying I don't like.
It's like I gotta go share this, post this link in a bunch of Discords real quick. It's gonna take me a minute.
True. I'm making a claim about the moral fact of the matter. But how can I justify this? I'll be starting with something called phenomenological conservatism. Our access to the world is mediated through our experiences. Everything we know about the external world comes to us through some type of cognitive or perceptual experience. Phenomenological conservatism is basically the principle that when something seems to us to be true, that seeming gives us prima facie justification for believing it unless we have some reason to doubt or defeat that seeming. This is not to say that seemings are always right. What seems correct can often be wrong. It seems like a stick placed in water can sometimes bend, but we have reason to doubt it does because we can touch it, we can feel it.
Yes, you should see me
we look
tomorrow.
into it further and find out about refraction and conclude that our initial seemings were incorrect. Notice what we don't do. We don't conclude that perception is inherently irrational because perception can sometimes be wrong. We conclude that this particular seeming was incorrect. So please don't mistake this for me saying if it seems true, it's true. Rather, I'm saying it's justifiable to accept something as true if it seems true and you have no reason to doubt it. We do this all the time in every area of life. I could be a brain in a vat and I'm just hallucinating all of this, but it seems I'm not. It seems I'm here, and the external world exists, and so unless I have a reason to doubt these seemings, I'm justified in thinking I'm actually here, and I'm actually talking to you guys right now. I'm asking you to do this with morality, and this is where my opponents will try to pretend this is somehow different. They'll accept this principle in basically every area of life, but when it comes to morality, they'll do some type of special pleading. Unless something is deeply wrong with a person, or they have some type of mental illness, or they're just retarded, they'll have the intuition to answer the question, is it wrong to torture an infant for fun? With a yes. This is something we all intuitively know to be true, and yet some of us go out of our way to try to pretend it's not, by saying it's just a preference, or by saying the statement isn't truth apt, or by saying that morality is subjective. We have a strong intuition on a lot of these moral topics, and I'm saying unless we're given some reason to think otherwise, it's perfectly rational to accept them as true. To be more precise, I'm claiming that there are at least some moral truths that can be known non-inferentially. They don't necessarily need to be derived from some previous moral premise. In the above example, if I ask you, is it wrong to torture an infant for fun? You don't have to perform some moral calculus to know the answer. You don't have to add up utils. You don't have to create a categorical imperative. You don't need any of that gay shit. You just intuitively know the answer. Now, of course, that intuition could be wrong. I'm also not saying people can't disagree with one another about their moral intuitions, but this happens in all areas of life. People can be incorrect about intuitions about math, for example. This doesn't mean math is subjective, or that we can't make truth apt claims about mathematics, or that we're merely expressing a preference or making
I can't turn on my camera on the Discord.
We don't think math is cultural or that it doesn't exist at all. Probably no one here is a math anti-realist. I hope we all agree that would kind of be absurd.
Hi, I'm not Everest.
These moral intuitions I'm talking about are something that everyone possesses in some form or another. And I'm arguing, unless we have reason to doubt them, we should trust them. Now, by intuition, should be clear, I don't mean emotion. I don't mean what makes me personally the most upset. I'm more emotionally upset that my Uber Eats driver canceled my order last night when he already had my freaking Taco Bell. He's already at my apartment than I am about Emperor Nero killing his wife and mother. But yet, I think that what Emperor Nero did was far worse. So I'm not just gauging morality by how upset something makes me or my initial emotional reaction to it. I'm using some initial intellectual apprehension of a situation, which can be modified by logic and argumentation, introspection, and dialogue to be refined. But in some ways, that's tangential. This isn't a debate about normative ethics or even the grounding of moral truths, nor is it about how we can precisely know the truth value of all moral claims. This is about meta-ethics. It seems that morality exists and is objective, and that it isn't just culturally bound or based on opinion or feelings. Hitler didn't just do something bad, in my opinion, or according to my preferences, or the preferences of my culture. He did something morally wrong. In conclusion, absent a defeater, I think it's justified to believe that morality is objective, that what is moral doesn't depend on what a person thinks or happens or feels or happens to prefer. I think I've established that moral seemings provide prima facie justification, and the mere assertion that morality is subjective isn't enough to defeat my justification. That justification. My opponents need to identify a defeater, the reason why
do you guys like Steele's chair?
Should not be trusted. I hope I didn't go over time.
Nope, you're fine. All right, now, testes. Who's going to cross-examine Confluence?
So I am going to say that Hammer will be doing the cross.
All right.
These guys are not prepped for my argument.
Bear with me just one moment while I get that pulled up. There we go. All right, Hammer. 5 minutes is on the clock now for you, sir. This is your time again. You control this time. Cross-examine, ask questions, or just rebut. Do as you please. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Okay, so I don't want to misword you. That
Here,
last thing that you said,
make it big since it's tiny anyways.
Claim isn't based on what was the word that you used? It's not based on.
I mean, the Horseradish show is not supposed to be super blood sporty.
It's not
so
based
I went
on my opinions or
that's the way I always do it over here.
My feelings.
I went super philosophical.
Right?
I'd like to. I'll do some blood sports. I'll keep it low though.
Like mind dependent. I would say. I didn't say this in my opener, but it's not dependent on any human mind.
Well, okay, you say that it's not based on any human mind, but your entire argument is based around intuition and moral seemings, right? Things that seem to be true, intuitions that we have about things that are wrong, right? So how does that parse?
Because it's not based on I'm saying in the same way that math, we can have like intuitions about math. We can know math. How we know something is different than the thing being known, right? If that makes sense. So it's like, we use our intuitions tell us that morality exists outside of ourselves, that it is actually wrong to torture an infant for fun, but I'm not basing that on my intuition. It's not like I'm making some argument that my intuition makes it wrong. It's complete independent. I'm just knowing this through my intuition. This initial seeming that you probably share with me.
But it's a claim that comes from you. The claim that to do this thing is wrong, it comes from you. You're the one, like...
All claims come from everyone.
You agree with that?
I mean, like, every claim you make has to come from somebody. So, like, of course.
Okay, yeah. People make claims, but these are claims based on observations, right?
Well, no, but not all claims that are true have to be based on observations.
I would say that I would say that objective claims are always based on observations.
No, they're not. Like, there's philosophical claims that aren't based on observations, right? You can base a claim on like rationality and logic. You can construct like a sound argument that's like not based on observations at all.
Go ahead and give me an example of like a factual objective claim that is not based on observation.
Well, like, think of like syllogisms, like, you know, like about like in philosophy textbooks where they talk about like a bachelor is an unmarried person. Right, and so there are no unmarried bachelors and blah blah. Like you can construct something that is just like
not exactly sure how he's trying to tie this in.
It's not based on any like observable fact. Like it's not based on empirics, right?
Right, but any logical factual statement about like the world is based on
hit the like button,
guys.
Help me out. Hit the like button on the stream.
Yeah,
and these are also
scientific claims are based on observation. But there's other areas, there's other domains of,
There's normally a
of,
timer
like,
up.
to know something beyond like empirics, right? Like I think you'd agree
Is
with
he?
that.
Is
with, like,
Gonzalez
math,
Canadian?
with,
I
like,
didn't know that.
the
I mean, it
laws of
sounds like
logic
it, but
and
he could
stuff.
be
You can take laws of
Midwestern
logic,
too.
you can like take those as
Like, you know
axioms,
how
you
the
can build
Midwestern,
things
like
from that.
Wisconsin
You're not,
people,
like,
they're like,
observing
oh, sorry,
something in
don't
the
you know? I'm
natural
sure.
world,
Surely you know what
I
I'm
need
saying.
your
I'm
mind
sorry.
to do this. So if that's all you're saying, of course you need your mind to make any argument.
Well, no, but like math is say observable, right? Like you could take like a formula or like a simulation to see that like your mathematical constructs play out, right?
What do you
Is
what do you mean by
testable,
observable?
Like
You're not
I
like
can
observing
see.
math. So like, what do you mean by that?
Well, yeah, you can.
You're crossing me. So
Like-
I'm not trying to like ask. But
Right,
Very
right.
Canadian.
No.
You say. You say he's very
Well, I mean,
Canadian.
like that I can see that the claim that I'm making is true, right? And that it is acknowledgeable as true. Say that I make a claim of like exponents, right? Like like 5 to the exponent of 4, right? That's whatever number. I mean, I could take out a bunch of grains of rice and I can test that out, and I will observe
No idea what the fuck
that
I wish
claim
these
is
guys
true. It
would
is
turn their cameras on in
consistent,
the
right?
Discord.
So what is the,
I can't.
what is the
I have
basis
two
of your
separate
moral
webcams,
claims?
and I still
if it's not
can't.
intuition?
You know, hook it up to both.
But that's like an empirics question, right? Like, or sorry,
Look,
not empirics. That's an
I've had
epistemic
poutine
question.
fries,
Like,
right?
You're asking how do we know this is true? That's a separate thing from like
Chili fries are still
from,
better. I'm
is
sorry.
this
The
thing
chili
true,
fries
right?
are still
Is
better, and they always
objective
will be.
Is morality objective is different than how do we take a truth claim about morality and test if it's true or false? Like, so what you're asking is an epistemic question, which is that's a different category of things.
Yeah, but your claim would be
I
that
think I
you
like this
can
format better.
claim something is objective, like an objective
No, I like this
truth,
one more.
without having any way to test that it's true or find out that it's true.
I don't. Again, those two things are unrelated. Whether something is objective has nothing to do with its like testability, right? Those are like unrelated things.
Sure. So how would you claim
it's good.
something
Like
as,
it's not
how would you
bad at
claim
all. It's
morality
actually
is true? What
really
is the
good.
basis for that?
But it's just not as good as chili
I'm
fries.
saying that.
What is
I'm saying so.
what is the standard behind it?
My argument, right, from the phenomenological conservative part of it, right? It's like if something seems to be true, unless you have a reason to doubt it, you should accept that it's true. Do you
What the fuck
broadly
does that
kind of
even
agree
mean?
with that?
Why you call me Steelborne?
Like, given
did I misspell a
Braden
thumbnail?
Fad
Don't tell me I
example,
misspelled the
unless you have
thumbnail.
a reason to doubt it, you know, your seeming could be wrong. If something might seem one way, but it could be completely incorrect. But in general, you should accept, you know, reality as it comes to you, unless you have
I
a
didn't.
reason to
Okay.
doubt it.
All right, so I'm going to go ahead and jump in there. The time's up. The time's up, but that's okay because it's now your opportunity. Yeah. You can roll that right into your opening arguments. Hammer.
Get
5
ready
minutes is
for
going on the clock,
a
uninterrupted.
new argument.
I will start the clock when you start to talk, sir.
Sure. So the point at which this the exposition falls apart is with the definition of objectivity. Objective claims are factual and can be established as true without any legitimate doubt through evidence. Objective claims must be observable and recreatable and must come to the same conclusion every time it is investigated. A subjective statement is one that is built off personal opinions and perspectives. Value judgments can sometimes be objective, but only if you define the goal. If you want X result, you ought to do Y, because that has been observed consistently to have the best result. Morality doesn't qualify because there is no universal consensus about what the goals for it are. So let's look at an example. The existence and nature of gravity is an objective claim. It can be observed an infinite amount of times, and the observation would be the exact same every time. Gravity is a statement that when an object with mass X comes close enough to an object with mass Y, they will be drawn together at a rate of Z. There are in fact formulas that we have created to calculate these numbers, and they will accurately describe the circumstances of gravity repeatedly. Now let's look at moral
He's confusing
claims
objectivity
to see if
with
it is also observable,
empirical,
recreatable, and provable. Stealing is wrong, or you shouldn't steal. That is a value judgment. And again, for something to be objective, it needs to be
Yeah, I'm going
true
super
beyond individual
philosophical on this.
perspectives, and everyone
I'm
would
not
have to
doing the
agree
whole,
that
well,
every,
you know, what about
that
child
every person's
grades? Is that,
definition of
you know,
what
is that
wrong
bad?
and what anyone should do is consistent, which makes them impossible to use as a standard for, to be
Is he? I have
proven
no
one
idea.
way or the other. My frustration with this debate is that they make morality out to be this universal constant that exists beyond humanity, but then they never establish what that universal force is. Does the universe act upon moral or immoral actions? No. Does the consequences of for morality are purely legal and social? Does the universe communicate moral prescriptions? No. all ideas or claims about what is and isn't moral come from human minds. My opponent even said that none of this comes from human minds, but that's just not true. We don't have any way of hearing or knowing anything outside of us that is saying what is and isn't true. It is all a fabric of, or it's all a construct of society. That doesn't mean that just because it's a moral or a social contract that it's meaningless. It is created for us to live within society. Everything about morality exists for a society. What you should do to another person, that's a social prescription. It has nothing to do with anything outside of that. And it's also not meaningless. Just because we decided as a society what one person should do to another person,
No, I'm not even
does
doing
not
precept
mean that that's
necessarily.
meaningless. It is
I
useful
don't think I'm really doing
for our
precept.
purposes, but it's not objective. There's no absolute standard to verify these things. Unless you believe in God, which that may be the claim that some of my opponents will use, but if they make that claim, then their argument has to be, well, my argument is true, that there is objective morality because God exists and God said this thing, that this thing is moral, and so therefore my argument is true. And if that is the case, you have to prove God to exist, not only God, but the Christian God in the Bible who said everything that is said in the Bible has to exist for your argument to be consistent.
Nope.
And that is my opening.
All right. All right, then in that case, Confluence, your choice. Who is going to face against, who's going to cross-examine Hammer?
Let's go with Steelborne.
All right. Steelborne, 5 minutes is now going to be on the clock for you. Cross-examine or rebut. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
All right, so the problem with what Hammer's doing is that he's just conflating objectivity with empirical evidence. That's my main issue with his argument. He's saying, well, because we can empirically demonstrate the effects of gravity, that's the standard for objectivity. No, it's not. Does something have to be, that was literally your standard, but something has to be empirically provable or verifiable in order to establish objectivity. Okay, real quick, can you objectively prove that the sun is going to rise tomorrow and not just blow up?
Yeah.
How can you do that? How do you have access to that?
We have satellites that observe the behavior of the moon or of the sun.
Now, and how do you know that the sun isn't just going to implode because we haven't determined that? Do you know with certainty? Do you know with 100% certainty the sun's not going to explode tomorrow?
As much as we can know everything, then yeah.
As much as we can know everything?
As much as we can know anything. Sorry, I misspoke.
Okay, can the sun explode and not explode at the same time?
No.
What's the empirical evidence for the law of non-contradiction?
The law of non-contradiction? Well, we never see two contradictory things happen at the same time.
That's an argument from silence. Just because we don't see it doesn't mean it couldn't exist. So how do you know that the law of non-contradiction is true and that you can't have the sun explode and not explode?
Because those things are contradictory, but I don't.
But okay.
Yeah. Those.
How can you empirically verify the laws of logic? Can you empirically demonstrate them to exist? Are they under the rock? Are they at the bottom of the lake? Where are they?
To be clear, I never talked about being able to prove something through science.
In your argument, your argument was empirical evidence.
Empirical.
No, I know you never said it. I think my argument my argument to you is you're conflating empirical evidence with objectivity. That doesn't follow. You were literally just conflating it, saying, because we have a formula and we can empirically verify, the laws of gravity or whatever. That's the standard for objectivity.
So the term that I use is that it must be observable and recreatable.
Why must it be observable?
Why must it be
observable?
Yeah, well, if it happens, then it has to be able to be observed, right? We have to know that it happens.
Can you observe a contradiction?
No, because it can't happen.
Hold on. So I agree with you that a contradiction can't happen, but how can you prove that it can't happen empirically? Can you empirically prove that universal standard? Do you have access to all of the universe?
Well, again, this is theoretically, it could be observed, right?
It could be observed.
So here's how I would explain it. So yeah, the law of non-contradiction. I never said that that's how you get to conclusions non-contradiction is by observing them. But because the law of non-contradiction is objective fact, then you would never observe that happening, or you would never observe two contradictory things
How can you
happening. So
hold on? Is the law of non-contradiction universal?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have access to all of the universe for your empirical evidence? Are you universal?
I have.
No, you're a particular, right?
Right. So the argument is that because it's impossible for these two things to happen, if you were to observe every single instance of, like, theoretically, if you observed every single instance, you would never see contradictory things happen, right? And also, I would also make the argument that, like, things can be objectively true that are like the law of non-contradiction.
Is the past objectively true?
Is the past objectively true?
The past.
I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what you mean by that.
Did the
you
past?
Mean, like, our
did the
memories,
past
or like
no,
the
past. Did it
past?
objectively happen?
Yeah.
Okay, can you access it?
Theoretically, well, you theoretically could.
You theoretically could
access, like, yeah, you could access evidence of the past. Yes.
No, I'm asking you. Can you access the past?
Can you access the past? Can you go to the past? No.
So how can you prove? How can you empirically prove? Hold on. How can you empirically demonstrate? Remember, empiricism is that you have to see it with your senses. It has to be. You have to observe it through your senses.
I never said anything about senses, and I never said anything about empirical.
No, my argument is that you keep conflating objectivity with empirical.
I never said empirical. I said observable and repeatable.
I said you're conflating the terms. You were using objectivity in place of empirical. That was the way that you are. That was your opening statement. That was how you argued it. Was that, like, because we can empirically demonstrate gravity, therefore it's objective, and it's like, okay, that's one way to determine objective, but can you logically demonstrate objectivity?
Okay, so again, I said I never. So the problem is that you're saying that my definition is the same definition as empiricism.
No, I'm saying the examples
that
you gave were all just based on empiricism.
I mean, I gave examples. Of things that are objective. Yeah.
Now, the only examples you gave were empirical specifically. So what I'm asking you is, can you logically prove objectivity?
Can you logically prove that something is objectively true?
Yes, just purely through logic with no empirical evidence.
Okay, I'm gonna have a long explanation. Are you gonna interrupt me through it?
I'll give you. Just let me know when you're done.
I'll actually go ahead and let you finish, and then we're going to move on to your opening, Steelborne. So go ahead and answer the question.
Yeah, go ahead. Let him make the last word. It's his opening.
Sure. So, like, if you're talking about, like, logical concept, these are products of language, right? And products of language can technically be observed. If you look at, like, definitions for things, then those can be. The fact that those definitions are applied to certain things can be observed and verified and repeated to say that, yes, these things generally mean these things. So therefore, the establishment of language meaning things is an objective truth. Therefore, from that, you can get the law of contradiction, where two definitions cannot, or two contradictory definitions cannot coexist.
All right. So with that, 5 minutes is now going on the clock for you, Steelborne. This is your uninterrupted opening. As always, I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
All right, so tonight I'm defending the proposition that objective morality exists. By objective morality, I mean that at least some moral propositions are true independent of whether any particular person approves of them, desires them, or believes them. If it is objectively wrong to torture an innocent person merely for amusement, then that remains wrong even if the person doing it sincerely approves of his own behavior. But rather than trying to make an emotional appeal for, an example of objective morality, I want to start a level deeper. I want to talk about normativity itself. Normativity concerns what we ought do, and what we ought to believe, and what reasons we have for acting or believing one way rather than the other. And the very fact that we have a debate tonight already presupposes normativity. If my opponent demonstrates that one of my beliefs is false, I ought to abandon that belief. If an argument is logically invalid, I ought not accept its conclusion merely because I like the argument. If the evidence overwhelmingly supports one proposition over another, I ought to proportion my belief accordingly. Those aren't merely descriptions of how human beings happen to think. People believe false things all the time. The claim is that they ought not believe false things. So here's my first argument. Premise 1. If there are standards for governing what rational agents ought to believe independently of their individual preference, then objective normative facts exist. There are standards governing what rational agents ought to believe independently of their individual preferences. The laws of logic, logical fallacies, for example. Therefore, objective normative facts exist. Consider a simple example. Suppose that I believe that 2 + 2 = 5. Does my sincerely wanting that proposition to be true make me rationally justified in believing it? No. The truth of the proposition is independent from my attitude toward it, and the normative requirement that I correct my belief is similar, not generated merely by my preference. So we've established something extremely important. There are objective oughts. Reality isn't exhausted by statements about what is. There are also normative facts concerning what rational agents ought to believe. Now, my opponent might respond, fine, you've established epistemic normativity, but you haven't established moral normativity. And that's a legit distinction. But now the burden becomes much more difficult because I want to know why objective normativity suddenly disappears when we moved from beliefs to actions. Suppose I falsely believe that an innocent man committed a murder, and the evidence is demonstrated to me conclusively that he actually didn't do it. Now I have an epistemic obligation to abandon my false belief. But should I continue publicly accusing him of murder? If objective normative standards govern the formation and revision of my beliefs, those standards can have consequences for my behavior as well. And this brings us to morality. Morality concerns normative standards governing agents and their actions. What actions are permissible, impermissible, obligatory, virtuous, or vicious? So consider my second proposition, or my second syllogism. If some reasons for action are categorically binding on rational agents independently of their desires or preferences, then objective practical normativity exists. At least some reasons for actions are categorically binding on rational agents independent of their desires or preferences. Conclusion, objective practical normativity exists. So the major dispute tonight is going to concern the second premise. I'm arguing that some things give us reasons for action regardless of whether we happen to desire them. If I knowingly condemn an innocent man for something he did not do, the fact I personally enjoy doing it, it does not eliminate the normative reason against my action. And notice what the alternative requires. If all moral normativity ultimately reduces to individual attitudes, then saying you ought not torture an innocent child for amusement ultimately cannot describe an objective normative fact about the action. At most, it reports it's just a psychological evaluation, and I don't really care about that. But then imagine a person who genuinely desires to torture the innocent, rejects our conventions, and approves of his own behavior. We can certainly say that we dislike what he's doing, we can punish him, and we can socially condemn him. But on a purely preference-dependent account, what grounds the stronger proposition? He ought not do this regardless of whether he wants to. That is the question the moral anti-realist has to answer. And then an additional difficulty with denying objective normativity altogether is that if my opponent tells me there is no objective morality, and I say, why ought I believe you? If there's no normativity, why ought I believe him? If the answer is, ought I believe him, if he says yes, then presumably because my opponent thinks his position true and mine is false, and rational agents ought to reject false propositions in favor of true ones. But now objective normative standards have entered through the back door. Throughout this debate, my opponent will present arguments that he thinks I ought to accept. He will expect me not to contradict myself. He will expect me to follow valid inferences. He will expect me to abandon propositions demonstrated to be false. And none of those standards become valid merely because I personally like them. So my position tonight is not merely that I strongly dislike certain behaviors, it's that normativity is a genuine feature of reality. There are truths about what rational agents ought to believe and how they ought, or what they ought to do. There are truths about what rational agents have reasons to do. And at least some of those reasons do not cease to exist merely because an individual wishes they did not. Once we recognize that, the question is no longer, does objective normativity exist? We already rely upon it simply by engaging in a rational argument. So the question then becomes, what principled reason is there for accepting objective normative standards governing rational agents while insisting that objective normative standards governing their behavior cannot exist? This is the distinction my opponent will have to justify tonight, and I will argue that they can't. And with that, I'll see the rest of my time if I have any.
You didn't, but that's all right. All right, Testes, who's going to cross-examine Steelborne?
So I will be cross-examining Steelborne.
All right. Bear with me 1 second. There we go. All right, 5 minutes is on the clock now for you, Testes. Cross-examine as you see fit. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Sure. So I'm just going to fly through a couple of these. You used a lot of words there. And yeah, I'm going to be honest. Like I followed along for the most part. But I'm just going to, I believe you said this as almost your opening line, but I'm just going to ask you some quick fire questions, preferably just a yes or no, just so we can get.
Yeah, I can give you direct answers.
Sure. So this, I don't even need to ask the first one here. So you've already accepted that at least some moral truths exist or stance independent. So they exist outside of the mind. So regardless of what people desire or value or believe, right?
Yes.
Okay. So So if every human agreed, like there's no consensus morality here. So if just because everyone agrees that something might be right or wrong, that doesn't have bearing on its I guess objective value or objective truth.
It would have no bearing on the truth of the matter.
Okay. So all right, give me 1 second here. So I think one of the things you brought up here was it had to do with the normativity. It was objective normativity. Is that correct? Is that
Yeah, the principle of normativity. Yes.
Okay. So when you say normativity, I believe you said normativity is a feature of reality. Is that again, you use a lot of words.
I would say normativity is a feature of reality.
Okay. So you mean that it exists independently of the mind?
Yes.
Okay. So what evidence did you point to show that it's a feature of reality versus just a feature of rational agents just evaluating reason?
Because contradictions can't exist. That's normatively binding. The laws of logic are normative. They govern how you ought think and how everybody ought think. And if you try and think illogically, then you come to absurd conclusions. And you ought to abandon those false positions.
So sorry, you're grounding this in is it the laws of logic?
For the standard for normativity, yeah. But the precept, it actually is presupposed in debate itself.
Well, sure. Could you elaborate on that?
How normativity is presupposed? Yeah. If you think your position is true, then aren't you arguing that I ought to abandon my position because it's false?
I mean, there can. I don't think I would personally bite that bullet, but
you don't think. Oh, and you don't think that if you're arguing for a position that I disagree with you on, you think you're correct. You think that I'm incorrect. You're not presupposing that if I am incorrect, I ought to evaluate the logical inferences that you make with your argument, and then if it comes to the position that your argument was better or your argument was true and mine was false, I ought to abandon that position and come to yours.
I mean, that would be preferable. I think we agree that like moral disagreements exist, right?
Not even about moral. It's not we can just have a philosophical disagreement about something. If you make the actual logical argument, let's say mine was illogical, I ought to abandon the false position and adopt yours, correct?
Broadly speaking, I would agree with that.
Yeah,
so,
I ought not believe in false things and believe in true things, correct?
Sure. I feel like you're baking in a fair bit there when you say when using the terms true and false there. What do you mean by that?
Something is I don't know what do you mean if something's true or false. So I go with I actually mix correspondence and what's the other one? It's correspondence and coherent theory of truth. So I think that you need to have for a truth claim, it has to be it has to correspond to reality, and it has to be coherent at the same time. Because if you have just it corresponds with reality, well, reality is a metaphysical category, and if you have just coherent, well, you can have a totally coherent system that doesn't correspond to reality. So,
okay.
So I think you have to have both in order for something to be true.
Sure. Sorry, just checking the time here. I'll leave that on the back burner for the time being. Oh, okay. Okay. Do you believe that? I guess this is more to the point. So, do you think that a perfectly rational agent exists? Do you think it's capable for a perfectly rational agent to exist?
From my view, I would say yes in God, but I'm not going to try and argue that here tonight for you.
Okay, I mean it's a bit odd that you'd bring that up, but
that would be fine. Like from my view, yes, I do think there's a perfectly rational agent, but I'm not going to try and convince you of that. Not here tonight.
That's fine. So God would be the only example. You wouldn't say that like a mere mortal would be capable of rational.
Of perfectly rational? No.
Okay. So perfectly rational agents, rational agents can be mistaken then. So how do you show? Oh, sorry. No, I think that's 1 second here. Okay, so somebody who is rational, they can still understand moral facts about the world, correct?
I would assume so.
So they could come to a conclusion, I guess, absent like a normative objectivity here. Like, could somebody who believes, I guess, in normative objectivity, or I guess you're saying if this is a fact about the universe, two people could reach the same conclusion, even if one embraced, I guess, a subjective worldview versus an objective one.
Well, yeah, I would say most subjectivists and moral anti-realists would still say that like it's wrong to torture children for fun. They could come to the same conclusion that I hold, but their justification wouldn't be the same. I don't think it would be sufficient.
All right. And with that, I'm going to go ahead and jump on in there. 5 minutes is up. It is now time. Oh,
that was fun, man.
Wrong one. Sorry about that. 5 minutes is now going to go on the clock.
That was good.
5 minutes is now on the clock for you, Testes. This is your uninterrupted opening. I'll start the clock when you start to talk.
Okay, give me 2 seconds here.
How do you guys think I did? I think I did pretty fucking good with that. They were not prepared for that argument.
So I'll take a 15.
They were not ready for that. He had no idea where to go with that.
All right. So
go ahead. Try to deny objective normativity.
This, but, I'm going to say that I'll just gonna repeat my opening here. So as you've, I guess, already heard, there's going to be a lot of filibro language tonight. So normativity, metaethics, ontology. We've talked about normative. Excuse me. But I just want to keep it simple for a second here. And I just want to ask you to keep an open mind and to continually ask yourself one question. Does this actually make sense? Objective morality, as it's been reiterated a couple of times, so its moral facts exist independent of the mind. Whether anyone believes them, values them, or recognizes them, they're true regardless. And we would consider these things stance independent. This makes complete intuitive sense when we're talking about physical things. If there's a rock sitting on the ground and I turn around, I have absolutely no reason to believe that rock stopped existing because nobody was looking at it. And if every human being disappeared tomorrow, we'd still intuitively say that gravity exists. Planets would still orbit the stars, objects would still have mass. So I want to ask whether morality works the same way. Imagine a universe with no humans. Actually, you know what? Let's imagine a universe with no animals, no conscious beings, and no minds whatsoever. Just rocks, stars, and empty space. Gravity still makes sense in that universe.
If you want, Eli, I can try and I can get you in here in one of these if you want. Like, if you want to do like does God exist?
Moral obligation.
Bring like you and me and Rex or something like that in here
versus something else.
To do that debate.
And
I'm sure.
Even attach.
I'm sure Horseradish would be willing to do that.
There isn't a single conscious being in existence. I think that's a very basic intuition here. Morality seems to require
but to be fair,
in a way that gravity does not.
To be fair, they're this is actually not the best platform for it. It's better to have a long form discussion.
And it seems like you've also.
He said he wants to start trying to do those.
Now, my opponents, and they've touched on this.
Or do you want to do a more fun one, like
we have a grounding problem.
Like so atheism can't.
Then what stops everything from?
Like atheists can't justify any odd claims or something like that.
Isn't a morality just like I like chocolate and you like vanilla? Can't anybody just declare anything as moral? And this is probably the most important distinction I want to make in my opening. Subjective does not mean arbitrary. So how can I demonstrate that? Well, let's ask a more basic question here. Where do morals actually come from? And to be clear, it's not a simple answer. It's not a one-word answer. So morality emerges from human beings as social, conscious organisms. We're born with different biological and temperamental dispositions. We develop inside cultures and historical.
Good shit, man. That's good shit, Eli.
We didn't choose. We learn things from our parents, our friends, our institutions, and society around us. We experience love, suffering, betrayal, fairness, and unfairness. And those experiences affect what we empathize with, what we value, and what we condemn. And on top of all of that, we're capable of reflecting on our beliefs, criticizing them, and changing our minds. So morality is not something arbitrarily invented this morning. It's an emergent product of human nature interacting with the human experience. And if we can see that complexity everywhere, and we can see that complexity everywhere. So just follow your intuition for a moment. When and where you're born influences your morality. If you were born 1,000 years ago, you would believe something completely different. Your experiences matter. Someone who has personally experienced discrimination or violence may come to view those things completely different from somebody who never has. And it may inform how they approach the world and others. Even our temperaments differ. Some people are naturally more empathetic, more aggressive, more sensitive to disgust, more concerned with fairness, or more responsive to suffering. So when somebody says that's just a preference, I think they're underselling the human preference, what human preference can actually represent. We're not talking about choosing chocolate over vanilla. We're talking about values produced by biology, culture, social interaction, lived experience, empathy, consequences and reflection, and all of them interacting with one another. Let's look briefly at major secular societies. People don't suddenly realize, wait a minute, I can't metaphysically ground my morality and then just start murdering and raping each other. They still love their families.
What the fuck's he talking about?
Cruelty.
What?
They still care about fairness. They still care
I was
about the
texting a
laws,
friend. I'd
which
stop
are a
listening for a
reflection
second.
of their morals, and they argue passionately about what people should or shouldn't do. So the actual human experience of morality looks more complicated. It's not a false choice between.
I'm just going to ask them, ought I abandon false positions and watch their whole position fall apart?
When my opponents tell you something
Why ought I accept
objectively right
truth?
or wrong, don't ask whether you agree that it's wrong. I may even agree with them.
Yeah,
Ask
it's a
the
total
additional
straw man of our
question,
position of
what
moral
makes it
realist.
objective? This takes us from humans deeply value this, or we have extremely good reasons to condemn this, to the much stronger claim that this moral truth exists independently of every mind, every attitude, and every human experience. That's their burden tonight.
All right.
And that's it.
It was indeed.
Yeah, I
and
think
if
that
I've done my
normativity is
math
bound
correctly,
to,
I believe I get to cross you. So I'm going to put 5 minutes on the clock for myself to cross-examine you.
Yeah, he's
kind of
Horseradish is going to make like a
getting-
utilitarian
I'm sorry.
argument. I don't think it's very good. But
Sorry about that.
he's still my
He
partner,
starts
so
to
I'll
talk.
help him with this.
I will start the clock when I start to talk. All right. All right. So first things first, Testes, welcome in. Appreciate you for showing up tonight and taking this debate. So my first thing I want to say is that I agree with you about the philo bro language. We're going to avoid that. We're going to try to keep this in layman's terms. I don't know all the fancy words that my teammates have been using. They sound cool, but I don't know. All right. So
nerd stuff. Yeah.
cheers. Yeah. So question for most of this is just going to be just definitions and questions. Could you please define morals for me? I don't know that we got a solid answer for what that word means to you. What is a moral?
Sure. So morals are, I would say, attitudes and feelings towards things. I mean, in the context of this debate versus subjective versus objective, we're, I guess, sort of saying how firmly ingrained or instantiated they are. But I gave sort of an overview in my intro, so I won't draw this out. But yeah, I think
please do.
what morals are like an amalgamation, if you will, of various things. Upbringing. I think there's a genetic component as well. I think the time and place in which you were born.
All right, so real quick, I got to jump in. You're describing how we find them or how we reach them, not what they are. So I'm asking you what they actually are. What does a moral represent?
So yeah, a moral is in this specific, I guess to me here, it's a specific attitude or what you ought to do in a situation.
Okay, what one ought to do. I like that. All right, so let's also use the word objective. Can you define for me one more time? I know you said subjective multiple times, but I'm not sure that I completely understood your definition of objective.
Sure. So the definition that I used here is that
the Philbro thing is total well poisoning.
Or it's the proposition, I guess, that there are moral facts that exist independently.
They think when we talk about grounding and justification and grounding that it's just our opinion, but remember we're talking about metaphysics of external reality.
They exist regardless. So this is why we consider them to be quote unquote stance independent.
Yeah, the Philbro thing is totally well poisoning. That's bullshit.
I would propose, which is mind dependent, which is that they depend on minds.
All right, perfect. One of your teammates earlier was talking about things as having to be measurable, or they didn't use the word tangible, but it sort of seemed like it had to be a tangible thing. So let me ask you that. Do you believe that that there is anything that is non-tangible but still exists regardless of our observation?
So I know we said we're not using the Philbro language. Do you mean in a metaphysical, in a non-physical sense?
I mean, is there a thing that you can't touch but you know to be real?
Yes. Air is an easy example. Sure. We know air exists.
Perfect. Yep. All right. So is it possible for a thing to have been bad even before you experienced it?
Are you asking about my normative stance? So
sure, let's whatever normative means. Yeah, let's go with that. Do you believe that a thing can be bad if nobody's ever experienced it yet?
So I'm relying entirely on my intuition here. I would say probably yes. I could think of a hypothetical where even if somebody has not experienced it, it would you could come to a consensus or from personal experience, etc., that it is a bad thing. Perfect.
One more quick question. On that same note, our captain made a comment about mathematics. I just want to make sure we are on the same page here. You do believe that 2 + 2 = 4 even before we had the words to describe that, right?
I So I'm not a math. I suck at math. I know it's a very.
Me too.
basic
But 2
question.
+ 2 and 4, that we're pretty solid on that one, right?
Well, you're asking if I knew about if 2 + 2 equaled 4 before we were aware of what math was.
Yes. Before we actually had the words 2, 4, or plus, 2 + 2 still equaled 4. Two planets.
I'll
two
bite
planets
that bullet. Sure. Even if we didn't have the language to describe it. Yeah.
It was still a thing, even if we hadn't understood it or didn't describe it. And would you also say that throughout human history, we are constantly discovering new things and developing new understandings of the phenomenon happening around us?
Yeah, that's a fair.
Regardless of any sort of deity telling us what we need to do, or any books necessarily that were found in the sand, we find new things and say, oh, well, that seems to be true. And once we know it to be true, we can't make it untrue suddenly. Correct?
So I feel like true is doing a bit of heavy lifting there. I
okay, what word would you prefer? Yeah, no. Good. Let's say good. When a thing is good.
This is splitting hairs. I could say factual. So I believe that truth is,
okay. I'll take factual.
Sure, there are facts. Facts can change over time when we learn more things, but sure, yeah.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much for your patience, sir.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Now, let's see. Who am I? I am AF3. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock for my uninterrupted opening.
You're horseradish, sir?
I will start the clock. Say what?
I said you're horseradish, sir?
I am the horseradish, sir. All right, cool. So,
hi, I'm Avarice.
Welcome in, everybody, and again, thank you all for showing up for this debate, especially my opponents, because I'm sorry for what we're about to do to you. So, number one, I would actually define morals much simpler than anybody else here seems to have. And I'm going mostly by a dictionary definition, good versus bad. What is good or bad? The pursuit of good and bad, trying to figure out what we classify as good and bad. Now, my opponents have made it clear that even though my teammates have not really invoked a deity, they still keep thinking that the only way to have objective morality is through a deity or through a book or through a god. I would actually pose that if morals are the pursuit of good versus bad, and we can all agree that a positive outcome would be a good outcome, then that which is good for the most people would be the most good outcome, the most beneficial, the most positive. So with that said, a simple belief in morality can go based on what is the most good for the most people.
But it have positive outcomes.
Now, beyond that, though, we did not know what 2 + 2 was until we knew what 2 + 2 was. Once we knew what 2 + 2 was, it didn't change the fact that if you have 2 sticks and 2 more sticks, you now have 4 sticks. We just didn't understand what that meant until we did. But once we did, it can't change. Now, we do change insofar as moving forward. We learn new things. So what I'm sure that my opponents are going to try to do is say something like, for instance, abortion. Is abortion good? This is something that we have moved forward and started allowing. I would say that by my definition, this is a nonstop pursuit. We have not reached the fucking end yet. We're still trying to figure out what is good and evil, what is good and bad. We are still weighing that one out. In 20 years, 50 years, we're going to look back over our shoulder and treat it just like slavery, where we can objectively say, yep, that was bad all along. Fuck, how did we not figure that out sooner? And that's the key. As we figure these things out, we don't unfigure them out. We look back over our shoulder and we understand that child abuse was bad no matter when it happened.
Or the minuscule number of slaves made life better for way more people.
Our society,
then by his definition, it's more positive outcomes, therefore better.
This is a big difference that I also want us to make sure and clarify. There's a difference between a moral and an ethic. I understand that a lot of people, especially the debate bros, will say ethics is the study of morals. But an ethic is a moral for a group. A group ethic is a set of morals for a group. Morals are individual perceptions of good and bad. These two can influence each other over long term. However, at the end of the day, our personal morals, and then, yes, they might have been influenced by the things that we have experienced. But that's just like math. My understanding of mathematics is influenced by my exposure
I think I made a better argument out of all these guys.
If I've not experienced mathematics, I still wouldn't know that 2 + 2 = 4. everybody else on the planet might already know that 2 + 2 = 4, and I look like a fucking idiot because nobody told me. But once you've explained to me why a thing is bad, and once you've explained to me why a thing is good, if I choose to ignore it, that doesn't make it not good. That doesn't make it not bad. So, yes, I can make a choice to defy what is or is not good, what is or is not moral, but that doesn't take away the morality of that thing.
Until we get in the open panel.
My opponents are going to need to prove to me that math wasn't math before we had the word math. That those planets that Testy described floating around with no humans didn't have still an objective good or bad for the group of planets. And that if 2 planets smash into each other, that is not ultimately good for those 2 planets. Now, I will go ahead and concede the rest of my time and present myself for cross-examination. Now, Testies, I do believe, if I'm not wrong, that means Mr. Brandon is going to cross-examine me. That is A3
that's correct.
All
Brandon
right.
is up to bat, yeah.
A3 into. Bear with me, Mr. Brandon. I'm getting there. Boom. All right, sir. Putting 5 minutes on the clock. This is your time to talk. I will start the clock when you start to talk. This is your cross-examination of me.
Perfect. This kind of gets into my opening, so we'll start with the basics. When you say, we'll start with like a simple moral proposition like abortion is wrong. What do you mean by wrong?
Okay. Good or bad? I don't necessarily mean wrong. I mean good or bad. That's what morals are. Morals are what is good versus what is bad.
No, I'm not asking. I'm not asking what you're defining morality as. I'm asking.
Got you. Sorry.
The subset of like wrongness. What does wrong mean?
Bad.
Yeah.
Something that is bad for the most people.
That does not.
It doesn't work.
Any additional content. What does bad mean?
Bad is what is. That is what is
this is the
less beneficial. There you go. Let's get beneficial. Like I'm going to have to use a word to define the words
so
no matter what. So is beneficial an acceptable descriptor?
Well, that kind of
something that is good is beneficial. Something that is bad is not beneficial.
Well, that kind of gets once again into my opening because then it's not clear you're actually conveying like a clear concept because you're using these sort of loaded terms, but they're synonyms, but they're not adding any semantic.
By this standard, what he just said, driving a fuel-efficient car is bad. Yeah, bad is what's bad. See, this is why I was worried. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Well, okay, so like when it comes to political arguments, he's not bad, but he's not great at philosophy. Yeah, he really is just begging the question over here. Yeah, I would agree with you though. He is out of his league, but he normally does the political stuff. And he's not bad at it. Like he's actually like one of the very few true centrists I've ever met. But he doesn't do bad on the political stuff. He's actually pretty good at arguing his position. Now, to be fair, whenever he takes the leftist position, I tend to wreck him, but
so we are now worse off than we were.
Oh, are you tying this to like okay. That makes it a little more clear. So you are
I'm centering so hard right
utilitarian notion. So,
well, look, there's the one quote that I always say when it comes to centrists is like, look, the fence you sit on will eventually impale you, and you can't build anything from sitting on the fence. If you're a fence sitter, you can't build up. You have to be on the ground.
% of people?
We would have to demonstrate how that benefit was reached.
Dude, did you guys see?
But if your actual question is if the sacrifice of the few is worthy for the benefit of the many, yeah, I would say
I literally went all the way to the fucking finals.
Objectively true.
Won the finals. I won the argument.
I don't see any issue when it comes to the trolley car
program. According to the Jay, like, it wasn't even close. Apparently, it was like
objectively true
almost like a 70-30.
That saving 3 lives and having to sacrifice one, if you are in that situation, is morally justified.
AKA Rev Russ.
In that situation, but it's the right choice.
So you just bite the bullet. So I can come up with like the craziest hypotheticals. Like, okay, so if it were a good thing to, or
at the very last minute though,
the most
fucking one of Easy's mods, William Gramer, the fucking asshole.
Means, but
he's a fucking asshole. This is the second time he's done that to me, you fucker.
Great on Tuesdays.
No hard feelings though. It was the second time he said that to me, where it was me versus Rev for the finals, and
You
I
would have
win,
to
and then
figure
he
out a way
fucking
to
fatality
demonstrate that
revives
that
Rev.
is somehow showing the most good. And I would say that there's not going to be a way you're going to prove that. But if you did prove that that was objectively
centering
true,
so hard, that
then
fucking
yeah, I
buddy.
would have to say that is something that is good for the group. But again, we can come up with crazy hypotheticals in both directions that are never actually going to hold water.
And that
So-
seems, and I think that right there, I mean, that's like a clear reductio to the position. And I think that if we're weighing intuitions here, I think most people are going to hear that, and that's going to seem implausible to them. So I do think that is a point against the moral realist view. If that is something that would be objectively good to grape a subset of the population because it produces.
I know it's your cross-examination, but I just want to make sure, is reductio a spell from Harry Potter?
That's exactly what it is, actually.
All right,
It's,
fantastic.
It's used by Hermione.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, no, a reductio is just like some sort of, well, it's in two different senses. In one sense, it's used to just talk about a contradiction, and in another sense, it's talking about some sort of counterintuitive or absurd entailment of a view.
Gotcha.
That's all that means.
Right on. So yeah, so
I'll
yeah,
concede.
you're almost out of time, but if you want one more question, I'll answer it.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Cheers. All right. Well, then in that case, sir, it is your time now for you are -2. There we go. All right, Brandon, 5 minutes is now on the clock for you. I will start the clock when you start to talk.
All right, I'm just going to riff this. I wrote something out, but I think I'm just going to riff it, bro. So riff it. The proposition on the table tonight is objective morality exists, and in my view, it's not even clear that, at least in the sense that a lot of people are talking about, objective morality conveys a clear concept. Or if moral language like right, wrong, good, bad, evil, etc., does convey a clear concept. If it's not a clear concept, and the person can using that sort of language is using that language,
The fuck's this guy
it's not
talking
clear that when they say something like X is wrong, that's even a proposition. It's even true or false, right? It could just be like if I said something like X is shibbly do, and then you ask me what shibbly do is, and I say, well, it's a gartle shoe.
It depends on what you mean. Yeah, that's crazy.
Synonyms, but it's not clear that I'm actually conveying a concept.
Yeah, I still like
a
this one the
coherent
best.
concept. And if that's true, when I say something like X is a whatever the fuck I said, it's not even clear that that's a proposition. That's capable of being true or false. So that's the sort of view that I'm taking. Just to define terms, I'm taking objective to mean something like stance independent.
Yeah, sure, I agree with
Standard
that.
usage. And then morality, bare bones, what we ought or ought not do. And
Perfect.
when I'm talking about objective morality specifically, I am talking about specific, irreducible normative reasons. I think that's the sort of view that's unintelligible to me. And just to, I guess, give some reasons for why I think that moral realism or objective morality is unintelligible. And the first piece of evidence was kind of shown just now, but he did eventually reduce it to like some sort of most good for the most people. I'm still not sure if he's committed to irreducible normative reasons, but what you'll notice is when you ask somebody, well, what do you mean by bad? Well, that means that you ought not do it. What do you mean by you ought not do it? That means that you have a normative reason not to do it. What do you mean that you don't have a reason? Well, it's something that counts against doing it. Well, what do you mean by counts against, right? You get these sort of interchangeable synonyms that doesn't get reduced any further. And to me, it's not
you
clear
know I'm gonna
that
fucking wrect these guys. They
once again, a
can't handle the
coherent
precept
concept is
argument. They don't know what the fuck to do with
conveyed
it.
because
With any of the
everybody
precept
knows what a
argument.
subject is talking about. For example, when they say X is wrong, they're just saying, I have a preference against X. Most of us have that concept. We know what it's like to want or not want something. So I think that's at least a piece of evidence against the realist view in that sense. Go to my bullets. I had more. Oh, and I think exploratorily it doesn't add anything. I don't think once we run these sort of intuition pumps and give our meanings of what we mean by the terms, I don't think it adds anything. And when you add on top something over and above things we already accept, you're adding ontological commitments to your view. If you're a robust realist, to be fair, you're adding ontological commitments when a competing theory can explain everything without that additional ontological commitment, which by definition makes that view less probable. I think explanatorily, it doesn't do much work. Like when we deliberate, I want X.
These guys are taking forever.
Frustrate my desire to get X.
Fuck it. We're just gonna watch this for a sec. Oh God. Are you talking about the fucking Zach the Luke Bryan video? I'm not pulling that shit up, Eli. I actually just enjoy watching these things though too. Like, I don't know why. I love hydraulic presses. All right, give me 1 minute. I'll pull it up. Damn. I'm such a fucking toddler for enjoying watching these things. Like, I'm such a fucking iPad kid, but I always love these videos. Yeah, no shit, that was gonna break right there at the weak point. There you go. Just shattered. Yeah, he's getting. Oh, you guys just missed that.
You take two that are talking about irreducible.
He got very mad. He got very mad. He said, "Don't fucking tell me what I know." Confluence.
I know what the subjectivist means. I know what the moral naturalist means, and it sounds like Horseradish might be taking that sort of view. And that's a kind of realism, but it's like a real realism, I guess. So I know what some people mean when they say something's wrong, but others, especially the irreducible normative view, I don't know what they mean.
Okay, but you. So it's. I'm a little surprised, I guess, because I just assumed you were a non-cognitivist. That you were either going to pull some like expressionism or emotivism, based on how you usually talk about not knowing what these things mean, but it sounds like you do know what they mean, and so I guess I appreciate that. Then, so then I guess
some
to
people
bridge
mean.
this. Okay, you know what some people mean when they say this. So I guess would you consider yourself like an error theorist, right? Or do you think that all of these things are truth apt, but you just think they're all wrong?
No, that error theory comes with a semantic thesis about what everybody or most
What's
people
up, Rex?
mean.
Hey, Rex, I sent
take
you
that view.
my
error
opening
theorist
statement from
grants
tonight
what
on
the moral
Discord.
realist-
Let me know if
I
you
guess
liked it or
you
not.
have the
It was actually
concept
kind of
what
like a
irreducible
based on the stuff that you and I have been
facts are,
talking
but
about normativity.
I don't have that concept.
Right. So
Go
then
ahead.
I just changed it instead of trying to prove God in order to prove
claims, or there's some
that
there's some,
if there's
some truth
normativity in
claims with
thought, then
morality
why would there not be
that
normativity in
you could
behavior
then
when thinking is
answer yes
behavior?
to. Then aren't you conceding that some things are like actually morally right and wrong?
But he said he's been trying to get back on
These
something
are all
else.
truth apt claims, but they're all
Also,
wrong. So
Rex,
these are all,
what
like,
time are you
legitimate
thinking
things
for
can say,
tomorrow?
but there is no objective morality, so everything's wrong. But you're saying you're not an error
Like,
theorist. So then,
9 or 10 o'clock's what I was
position
thinking.
do you even hold?
In the evening.
What position I hold? Wait, what are you asking me here? Just to be clear, I feel like you asked like two different things there.
I'm saying
that work for you?
You're
Somewhere in
saying you're
there?
not an error theorist, and I'm saying if you're saying that, then there would have to be. But you're also not a non-cognitivist. So then you accept that moral claims can be truth apt, but you don't think that they're all just like false claims. So that means like logically that has to mean that you think there are some moral claims that have a definitive answer.
Oh sure, yeah.
Then
like
welcome to objective morality.
No, that's not entirely.
You'll be
right.
free
You
in
can
an
be a
hour, so
subjectivist,
we're not doing that tonight, are we?
Statements like X is wrong
Have a
is
debate.
truth apt.
I'm in a debate
what
right now.
makes that true is the stances. That's just subjectivism. So you can be a subjectivist and be a cognitivist. That's what it means.
So what are you? I guess what are you, a subjectivist? Is that what you say?
That's how I typically use the term, but I'm not sure if there's a clear answer on how the public generally uses moral talk.
Okay, so that seems
Who the fuck does the general?
What? At least how I heard your opening.
Hold on, an hour and 10 for what, Rex?
Fine.
I don't know what you're saying.
So you would say from your perspective, it is wrong to torture babies for fun, but you're saying that's not always.
I do agree with that.
It's like if you're not like a cultural relativist, though. I'm assuming, or are you?
No,
You can go ahead and answer that, even though the clock's out, Brandon.
But yeah, on my view, that would be wrong with how I'm using it.
But if I disagreed with you, you would have nothing to say to that. For me, if I love.
Oh fuck! How long have I been muted? I didn't realize that I was muted for you guys.
Yeah, but
Rex, what the fuck are you talking about?
I'm doing something wrong.
I'm in a debate. I don't think you weren't planning on doing this tonight, were you?
You want to decide that. It's my opinion against your opinion, and who's to say? Besides,
I'm just saying you weren't talking. You didn't want to do that review tonight, right?
I'm just
All right, since he asked you another question, go ahead and answer that one too, Brandon. Then we'll move on.
Well, to say, but it once again, it would just depend on what you mean by wrong there.
How long have I been muted? I didn't realize that I was even muted.
All right. And I'm sure he will get the chance later. But first things first, great job, everybody. Great openings, great cross-examinations. Appreciate that as always. We are going to now roll into our first championship round. So I love it when it works out this way, just because for some reason it makes my tism itch, and I like it when they line up. So it's the threes versus the twos versus the ones. We're going to count this bitch down just like that. So up first is going to be myself versus Hammer. 15 minutes is on the clock. This is an open forum. This is just two dudes talking. So we're going to go ahead and just keep it above the belt, Hammer, and I'll even let you kick things off. The clock is going. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, Radish. I just want to say
just
that
called to see what you thought of that argument, and I just ended up sending it to you.
And I appreciate coming on. And
that was all that I wanted.
Don't want the fact that I'm about to, that whatever I'm about to do, I don't want that.
But if you guys don't want to hop on a Discord call after this and talk for a minute, I can do that.
All right, I'll take that as a yes. So
bring it, buddy.
You talked about how, you talked about how your foundation for for an objective moral philosophy is basically utilitarianism. Whatever creates the greatest good is objectively the best possible thing, right?
Well, if morality or morals are defined as good or evil, or the pursuit of, or the classification of good and bad, then yes, that which offers the most good for the most people would objectively be the most moral.
Okay, I'll get into like Brandon said, how there's a lot of like non-objective things that are built into that, but
yeah, I was gonna pull it up right now.
I just instances which
I just didn't want to pull that up on stream. I don't know what,
have like the most positive benefit for people.
I like to try and keep people's lives private,
but also be immoral. Say you take an innocent person and then you like pluck them off the streets and then you dissect them, take all of their organs and donate it to people who are dying. Do you think that that's morally admissible?
That is a really good question, Hammer. So basically, you're saying if
I don't have anything
one
from you
person
on
chopped
X,
them up
Eli.
into all
The
of their organs, that one person would save the lives of more people than their one life. Is that what you're asking me?
Exactly. That is exactly what I'm asking you.
Yes, I would say that self-sacrifice is generally the most moral option.
Yeah, I don't.
Yes.
Well,
I don't have the video.
It
would absolutely
external
be.
sacrifice.
Well, so it's the acceptance of the sacrifice, right? So to take someone's free will,
accept it.
Sure. So let me establish one thing up front, okay? We don't know all of the answers. This is a continuing pursuit of morality. We are still trying to figure out what the most moral action in any given circumstance is, and it's not necessarily universal. So there are certain things that when we look over our shoulders, we can say it was always immoral for us to have done that. But we don't know until we figured that out. So, like I said with abortion,
I'm not fucking pulling up the dog fuck the chihuahua singing. Fuck you. I'm not doing that.
Weighing a person's ability to self-actualize, I guess, is the best debate bro word.
Yeah, like
right?
their human rights, essentially.
Yeah, self-freedom, personal liberties versus protecting the life of an unborn child. That is two moral quandaries, two things that we are having to weigh against. We are currently in the state where we're trying to weigh those two things out. We don't know which one's more moral yet. We will figure it out. I am confident of that. And again, 50 years from now, we'll look back over our shoulders and say, I can't believe we ever fucking thought that. But for you to assume that because we haven't gotten it all figured out yet, that means that morality is not real or objective, kind of mind-blowing to me.
Well, okay, but your establishment,
what the fuck are they talking about,
your description of how we eventually figure out moral truths and we develop our moral understanding, that history contradicts with your statement of utilitarianism, because the way that we determine whether or not something is wrong or right through time is not based off of utilitarianism. We have a lot more values. All
right, give me 1 sec. I'm gonna go grab something to eat. I'm sorry.
Our moral, like your utilitarian moral foundation is different from the moral foundation we in America have, because we in America have values of personal freedom, which and you didn't really explore this or answer this, but like allowing people like such a high level of personal freedom limits our ability to be utilitarian. Right.
Correct. And that is where that balance comes in. We're finding the appropriate levels of where you're allowed. Okay. So you said it yourself, and I'll go right back to you, but I just want to respond to what you're saying right now. You're saying that we in America, for instance, let's say freedom of speech. We know that your personal freedom to be able to speak your mind and express yourself is a critical and moral thing. However, we also understand that there are times when you expressing yourself would be a net benefit, a net drawback, a net detriment to the community or the society. In those circumstances, you are expected, the most moral decision is for you to sacrifice some level of your self-liberty.
Well, no, that's not an example of you sacrificing your self-liberty. That's just you making the choice to do a moral action through your self-liberty.
Yes, because you're right. That's right. It is me choosing to do a moral action.
Yeah, but that's not a question of liberty. If we're
because
talking
it's
about
objectively
liberty,
moral,
then
even before I wanted to do it.
Right, but if we're talking about a question of liberty, then the moral quandary would be between allowing someone to use speech in a way that is harmful to their community versus
I'm muted. What the fuck is he talking about? Can anybody tell me? I have no idea what the hell he's talking about.
Of course. And again, we're still trying to figure that balance out. But right now, we're getting there. We're getting pretty close.
I really want to get into that.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So you're talking about a balance between the utilitarian good, the value of exploring utilitarian good, versus the values of personal freedom.
I would say both of those are utilitarian. Go on.
Well, okay.
My own personal freedoms and my self-liberty is just as utilitarian as the good of the group. Go on. Because we're all part of the group. So if it's good on an individual basis, it's also good on the group basis. I'm sorry.
But there,
continue.
Okay, but personal freedom. Okay, so giving someone personal freedom, that is in itself a good thing.
I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about.
Yes.
And it
is a good thing, but it is not necessarily the most good thing, which is why we are still struggling to find that balance.
Okay. So do you think okay, so the reason, okay, I'll
take your time, get there.
I guess I'll go into yeah. So I guess if that's your answer, is like giving people personal freedoms is like a good thing, then I would have to go into the next question that I have, which is what is your basis for determining what like benefits are for people, right? So we say the utilitarian thing, which is the most beneficial for people, but like what is your basis
that can absolutely be movable as well. I agree. We're still figuring that out as well. What is the best metric to decide what is the most good? We're still figuring that out. There are certain things, because again, I'm going to use the cliches real quick, Hammer. You can agree with me that it is objectively bad to abuse children, right? Like that is
not objectively
easy ground.
Objectively is a particular thing.
Sure. Okay. But so you disagreed as sometimes there are times where it is not objectively bad to abuse children?
So objectively is a very particular
it's not meant to be a trap.
It means
these guys are so fucking
right.
I can't stand listening to atheists argue about this.
Like whether or not something is objective means literally if it's true beyond human understanding. We can come
so we have figured out that abusing children has a negative net outcome on the development of that child. We know this through science. We know this through testable. I believe you asked for repeatable, testable, objective claims must be testable. We can test that abusing children has a net benefit or a net drawback on their development, right?
Right. Okay.
Every time we test it, we're like, abusing kids makes shit go wrong. So we know that abusing kids is bad objectively. By your own definition, we can test that.
Well, no, because you're baking something else into it, right? So your reasoning is that abusing kids is bad because it leads to negative development through their history. I would say that's bad because I value the development of children, right? I value the fact that they will develop into more healthy individuals. But if
I
you
agree
can't,
with you.
right? But not all humans have that value. You have to
but that doesn't mean that it's not a correct. Just because you don't share that value does not mean that it's not objectively a value, that it's not objectively moral. We all agree. We can look back over our shoulder. Some people are incapable of conceiving of good and bad. We call them sociopaths, right?
Yeah, I saw
Just because a person is a sociopath doesn't make something
I saw that text. I started laughing my ass off. I was just muted.
Right? We as a group can agree that it is bad for the group, therefore immoral.
Follow.
So again, these are like you can call them sociopaths if you want, but like also you're using an extreme example.
That's what science calls them, bro. I'm sorry. Go on.
No, sociopaths.
There is scientific
psychopathy doesn't
whether or not
exist.
like the term sociopath is actually descriptive of a certain type of person, right? Like these aren't absolutely definite. Like we aren't quite sure if people are sociopaths or if like these things are kind of limited or how we define a sociopath. If someone doesn't care about children and dislikes children, like you can't say that they have absolutely no moral basis. Maybe they just have a moral basis for other things, right? Or So I could be wrong, but my understanding is a sociopath it doesn't understand the consequences of their actions. The concept of good and bad or right and wrong is beyond them. So they do what feels good. It's ultimate hedonism, essentially, with no concept of.
No, it's just a lack of caring.
No,
okay,
really,
that's the way it's commonly defined.
Again, we don't necessarily need to use that term for us to still acknowledge that just because a person doesn't see abusing children as being bad doesn't mean it's not bad.
I'm tired.
We all agree that it is bad, and that person is bad for engaging in that behavior. Yes, we the masses, we the group, we the greater good.
That's consensus based.
I don't know what the fuck.
That's right. I like confluence. I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Phenomenological conservatism. I have no idea what the fuck that means. One is the group, Ethic is the group morality. Morals are the individual sense of good and bad, or right and wrong.
Okay, so you say that there are like objectively more
exhausted, man. I still cook these
values,
guys,
right? So the value of the well-being
Sure.
of children is like objectively like high up there, right? And you should value.
I would weigh that
Also,
higher than your personal need to get the rocks off. Yes.
I'll tell you what. After after
right.
the debate,
I mean, again, so you're using an extreme example and saying, well, and then the people who don't agree with
yeah,
this
that's
are,
the way I understood sociopath.
exceptions
But
that they don't count, right? But like again, what if we were to talk about situations that aren't as extreme, like the value of abortion or the situation of abortion? There's two values, which is the value of someone's.
well, I mean, like fucking Horseradish's argument a minute ago was, what is good is what benefits the most people. And it's like, well, I can think of a bunch of examples of that he would disagree with, but then he says, you know, what's bad is what's not what's less beneficial to people. That's what he said. What's less beneficial is bad. And I'm like, okay, so driving a car with bad gas mileage, that makes you immoral. That makes you a bad person. That would literally be the entailment of his argument. This is why utilitarianism doesn't fucking work. And I hate that he's on my side for this right now. If it was like a political debate on something we agreed on politically, I'd be all for it. I don't want to ever do a philosophical debate with this guy as my partner again. I like Horseradish. He's a nice guy. He's always been super nice to me. I don't like him though. On this, especially in this. Yeah, no, I just heard question begging. Yeah, since when does abortion have value? I think what he's talking about is like the pro-abortion versus the pro-choice side. What is the thing that they value is what he was saying, but I just stopped listening.
Inadvertently created a child and they choose to terminate that pregnancy, it is possible. I don't know that it's true, but it is possible that preventing that child from being raised in an environment of abuse is more beneficial to the child than to allow them to be born.
This is why I reject utilitarianism.
We're still doing that calculus. We're still doing that math, but it's not necessarily clear yet that one of those is more moral than the other. We'll get there. We'll figure it out.
Okay.
We'll figure out the most moral answer. And then we'll say, again, we'll look back over our shoulders and say, how do we not fucking figure this out sooner?
The reason I was very rudely interrupting you is because I recognized a circular reasoning that you were doing, which is that I asked
Watch
you,
out, listening too long to this will
determine
make
which of
you a
these two
sociopath.
values
It might. It fucking might.
More are at a higher rank. This is a question that is
it's just continuing to beg the question and kick the can down the road. According to antinatalists, humans should not or should be extinct, so our survival is not actually beneficial.
Upon what are the most
who gets to decide what beneficial means?
And then your answer to that question was, well, the value that is most important is the one that more comports to the greater good. That is circular reasoning, because you're relying, you're relying on, you're presupposing the existence of a greater good.
So, benefits the most people, if you prefer that terminology. Brandon was a little upset because I was using synonyms. That's a great synonym, though. What benefits the most individuals? That would be the most moral decision. But yes, I will absolutely agree. Morality exists on a scale. Not everything is black and white, despite what some people believe. And so there are certain circumstances where things can become moral that were not moral in other circumstances.
I was
For instance,
incorrect
taking a life.
I thought it was normally it's 7 p.m.
There are most
Pacific Standard Time.
It is immoral to take a life. But if it is a self-defense act, it would be more moral for me to take a life in order to prevent an innocent life from subjugating itself to the choices of that other life. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, but again, the thing that you're saying, where you're like, whenever you say benefits
those are really people, hot.
You're still presupposing the importance of values, or that there is some way to find out what is the importance of values. And I don't think that you've established some way or some outside
that is a super evil statement.
Formation to
those are hot.
To ever definitively decide how important should a value be.
Because oftentimes we don't know until we're looking over our shoulders. because oftentimes we don't know until it's too late, and we've already fucked up, and we've already been mistaken, and we've already let 14-year-olds get married because we didn't know that was not really a good idea.
What's actually wrong with it? Demonstrate it.
So where our time is up, great debate, Mr. Hammer. I appreciate you, brother. I hope I did all right, and I hope that that was a fair and good faith.
You did not
debate.
do all right.
So we're gonna go ahead and move on to our next team of debaters. That is going to be Steelborne and Brandon Mize. You gentlemen are welcome to pick it up where we left off or take it in your own direction. I will start the clock when you start to talk. Gentlemen, have at it.
All right. Who wants to go first? You want to play rock, paper, scissors? I can't see you, though.
I'll let you go. You can go first, Brandon.
Okay. I'll ask the same question that I asked Horseradish. When you say something wrong, what do you mean by wrong?
I wouldn't necessarily. You could use the term wrong colloquially, but I would say something's immoral.
Okay, is this going to be an infinite chain too? If I ask you what immoral means, what are you going to say to that?
Behavior that somebody should not engage in.
Should not. Okay. And is there a further reduction for should not?
Ought not, I guess, but I think that's kind of synonymous. I don't get how you get more of a clear definition than behavior is somebody should not engage in.
Yeah, but I'm not even sure. Okay, then I take a view like that. I'm not even sure what you mean when you say something is wrong.
You could use the term wrong colloquially, but I would say from what I would say most time wrong would be like factually incorrect is the way I would use the term wrong. But like I really wouldn't usually say that when speaking about questions of ethics or morality.
Right. Yeah. Well, when you say factually incorrect, you're referring to like the stance independent or objective moral facts, but that's what I'm having an issue with because as far as I can tell, I have no clue what realist is talking about when they say something is wrong in that sense.
Oh yeah, you want me to give you my argument again?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So my argument. So I started my argument from the idea of objective normativity. Do you believe that there is objective normativity?
I don't even know I don't know what objective normativity means either.
There's an that you objectively ought. So I'm talking about when I was talking about this, I'm talking about like normativity and reasoning. Like there's objectivity to the laws of thought and how they govern. So things like the laws of logic, logical fallacies, these would exist absent humans. These would still be true. That if A plus B equals C, but B does not equal, or if A equals B, then B equals C. If you say A does not equal C, that would still be illogical no matter if there was humans or not, right?
That would, that sounds descriptive. That doesn't sound normative.
No, I'm saying it would still be illogical though, correct?
And by illogical, do you just mean like breaking?
It's contradictory. It's contradicting itself.
But yeah. Okay.
Okay, so if that's the case,
sure.
If that's the case, if someone believes that A equals B and B equals C, but A does not equal C, then they ought abandon that false position, right? If it's demonstrated to be false, they should abandon the false position. That they ought to engage, or they change their reasoning, or they come to it there. They change their conclusion, they change their position because new data has been provided, or somebody has demonstrated that it was an incorrect position. So the basic question is like, ought you abandon if somebody demonstrates something to you as false? Ought you abandon the false position and accept the true one?
In the sense that I'm ought, yes, but I don't know what you mean by ought.
They should stop it. So they ought not believe false things. They should stop believing false things.
You're using the same words, but it's not adding any content. I don't know what you mean. You're using ought, should, they have reason to.
Ought would be behavior one. Behavior one, or ought would be behavior somebody should engage in.
Right, you just use the word should again, but that's the word that I'm having an issue with. I don't know how you're using it. I know how the subjectivists use it. I know how like Horseradish uses it. It sounds like he's a moral naturalist. I know how they use it, but that's all descriptive. You're talking about like irreducible normative facts, and that's where I get caught up. I have no clue what the realist. So
if I ask you, ought you abandon false positions? You don't know what I mean by that, really? You're going to play this game?
Yeah, I don't know what you mean because you're a realist. If an anti-realist asked me that, I would say, yeah, obviously.
What does the anti-realist mean when they say somebody ought not believe, or somebody ought believe true things and they ought not believe in false things? What do they mean?
Prefer you to believe in true things.
They prefer you to believe in it?
Mm-hmm.
That's what they mean? And so I can see where you might be getting a little slipped up there. So I'm saying it's a universally binding statement that everybody who believes in something false ought reject the false thing and accept the true thing if it's demonstrated to them.
A subjectivist could agree with that, but in their sense.
I would say it's universally binding. The reason it's universally binding is because in order to engage in debate, you're already presupposing normative rules. The second you and I engage in a debate, you are now presupposing normative rules. Would the rules be true? Would the laws of thought and the laws of logic still be true absent human minds?
I'm agnostic on that. That's not.
Can contradictions exist even if there's no human minds?
Well, when you say exist, contradictions exist. It depends on the logic we're talking about.
I usually go with classical laws of logic.
Well, if we're assuming classical logic, then of course contradictions can't be true. That's just how classical logic is defined.
Yeah, but I think that so a lot of the time when a lot of the subjectivists and the atheists try and appeal to different systems of logic, they're actually misunderstanding what those different systems of logic are for. And they're not there to replace the classical laws. They are there to fill in when the classical laws can't exactly give you the direct answer because it doesn't have enough information.
I'm not a logic bro, to be fair. So I actually I'm
just saying that's the way that like the different systems of logic they actually came about is like, okay, we can't get to an answer on this strictly from the classical laws, so they would essentially make a new form of logic that could account for it. But it wasn't replacing the classical laws. It was saying like if you gave the classical laws enough information, they could come to the truth of the matter.
Well, I don't know if we want to get into this, but like, how would you answer the liar's paradox? This sentence.
The liar's paradox is self-refuting because it's a self-referential statement about the truth claim that's negating its own truth claim. So it's literally self-refuting.
It's self-refuting.
Yeah, it's self-refuting because it's making a truth claim. It's making a self-referential truth claim about itself whilst negating the truth claim.
Yeah, that's just to say that it's both true and false. But a dialethius would say,
it can't be both true and false. It's incoherent. It's not actually telling us anything. That's what I mean.
That's just to assume classical logic.
Yeah, and I think that's a perfectly reasonable conclusion to come to with the liar's paradox, is that it's not actually telling us anything. It's not telling us anything because the subject in which it's talking about is itself, and it's refuting itself. It's negating itself.
Yeah, it's both true and false. But if you're a dialethius and you
it's not both true and false. It's incoherent. It's not telling us anything. It's a self-referential statement about the negation of itself.
Incoherent.
It doesn't matter who you are.
Would say it is perfectly coherent. It's both true and false.
Well, then dialethius would be wrong. It can't be both true and false. It's literally a self-referential statement about the negation of itself.
You're saying it can't be true or false, but that assumes classical logic. You're just begging the question for classical logic.
I'm not begging the question. I'm saying that it's it's not even pointing to anything when it refutes the truth claim of itself. Like if I looked at you and said every statement I said to you is a lie,
or
if I say every statement I will ever say to you will be a lie.
Yeah, that's just another case of the liar's paradox. It's just
it doesn't tell us anything because if I make a statement and the statement's still true, well, that was a lie. So it doesn't. So if you make a self-referential statement about the negation of itself, then it can't. It doesn't actually get us anywhere. It doesn't tell us anything.
I'll give you my because we shouldn't get hung up on this because
I agree. The liar's paradox was a fun rabbit hole, but
yeah. To me, it's not even clear.
By the way, I've spent hours thinking about the liar's paradox from the classical logic paradigm to try and attack this, and this is the conclusion that I've come to: is that it's a self-referential statement about itself denying its own truth. So
you don't even have to say that. It's my view is it's not even clear that it's a proposition. To me, it's not even clear that.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's not really clear that it's a proposition because it's not telling anything.
Okay, sure. Okay, we don't disagree on that. Okay, let's get back to the prompt. Okay, so okay,
is there normativity in thought though? So ought people abandon false positions if it's demonstrated to them that their position is false?
And when you say ought, are you talking about my semantics or your semantic?
The way that I defined it, a behavior that somebody should do, I guess. I know it sounds a little circular, but you get the idea that I'm saying is like this is something somebody should do. It's behavior which you ought to engage in. That's what I use. That's what I mean when I say ought. You ought do X. This is the behavior that you ought engage in. I know it sounds a little circular. I know it sounds circular, but it's like I can't think of a better way to describe what ought means.
Well, this is the issue because I don't know what you're asking me.
Okay, hold on. Watch. I'll give you an example. If I say that you ought not curb stomp puppies, do you know what I mean?
In your sense, no. I have no clue what you mean. It sounds like you're saying, curb salt puppies. What are you saying?
If I look at you and say that you should not curb stomp puppies, you don't know what I mean?
If you're using it in the sense that I just laid out, I have no clue.
Well, for the curb stomping puppies example, I think that would actually be a bad example. But the reason, so what I'm saying is, okay, if somebody, would you believe in the statement? Would you agree to the proposition, you ought believe in true things and abandon false things?
In the sense that I use the term yes, in the sense that you use the terms, I have no clue what you're asking me.
Hold on. Is the validity of logic, is that arbitrary to you, or would it still just be, is it valid independent of us?
I am super agnostic about like the ontological status of logic and stuff. I have no. I don't
All right, fine. I'll move on from there. But do you think that there's there is normativity to logic? Or how about truth? Is there normativity to truth?
I haven't normativity to truth.
Yeah,
maybe in the sense that I would use it like
I guess the question I'm really trying to ask you is there epistemic normativity?
Not in. I'm not sure what objective epistemic normativity is, but in the sense that I would talk about normativity, yes.
In the sense that you would talk about epistemic normativity, what do you mean?
Yeah, I would just be talking about people's. I'd be talking about like my mental states, like desires and stuff.
Okay, so hold on. So
like I want
so hold on.
True things.
So hold on. Should I? Are you saying that I desire to? I just desire to. Like, I don't actually understand what you're saying.
That's all I mean by epistemic normativity. Like, I want to believe true things. So that's the sort of.
What is true from your standard? What is your standard of truth? If you don't mind, I ask.
Oh God. I'm kind of a pluralist. I think it depends on the domain we're talking about.
I actually kind of tend to be a pluralist a little too. So did you hear my definition of it?
Yeah, but it's probably really similar if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Yeah. So okay. So you agree with mine, but is something true if it's your preference that it is?
It depends on the proposition we're talking about.
Like, I don't know. If somebody says that like dogs can consent, is that true?
Yeah. I don't think so.
What if they prefer that that's true? Is it still true? Or it's not true, right?
Oh no, that I don't think like somebody's desire would serve as like a truth maker for that proposition or something.
Okay, I agree with you, right? So so if somebody walks up to you and says dogs can consent, I fuck Scooby every day of the week.
Yeah.
And you're like, "Hey, that statement's false. You ought to abandon that false position."
Hmm.
Are you saying, when you say that, are you saying merely that you would just prefer if they did, or are you saying no, like it's irrelevant to what even if I was agnostic on it, you should probably abandon that position?
Well, in the latter sense, I don't even know what I'd be saying to that person, but yes, I would say, yeah, you shouldn't fuck dogs, dude. Quit fucking dogs. Yeah.
Right, and I would agree that you should quit fucking dogs. But what I'm asking you is, do you agree that in order to engage in a debate, you have to assume epistemic normativity? That you have to assume the laws of logic. You have to assume fallacies. You have to assume that that you can have logical inferences.
Once again, it goes back to what you're taking epistemic normativity to be, because there's a popular argument called companions and guilt. It sounds like that's kind of what you're edging towards, but I
haven't heard this argument, like so I don't even know what it is.
You would love it actually. It's kind of like with the moral domain, epistemic normativity. It's a different ought. We're just talking about beliefs, but in like a mind-dependent sense, I have no clue what they're talking about.
Would it still be true outside of their mind when it comes to epistemic truths?
Like they ought believe something independent of.
Well, no, epistemic truths. Would those still be true if all humans didn't exist?
Maybe it depends on the truth. I'm not sure.
Like epistemic principles, like let's just, how about this? The proposition contradictions can't be true. Would that still be true if there were no humans?
Proposition. Well, when you say contradictions can't exist, can't there is a modal expression. If when you say can't, you're talking about classical logic. Then of course, yeah, by definition, that can be true.
Okay, so then it can't be. So it can't be true. Okay, it's even if there's no humans, it would still be it would still be false to say that contradictions can be or can exist.
Yeah,
that would be
by
false.
Can't there, you mean classical? If by can't there, you're talking about classical logic, then by definition, yeah, that's trivially true. Yeah.
I don't think it's trivially true. I tend to reject the other forms of logic because they try and say that contradictions can't exist, and it makes no sense to me. It seems incoherent.
Take a view on any of that.
But so what I'm asking you is,
All right.
oh, is that it?
No, go ahead. I'll let you get that last question and go ahead.
Well, so my position is like, if there's normativity to thought in that you ought to believe true things and abandon false positions, right? If it's demonstrated to you, if you don't know, then you're just ignorant. But if it's demonstrated to you that something's false, then you ought to abandon that false position and come to the truth. If that's the case, that's governing thoughts. Thoughts are a behavior. Why would it? How would it be? What's the categorical distinction between the behavior of thinking versus other behaviors? That if you ought to abandon the behavior of thinking of false thing, then you ought to abandon some other category or some other thing that's false. Like, you shouldn't fuck dogs. I think you should abandon that proposition.
You can go ahead and respond to that, Brandon, to close this. That
was a lot of fun, Brandon.
Yeah, that was a good time actually. I think a subjectivist can say the same exact thing, but when we're using the terms like ought and should, just talking about different things. But I think I hope I'm answering your question. But I think a subjectivist can say the same exact thing using the normative language that we're using in a different sense. So I don't think like sort of, and
This is true.
Okay, here I'll end with this. If I was like a Christian, I would be a fucking aced anti-realist. I'd be like, yeah, you should do. God says there is this sort of epistemic normativity. All I mean by that is God wants you to fucking believe true things, so fucking believe it, dude. And when we start talking about like epistemic normativity or moral normativity in an objective sense, that's where it starts to lose me. So I don't know if that answered your question. I'm kind of just rambling, but I'll get there. I don't want to waste time.
It's fine. No worries.
We'll talk a little more in the open panel about it.
Yeah, I was about to say, we'll get into it a little bit later. All right, so
I was basically trying to demonstrate to him, like, look, epistemic normatives are a presupposition to
going up against each other. We have confluence versus testicle Johnson. 15 minutes is on the clock, gentlemen. You can pick it up where they left off. You can take it a whole different direction. I'll start the clock. You go ahead and take it where you want to, gentlemen, as you were.
So, confluence.
Because I think it's real funny.
Wait, can you see my
for last?
Yeah, of course.
I think it's really funny, and most people. The reason that's like one of my main go-tos is that it's like everybody's intuitively against it.
My profile picture on the screen.
I can. Yeah.
Everybody's intuitively against it.
There we go.
I think Eli, you can call in.
Things I wanted to go through with
in Horseradish's Discord. If you're not in it, I'll send you a link. Vigi would know. Ask Vigi.
Somewhat addressed it.
Vigi would know.
Or have their own.
Can you answer his question, Vigi, in the chat? I don't actually know.
I brought up an example where if they're well, you know what? Let's do bare bones, one step at a time. Do you think that humans would be considered to be moral agents? And I mean that distinct from animals. Like animals, we agree that would not be moral agents in this context. I'm sorry, what was that?
I said yes.
Okay, so absent moral agents, right? In the hypothetical world where no humans exist, or no moral agents exist.
I didn't mean to drink that.
What would you
drink something else
to in regards to, I guess, an objective morality in that context? How do you make moral claims or substantiate moral claims in an objective sense?
Well, that's great. Yeah, this is something that when you said your opening, I wrote down because I was like, I want to understand what you're saying on this. Because, like, I guess, yeah, it's like if there's no moral agents, then you can't do an action that is moral or immoral. But like, I don't understand why you think that's like a point worth mentioning.
Yeah,
like,
Eli, if you look,
if we look at like math,
hold on, let me max this out.
Imaginary numbers exist.
If you look, Eli,
everything is rocks.
If you're gonna join in the horseradish patch,
the square root of minus that has its use in math,
and you got to sit in here.
That's not as simple as just saying 2 rocks plus 2
and
rocks
then,
equals 4.
as it goes,
it's still a true
I think
thing.
Horseradish will bring people up.
It's still
Well, I'm asking. So I guess I'm asking.
Right, but we
I'm
don't
surprised
humans to do it.
Horseradish
So the
didn't
humans
have judges for
humans
this one.
is how you action the morals. Humans is how you action.
I really
the
thought he
math.
would.
The
Guys,
math
do me a favor,
and the
hit the
morals,
like.
they exist independent of those things. So I don't understand your example like really at all.
That-
Why
no,
you're just saying a universe with rocks and stuff. I don't get
that's
that.
fine. I'm just trying to just building blocks here. So
Yeah.
do you think? So yeah, sure. Fair. And I think Horse's naturalism appeal probably hammered that home a little bit more, but that's totally fine. So sorry, 1 second here. All right. I did have some other trees. Maybe we'll just get into the main portion here. So something that you brought up in your opening was phenomenal conservatism. Is that correct?
Yeah, if you're willing, I'm curious. Like, if you have issues with my opening, if you're like, because I can go after you, but I would like to be gone after.
I don't. I mean, well, first off, I don't think you can go after me. But that aside, so I just want to dig in like head first here. So let's
Please
just
do.
get some let's just get like a baseline agreement, I guess, on definitions here, because we'll both agree that this employs intuition. So can we at least agree that intuition would be akin to something like a gut feeling or maybe a hunch?
When I'm saying intuition, I mean an initial intellectual apprehension.
You mean in a prima facie type of way, like it's the initial.
Yes. Yeah. And it can be revised, but yeah, your initial. But it's not. I'm not saying it's it has to be an emotional thing. I'm not saying it's some like sixth sense or something. Although I do accept the preternatural, but that's a separate thing. But no, in this context, by intuition, I just mean, some initial intellectual apprehension. So if I ask you, right, when Horse said, is it always wrong to abuse kids? Like, everyone knows, and that's why everyone that's on your side is just like lying through their teeth when they're like, well, I don't know if it's objectively wrong. Like, you all know it's objectively wrong, and you have to like do these games to play. It's not, and it's like, that's fine.
Well, to be clear, there's a lot of loading there in the words objective, right? That's kind of what the whole debate is on here. Like, what I would say in response to that.
But it is objective, though. You know that you're not gonna, unless you're if you're subjective.
I'm sorry, reasserting the claim. I'm obviously not going to grant that here, but I do have a response to that.
Okay.
Sure.
I just want to say, if you're a subjectivist, right, you would have to then admit that there's no actual moral fact of the matter about abusing kids. Like, you would have to, like, definitionally,
so when
you would have to bite that bullet.
I feel like we're going.
I don't think you're willing to.
I kind of wanted to go building blocks here, but like just to, I guess, clarify really quick here. What do you mean by fact of the matter? Like, I just need a very quick like clarification on that when you use that term.
Wait, and what do you mean?
Like fact of the matter. So like you're saying it in an objective sense, right? Fact of the matter that's what you're referencing. So I feel like it's baked into what you're saying. Like when you say like it's wrong, it's objectively wrong. This is the entire debate, right? So I do have a response here. So, I think Hammer mentioned this as well. So you're baking in two things into this, right? So if you were to ask for my normative stance, like I could absolutely say that that's wrong, and I can give you justifications, and I did even in my opening. It's the reasons why I would be.
This isn't a discussion
I understand
about normative ethics.
Sure.
What's up, Seahawk?
Well, I understand the extra claim that is being smuggled in.
What happened to Easy Stream today? Apparently, a bunch of people mass flagged him.
So, like, it's just a very quick example here. So, because what this is sort of, I guess, how I interpret it, is that somebody who
the watch me read stuff stream. I didn't see the stream, but
that they could come to an agreement.
Apparently, from what I've been told, take this with a grain of salt because I don't really know.
Wrong, right? Regardless
that goes into
like I don't really know, but
intuition.
Again,
of course, I believe that.
Easy is saying that he thinks it was people were like mass flagging him for the blowtorch.
In your grounding here, I don't think you brought up
that he used. I have no. I didn't see it, so I don't know. That's what I heard from. That's what I heard from Easy.
The grounding is a separate issue. How I ground my morals is not in the prompt. I mean, we could talk about that if we have time later, but yeah, that's not in the prompt.
Okay, so this is like an objective moral fact that does not require. I guess when you say grounding here, because I know that can be sort of slung both ways.
It doesn't require you could be a moral realist.
Yeah, it's totally it's fucked, right? Dude.
Okay,
it's so fucked. I was so
we'll
pissed.
just move on from that then. So getting back to the, I believe it's phenomenological conservatism or whatever. It's a bit of a mouthful, if I'm honest. But so if I understand just like the basic of that sort of
no, we're
thought,
thinking it was
maybe for the
people watching
benefit of the
Fatty's
audience.
show.
So if something you have, I guess that prima facie, you have that initial impression of something, there is some level of justification absent a quote unquote defeater. So absent
I guess from what I've
contradictory
seen,
evidence or something else that justifies that belief. Is that about correct?
Yes. Yeah.
what
No reason to
category of
doubt
stream
this.
was it?
And
Like,
again,
was it
this-
just a
I
chill
think you know this,
stream?
but
Was
just
it
for
open?
the
Was it an
audience,
open
yeah,
panel
this is
purge? What was
specific
it?
to morality. This is like an epistemic type thing. This is leading up to my intuition argument. But yeah, in general,
Sure.
yes, we trust what we see, and we ought to, and we do this all the time unless we have some reason
so
to
we have a
doubt.
firm
Yes.
disagreement. We have a firm disagreement here. So
Let's
I
go.
guess sure. So let's say that you have a friend, and you think that this friend is angry with you.
I know that's what it was discussing, but what was the
whatever
category
reason,
of his show?
you
Was
know,
it
you don't
like
have evidence of
open
this,
panel purge?
you-
Was it
you just it's an irrational thought. You believe that your friend hates you.
like what
And
was
so
it?
you look at them, and they may have a neutral tone. They may raise their eyebrows slightly. They don't actually hate you, but you are interpreting their expressions as confirmation that they hate you. So I feel like this does fit your criteria. You have your prima facie, you have your initial, confirmations of sure, but this is a completely, in my opinion, I won't just, I guess I'll put it to you first. So in what way would you say that this is a justified belief?
It wasn't a
Or to what
purge.
degree is this a justified belief? If we are,
Just a
on the
panel.
same page
Okay.
here.
If you truly have no reason to doubt it, it's a justified belief. Again, not all seemings, right? What seems to be true oftentimes is wrong. So like perceptually, right? Think about optical illusions, right? There's a ton of times
I was going to bring
where
that
it's
up
like,
next. So
Okay.
that's perfect. Yeah.
there's a ton of times, yeah, where we can see something and it's not true. Our perceptions are lying to us. We learn
But
this,
you're-
and
Okay,
we
go
might
ahead.
not have any reason to doubt it. So that's a thing that can happen. I would never say that can't happen. You could have maybe no reason to doubt something; it could still be wrong, but you're justified in thinking your perceptions are correct. And especially, you wouldn't take an optical illusion and then conclude, well, I guess my perceptions are just wrong all the time, and there's no such thing as perceptions. That's my same thing with my math.
First time?
example,
No, I don't
right?
think it's the first time
You could
it's
have
happened
you
to
could have
him.
a bad intuition about math. Math could seem a type of way, like that
Right, I guess
0.999
for the-
repeated equals 1,
Oh,
and
shit.
and
I was
I was
lying.
told
You would
that
think
doesn't
some people are
equal-
thinking that it was
you
Fatty's
might
panel,
think
Right,
that.
or
so
Fatty's
we'll-
Sure,
viewers.
infinitely
I don't
close
know.
to 1, but doesn't
I
equal,
think
and you're
we're
wrong.
agreeing
Is it still
on that. We're
going? Is it
agreeing-
still?
we're-
Is it, there's no way it's
Sure,
still
we're
live,
agreeing
is it?
here that I mean, I feel like we're agreeing, but you're putting so much weight on intuition, and I think we've just both demonstrated.
But
or
we
at least
haven't
agreed-
got to the intuition part yet. I just
Well, we're
so do we-
discussing. We're discussing intuition.
We're talking
are
about
we not?
phenomenological conservatism. So do we? Because you said you disagreed on that. Do you agree on that now?
Are you? No, I don't. But are we? So, but are
Why do
okay.
you not? Why do you not agree on that?
Well, hang on. I just want to quick clarifier, and I'll answer your question. But if you think that your friend is angry at you and they're not, it is an irrational thought. You are interpreting their optical illusion, whatever your senses, and you're saying that leads to sort of a justified belief on a prima facie basis. Then what are you relying on if not your intuition?
But you're not. You're relying. Yeah. If it seems like this, then yeah, you're justified in thinking that.
So
again,
can we?
but I already
No,
said.
but-
I
but
said in
you're-
my opener.
I'm disagreeing.
You could be a crazy person. You could be retarded. You could
But-
be any
no, but
number
then
of
what-
things.
in what level?
The seemings. I've never said the seemings.
In what level
are
is it
correct.
justified? What level? But then okay, then I don't know what you mean by it's justified belief. Like, do you add a percentage to it? What percentage is justified, or what degree is it justified as a belief? Just
I'm
based
saying
on
that's.
that.
I'm saying that's how all of us accept every empirical claim that we ever hear, even scientific.
That's not
right?
empirical,
It's
though. We're
all-
not talking about empirics.
It's the same thing. It all comes down
It's
to
not
the
the same
same
thing.
thing.
No,
It is the
no,
same thing. Because if
no,
I'm measuring,
we're talking about
let's say,
vibes. To be clear, if you thought you saw
we're
Bigfoot,
not talking about vibes.
if you thought
No, we're not
if you thought
talking
you saw
about vibes.
Bigfoot, let's say you thought you saw Bigfoot.
We're not
is-
talking about vibes.
Okay,
we're
fine,
talking about everything, Testy. We're talking about
Right.
everything.
So,
when
sure,
when I'm doing, let me finish this for a second. Okay, because I feel like there's some misunderstanding going on. I'm saying, like, when you're doing a scientific experiment, let's say you're trying to determine if H2O is water H2O or is it not, right? You could do electrolysis, and I think I said that right, and you can put a current through water, and then you'll get hydrogen on one end that's in a gas form and oxygen on the other end, and that's that's like a good experiment to do, but it seems like the hydrogen bubbles are coming up. It seems like the oxygen bubbles. Even if you're that's correct. You're correct.
Yeah, he's live on the hydrogen bubbles channel. Yeah, I found that.
That's an example where the seemings are correct.
We don't have a lot of time left. I really want to just
no matter how much you measure, it's okay. That's my point. Okay. So this applies to everything. It's how we all live our lives.
No, it doesn't apply to everything.
In science, it doesn't. It does.
Okay.
Give an example where it doesn't. Where do you not apply this?
Yes. So if you were to thought, and I understand you're saying it's not the seemings or whatever, but I feel like if you thought you saw Bigfoot, the prima facie, right? Like
you have reasons to doubt it, though. That's the thing. You can't you're strong manning what I'm saying.
I'm not. It's based on
no. I already did my arguments on
you're
this
not
panel.
understanding what I'm saying at all. I'm
just waiting for
I'm saying, if you don't have
the open panel section to start. So it started with each of us giving like a 5-minute 1v1.
No one else is.
And then we give a 5-minute opening and a 5-minute cross.
Okay.
After everybody went through that,
then this leads me back to the.
We did a 15-minute open section. Me and Brandon did a 15-minute.
I don't. In no way I do. I feel like until I get confirmation,
like open debate
or further information.
And then after
I don't
they're going to
think
open
it's
the
a
panel.
justified belief to just assume that your friend is angry with you, and because you're misreading their facial expressions, etc. And it's an irrational thought. So I feel like intuition is actually an extremely flawed basis for a basis for anything. And then if we are discussing intuition, I don't understand. I asked you, how do you make these determinations? I said, is it not intuition? And you agreed. So how are we not speaking about intuition?
The intuition part is coming from is if we want to move into the morality, we can. You keep going.
We kind of have to. We have a minute left. I feel like we haven't really drilled into this. How does this relate to objective morality? Can you tie this to objective morality?
This relates because I wish we had so much more time because
that's kind of my bad as well. But go ahead.
This ties in because I'm saying, and I guess you don't agree, but I think in normal life we apply this to every area, right? If something seems true, if we have no reason to doubt it, we accept it as true. And it seems like there is moral, objective facts. When you talk to somebody, it's not an argument from consensus, but when I ask you about torturing infants, right, that produces some reaction inside of you. You know that's wrong.
That's called an intuition pump. So you're massively because I will agree with you even on a normative basis. I understand we're not discussing normativity, but that is what you're doing. It is an intuition pump, or you're saying, well, so are you saying?
Fallacy. I don't know why.
I don't think I said it was a fallacy, to be clear. But I already mentioned this. You are when you say that statement and you're saying, well, you can't say that that's an objective fact about the universe or whatever it may be. You are asking two questions. You're essentially interrogating my normative stance, whether you believe that to be irrelevant or not. And then the other is you are digging at this.
I'm not waiting to get back onto it. There's just a couple of times section to this platform. And then after that, we all get
whether moral facts exist objectively. Just
then we all get
it has everything
to go and have an open discussion.
Like you would, I wish we maybe went more into that, but you would not deny that
this TV show broke the rules.
You would not deny this. You're just gonna say that you're subjectivist, and that. But I don't know. I guess we don't probably have enough time to unpack all of this. Maybe
it's all right. It's all right. We'll get into this a little bit more in the after when we got some time. But what we are is we are in the closing arguments. So we're going to go back through these in the same order that we went through in the openings, which means, for those of you keeping track at home, confluence. You, sir, are going to start us off. 5 minutes is on the clock for your uninterrupted opening. I will start the clock when you start to talk. Please go ahead and put a cherry on top. Bring it home for us. Tell us why objective morality exists.
All right, so Bethany gaslit me into not preparing a closing statement. So I have nothing prepared. So I'm just gonna vibes it out. I think I presented myself at least a convincing, what I find to be convincing, reason to think that objective morality exists. I think everything we base our lives based on what seems to be true if we have no reason to doubt them, and it seems to almost everybody that it's wrong to torture infants for fun. I haven't heard a defeater for that. I feel like none of our opponents have presented, I think, any good counter meta ethics. That's my kind of main thing that I'm taking from this. MC Hammer or Mr. Hammer was he was kind of doing talking on a different category of levels, and he was confusing lyrics with objective and stuff. And I think Steelborne was right on calling him out.
Yeah, I agree.
Testy, I didn't really get to hear him, but it just sounded like some type of limp-wristed subjectivity or something. I don't know. Like, if there, I feel like it's fair for me to make a negative argument. And like, what is the better meta-ethical framework that explains the reality we live in? I haven't heard any of that from any of my opponents tonight at all. So at least from my point of view, I'm not sure if I'm supposed to talk about everyone or just myself, but because everyone goes, I guess I'll just talk about myself. But yeah, I would want to hear some better competing meta ethic. I'm proposing a meta ethic that I think on its face seems to be true. That's my whole argument. We, like, all of us on this panel think it's torturing infants for fun is wrong, right? Every sane individual on planet Earth would agree with this.
I think it's a great time.
It seems like that's an objective fact. So if there's no defeater to that, there's no reason to doubt it. Why would we not just accept that it is an objective fact? Again, we do this in every other area of our lives. Again, the brain and the fat example, to go all Cartesian on your asses, right? It's like, yeah, is it possible that I'm a brain in a vat? Of course it is, but it seems like unless I have some reason to think I am, I'm not going to think that. But when it comes to meta ethics, we get to some special pleading, we get to some hackneyed meta ethics that really amount to nothing, that no one can actually describe, no one can provide a better explanation for any of this stuff. And so, yeah, I feel like that's really all I have to say. I want to hear a more robust meta-ethical argument, because there's like 5 meta-ethics that you can really hold, and some like confluences, if you will, and you must, of like multiple parts, but really it's like 5 main ones. And it's like, if you're going to deny what I'm saying, then that's fine, but then like
I hate report trolls. It fucking pisses me off.
I haven't heard that personally. And maybe in the after, whatever happens, I don't really know the format of this, but maybe after there'll be more time and we'll figure that out. But I personally have not heard it. And I'm not sure if the audience has heard it either, but I guess I'll leave that up to the straw poll, assuming there is one. I can cede my time. I cede my time.
All right. So real quick, I do want to remind you, chatters, if you guys want to go ahead and start queuing up your questions, a couple bucks in the tip jar. You can see the link that Kay has pinned to the top of the chat. Just a couple bucks, and we will definitely get to your questions in the voting period. With that said, we're going to go ahead and go on to our next closing. That is you, Mr. Hammer. 5 minutes is on the clock for you, sir. Go ahead and bring it home for us. Tell us why you believe that objective morality does not exist.
Right. So I just want to start with a couple of responses. Number one is that the affirmative side does have the burden of proof, and they need to be able to display that you can objectively establish a moral foundation, objective standard moral foundation. Right? If they can't do that, then they haven't done their due diligence. A second thing I'd like to respond with is I feel like I've been mischaracterized in saying that I only believe in things that are empirical are objective, or objectivity is tied to empiricism, as in like provable through science or provable through human senses. I never said anything like that. All I said was it needs to be observable and repeatable theoretically, right? In order to for us to claim that it is objective. And I also admitted that you can actually have ought statements that are objective, right? But however, you can't just have a free-floating ought statement be objective. If I say you should run, that is not an objective statement. I would need to say you should run because a dangerous person. You should run if you want to be safe because there is a dangerous person running at you, right? That is an objective statement. If you want a certain result, then you should perform this certain action. That is a provable, truthful, factual statement. The problem, and I've tried to get into it with multiple of them, and
I'm not sure how,
but my allies have tried to get into it. Not a single one of them, when pushed over and over and over again, have been able to.
Yeah, I've argued with this guy a couple of times. He's not
a standard, an
not
objective.
He's not the sharpest crayon in the box. You know what I'm saying?
What we ought to do. What we.
I'm not sure his tree goes all the way to the top branch.
What our standards and values should be, and how can we prove that those things should be like objective, or should be our standards, right? I push this with Horace, and he said, well, what we need to go for the greater good. Well, the greater good is established upon values, right? What things do we value in order to determine what is the greater good? He never gave me an answer to this. Our opponents have, I mean, surprisingly, they stuck to the kind of secular arguments that you can use logic to find out.
Oh, you mean
what
a learning
is the
tag?
most
Everybody gets
beneficial
upset
or
whenever I run
most
tag on
good
these fucking
actions
retards.
that you can take, and then they would call those the moral imperatives, objective.
I still
moral
did precept them
imperatives.
though.
But again, to do so, you need a foundation. You need an objective foundation. They haven't been able to do that. They have refused to do so. And without that, you don't have objectivity. You just have free-floating ought statements based on a population of people who all have different values. Everyone has different values. Everyone is trying to achieve different things. And that is my closing.
All right. So our next up for closings is going to be you, Steelborne. Steelborne, 5 minutes is on the clock for you. I will start the clock when you start to talk. This is your opportunity, uninterrupted closing. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Yeah, so the premise of tonight's debate is, does objective morality exist? Well, my argument was very simple. There already is objective normativity. It's presupposed. Normativity, especially in epistemic normativity, is presupposed in order to engage in a debate. It's literally a prerequisite. In order to engage in any kind of rational thinking, there's epistemic normativity. If that's the case, and epistemic normativity governs what you ought to believe and why you ought to believe it, then it would follow to me, or at least it would make sense to me, that since thinking is a behavior, and I would say what is, for a super simple reduced definition, what is moral is what one ought do, or behavior one ought engage in, and then what is immoral is behavior one ought not engage in. So with that, if that is the case, that there is epistemic normativity, there's prerequisites to even engage in in rational discourse to begin with. That there are prerequisites. Okay, the laws of logic are a prerequisite to engage in discourse. You have to assume fallacies are illogical in order to engage in a debate. So if we engage in debate, we're assuming epistemic normativity. You ought to believe, and the whole point of debate, the whole idea, the concept of it, also expects that if someone demonstrates your argument to be false, you ought to abandon the false position. Right? If somebody comes to me and I have a position, like it could be any position, like let's just say for, in the hypothetical, I say I'm a pro-lifer, and somebody comes up to me and demonstrates that my position is false to me, I ought abandon the false position and I ought believe the true one. But if you're going to deny epistemic normativity, and you're going to deny normativity in and of itself, then, well, yeah, I could see how you would come to the conclusion that morality is not objective because, it's just whatever I think and whatever I do, and there's no rules to any of this shit. Now, there are some rules to this shit in order to have a rational discussion. So, with that being the case, if there is epistemic normativity, it doesn't seem like a far stretch for me to say, well, then if that governs how I think and how I think is a behavior, then why wouldn't it not make sense for, there to be a normativity to how I behave? There's a normative way in which I ought to behave, and if that's the case, that would be a objective standard. That would be an objective morality. I didn't even say necessarily whether or not you could know what the standard is. But that there is a standard is what the prompt or tonight's debate prompt is there a standard? Is morality objective? Seems to me that if there's already standards for how my behavior is governed when it comes to thinking, standards that govern my behavior when it comes to how I act in the world, that's not a far stretch from my view. And with that, I'll see the rest of my time.
All right, not a problem. That means that our next closing is going to be from you, Testicle Johnson. 5 minutes is on the clock for you, sir.
What's up, Joseph? Good to see you here, man.
Wait for it. Okay. So yeah, some of the confluence is a little bit off the dome. I have some notes jotted down. Just because it's fresh in my mind, just to address the last thing that was said by Steelborne.
Why are you doing that?
Establishing epistemic normativity is fine. What's the strange thing is that this doesn't necessitate an objective standard. He's saying that there's some prerequisite, just due to rational thought. There are sort of these assertions that are made, and I think Brandon did a good job pointing this out, that you can just throw out ought statements, and just because of your capacity in order to be able to engage with rational conversation or conversations of morality, that there must be some underlying like objective fact of the matter, which just does not follow in my head here. Just to kind of roll through these really quickly, Confluence and I had a bit of maybe a derailed conversation. I think it could have been a little bit more pointed, but so with phenomenological conservatism, again, quite a mouthful. A prima facie justification is not objective truth. So again, they're not driving towards an objective truth.
That's true. It's all normative
So
language.
it might explain
Did you
why
like my
you might be
normativity
justified
argument
in
there,
initial
or
belief,
re-exam?
but it's not explaining.
I think
that
normativity is the best way
propositions
for this
exist
to actually answer this question.
independently of minds, which is again that's what their burden was. So
You
when
created
they
a
say
pagan
things
tag.
like torturing a baby for fun is wrong, or
Uh,
Hitler did horrible things, or anything of that nature,
Oh
I
man.
can just simply say, well, I agree.
Oh, we'll see.
So what we're really disagreeing about is on the basis of these things, right? But in those examples, they're using it's an intuition pump, very strong emotional force to say, well, how can you not say that that's objectively wrong? But again, the burden that they have is to show an objective standard. Again,
see.
I would make that akin to maybe something like an appeal to emotion. And again, I have fully, even in my opening.
Well, no, I already
justified
got
my
Brandon
moral
to
basis,
admit that he
based
doesn't know
on
if we ought to
your
abandon true
historical
positions,
upbringing,
or if we ought to
parents,
abandon false
institutions, the
positions for
time and
true
place
ones.
in which you were born. There are many.
I literally
factors
just
that go
ran that
into
same
a
argument on
moral
him. He had no
basis.
idea how to answer it.
So again, it felt like a little bit of a hand wave, just trying to say that it was either preference or, at least that was my inference. I don't think they outright said it.
Burden of
So,
proof. The concept of
we heard
burden of proof
arguments
is an
about the,
epistemic norm.
Oh, sorry, this was with the objective normativity of our
Debate presupposes epistemic normativity.
So, rational agents have.
If there's
reasons,
normativity governing how I
to
ought
go
think
from that to
and
say
how I ought
science
reason,
independent moral facts exist.
why would it not follow
So we
that
never really got
there
a
would be
bridge,
normativity in how I ought
and,
behave in
one of the things that I think
in other ways?
Steelborne tried to preempt was the is-ought gap, right? So they
I-
can make
what?
descriptive things about the world, and then say, well, therefore this ought not, or this ought happen, right?
Oh yeah, I
And
did.
again,
I
can
did.
share that
is-ought him.
value with them. But what makes the ought a mind-independent feature of reality, rather than something conscious social beings like us value? One of the examples I brought up in my opening was again secular nations, right? And it may seem a little trivial on its face, but I think that there is something to be said. And I maybe I should have pushed this a little bit more, but majority secular states. So they again,
Steel
when it comes to
examination
religion,
achieved.
I do feel like they had hit the ball a little bit because it wouldn't be a concession, but they didn't want to invoke God as like a standard. I think Steelborne at least mentioned it, but in places where at least you could say that the majority of people probably believe in some form of subjective morality, they don't have these metaphysical groundings, and they're trying to have this conversation. So I guess to kind of like put this together, and so it's not too rambly here, is that we can evaluate a moral statement.
And I actually,
that
so
stealing is
re-exam.
wrong,
I've been
right?
thinking about your argument
we
here, and
didn't
I
quite
do
get
like your
into this,
argument
right?
that
There may
if
be
epistemic
exceptions.
normativity
Maybe they would label
exists,
something of hierarchy.
well,
Stealing is wrong most of the
normativity
time. There may be the exceptions. We can reach some level of moral agreement.
would be
The
it would
only
be a set of
difference seems to
standards.
be
Well,
that
what's
they're
this?
adding
How do you ground
it's
those
objective.
standards?
So I don't.
How do you
quite
ground
understand what
the
content
rules
that is adding
of
necessarily.
that are how do you ground the normativity?
And
It's like
they, again,
normativity itself
they
cannot
are
be the
saying that we ought
standard
to
because
do this, or
normativity
this-
doesn't create
this
or
ought
have a
exists
mind.
independently
Normativity is
in
just
every
the
mind.
rules.
So, just to kind of sum up here, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
I've been thinking about your I like your triage argument, man. I do.
So
I'm not sure that I'm going to abandon tag, and I think it's a little
you know what? Just to wrap up
tag
here,
inspired at the very
and,
least.
I am going to say this because, at the very least, Steelborne said that he grounds this in sort of I guess God.
I would ground it in God,
if
but I'm not going to try and
God
convince you guys of that.
Is responsible for some level of morality or objective morality. God
Is he gonna do the
would
God
be
evil?
Also capable of changing his mind. So, if we accept that
What? What did you just
subjective
say?
morality simply means, objective morality, it's independent of the mind, then at least
Nope.
there is one subjective being that could be in existence, and I feel like this is also would be a point in our favor.
Nope.
Yeah, that's all I got for you. Thank you. Vote negative.
All right. Vote negative. Indeed.
I agree.
All right. So let's see. That means that it is up to me for my
Rex,
closing.
you and I.
All right.
Two atheists.
5 minutes is going to go on the clock for me.
Does God exist?
We'll start the clock when I start to talk.
I'll be the
Let's see,
tag,
where
and
did I
you'll
write
be
my
the,
notes?
you'll
All
go on triage. That'll be a kick-ass thumbnail.
So objective good is a net benefit for the most people. We have a moral basis there that it is not just based on preferences. We can understand that morality can exist even before the mind does. Okay, before the mind can exist, we can also understand.
I think triage
that good and bad were already there. We just didn't understand what they were until
it's a much more
perceived
specific
them,
idea of tag.
Also, we can understand that the mind can perceive these things
on
before
normativity.
we actually achieve them. So we know that a thing can be right or wrong, a good or bad, before we have actually experienced it, because we can look back on a thing and see that a thing was objectively bad before we understood why it was bad.
It does. It's really fun to do to them.
I also believe that humans would understand and would be able to process good or bad, right or wrong, regardless of their theology. Testes was mentioning the fact that God needs to tell us what is right or wrong in order for us to understand it. I do not believe that is true.
Yeah,
I think that given a long enough timeline, we will understand what is good for the group, what is bad for the group, what is beneficial for the group, what is detrimental for the group. These things are what rolls straight into our understanding of good or bad. And again, morals means what is good.
How do you know what bad is? Bad is
our understanding and weighing of those two options.
Look, I like Horseradish. He's been very, very nice to me. He's been very kind.
Humans understood what the number one and the number two meant. We understood that 2 + 2 = 4 before we could put labels or words to those ideas. Beyond that, I think that it is also important for us to acknowledge that regardless of whether you are a Christian
how is it that slavery
or a
is actually objectively bad if it benefited more people,
you can understand that God would want what is best for all of us, just like the humans would want what is best for humanity. So when we are asking what is objectively moral, what is objectively good or bad for humanity, we can all agree that there are things that were objectively bad for humanity even before we understood that they were bad for humanity. Things like subjugating another species or another society. We can understand that wiping out an entire another society, aka genocide,
it's only circular the argument completes on
bad, regardless of our our theology, regardless of our positioning in history. We can look back on things that we have done in the past and know that they were morally unacceptable.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie,
the fact that we didn't understand it at that time.
I feel like understanding continues to progress as a species. Look, Horseradish
as we struggle through our newfound problems or concerns or issues, morals, things that we need to deal with as a group.
You're going
things
to,
such as
I would say, you're going to bear jail.
Right?
You're going to bear jail.
Moral? This is not a question that would have occurred to people in ancient Greek society. However, we now have to address that moral quandary. And once we look back on once we've completed, once we have figured out what is best for us as a species, as a group, as a human society, we can then agree that that was always bad or always good. There are plenty of things that my opponents are not able to objectively disregard. Things such as sexual assault, child abuse, murder,
did you hear my argument from normativity?
The taking of another life.
For objective morality?
There are certain things that we have, as a species, understood was immoral all along. Even though when Genghis Khan was on the earth, he didn't understand why it was immoral for him to wipe out an entire fucking society.
According to the
we can now look back at his behaviors and objectively agree that that was bad, even if he didn't know that it was bad. As we move forward as a species, we are going to continue understanding new things and understanding new quandaries, understanding new moral boundaries. And we are going to be able to weigh the right and wrong, the good and bad of these decisions. And we are going to be able to look back on ourselves and say, we were wrong when we did this, but now we know we should never fucking do this again. And that's why morality is objective. And last but not least, thank you very much. Our final debater is... Sorry, I was not prepared. I was all riled up and fucking emotional there. Looks
I lost my money in the stock market.
Brandon,
therefore, we should
5
never
minutes is
invest
on
in
the
the
clock
stock
for
market
you,
again,
sir.
because it's not beneficial.
I will start the clock when you start to talk. This is your last words on the subject. Tell us why you believe that objective morality does not exist, sir.
Sweet. And first and foremost, thank you for having me. I don't really do formal debates much anymore. I just like having these sort of conversations. I don't get into the blood sports as much every once in a while because it's fun. But so
super vulnerable.
And Steelborne, highly recommend, because that's basically at least one of your arguments is companions and guilt. It's a very popular realist argument. Highly recommend looking into that. It goes something basically what you laid out. If objective moral facts don't exist, then epistemic normative facts don't exist. Premise 2, epistemic normative facts do exist, therefore objective moral facts exist. That's sort of the argument that you put out, and highly recommend looking into that. But just to close this off, I don't think we got a clear concept.
I'm not getting a good connection out of Brandon.
Language, other than maybe horseradish, because every time I would ask, well, what does wrong mean? What does bad mean? What does ought not mean? We just get these sort of interchangeable synonyms and add any sort of semantic content. And this happens very often. People will say, like, I'm being dishonest because I don't know what the fuck you're saying. Like, I don't know how that's dishonest. I am being honest when I say I don't know what the moral realists, when they're talking about irreducible facts, are talking about. I don't think I have that concept. I'm not convinced they have that concept. I think it's probably more likely that they're conceptually confused with the sort of interchangeable vocabulary. And I kind of talk about Horseradish's view because I think I have a concept of his. It seems like when he's talking about good and bad, he's talking about like well-being and suffering and like this sort of calculus. But to me, that's just trivial. You lose this normativity. Now it's just purely descriptive. And an anti-realist could agree that if all you mean by X is X causes suffering, that's trivially true because that's all you mean by wrong.
Yeah, that's the problem with it.
I also do want to mention that if we grant these sort of spooky concepts of irreducible normativity, it seems, as far as I can tell, that they're explanatorily and causally inert. It's not like it adds any. A subjectivist can explain everything a moral realist can explain logically, why we think certain things are right, why certain things are wrong. And it's not like if there is an objective moral fact, it doesn't seem like it's action guiding. It doesn't seem like it would motivate us to act differently, because I can give like a quick example. If it was objectively true, right, independent of any stance that you have, that you ought torture babies every Tuesday, would you give a fuck about that objective moral fact? I'm assuming not. I'm assuming most people would be like, I don't give a fuck about that objective moral fact. I don't want to torture babies. I'm not going to torture babies. And I'm going to make sure that other people don't torture babies. You can do all of that without this sort of spooky oughtness.
Yeah, the brute facts problems.
What else do we want to hit? Yeah, so I did want to kind of make that analogy. It seems like a moral fact is almost like a fact about how many blades of grass are in your yard. It's like a fact, but who
14?
really gives a shit?
Nice.
At the end of the day, if we grant the concept. But
as somebody once said, I can't remember.
I have a minute. Okay. Everything.
Well, if you're actually good at it, you only need one.
Perfect. Okay. Everything a moral realist says is bad or good, an anti-realist can take that same view. It's not like an anti-realist is committed to that torturing babies is bad, graping is bad, or good or neutral. Like an anti-realist can say all of those things are bad just as much as a realist can. They don't have ownership over moral language and how it's used.
Never claimed that you
To be
did.
clear. And I think that's everything I wanted to hit. Oh, I did want to, because kudos to Confluence for looking at nominal conservatism. I did want to ask him about, like, I have the opposite intuition. Am I justified? And if I am justified, do you have any further reasons for why somebody should accept your view? Because if not, it just sounds like you have private justification. I have private justification. Now we have conflicting intuitions, and it's like, well, who do we go with, right? You would need additional argumentation, but yeah, that's it. I'll stop there.
Oh, looks like I was muted, but that's okay. I've got it fixed so that I've got quick buttons that I can unmute. All right. Thank you very much for that, Brandon. All right. And thank you for all of the debaters. We have had a great debate tonight. Regardless of where you stand on this prompt, I think that everybody here brought their A game, even maybe that fucking horseradish dude. So good job, everybody, and I appreciate y'all. So I'm going to drop the link in the chat for everybody to vote. So remember, chatters, if you guys have a question, something that you think didn't get addressed in the debate, or something you think got left on the table, some more meat on the bone that needs to be chewed, drop a couple bucks, clip that link that you see. Oh, no, it's no longer pinned. Let me pin that again. So click that link that you see in the pin and give us a question. We're going to put 15 minutes on the clock for everybody to choose and to vote, while we also get into those questions from the chatters. So that is the link. I'm going to drop that link also. Steelborne, I assume you are currently streaming. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm live.
You got to see me without the glasses. Well,
yeah,
my
I'm
old
live.
ass eyes can't fucking see. All right, cool. Then I'm going to drop the link in y'all's chat as well, so you guys can see that. Hammer, I don't know if you're live, but I'll drop that in yours. Brandon, I will drop that in yours. I know that Testes, you don't believe in voting. So everybody, please go ahead and click that link. Give us a vote. Tell us who you think made the most persuasive case. Do you believe that it was the affirmative team or the negative team tonight? Not just who you like, not just who you think you agree with, but who you think made the most compelling case tonight. Confluence, we've lost your camera. So we do have a couple of questions. First of all, I need to start this out by telling everybody I may have drank way too much, way too fast. You guys there in Canada have made really good whiskey, and this bottle, I opened it for the beginnings, and we're done now, so let's fucking go. We have 2 questions at least so far from the chat. Hopefully more are going to pour in while you guys give us our votes. This is a question from the Ponder Monkey, and this is for everyone, I do believe. Oh no, wait, I'm sorry. Before we get to that, we got a Groofus question.
Right.
There we go. For everyone, let's say there is a society for all intents and purposes. It is utopic, except for one
that
thing.
link should
There's
work.
a child being abused. To keep the utopian living standard alive around, do you, number 1, stay in the society, or number 2, leave the society? So I believe what this question is asking is, do you believe that if it is beneficial for the society to abuse children, that you will continue to exist in that society? Since Confluence is MIA, I'm going to start with you on the negative team. Testes, do you believe that it would still be beneficial, or it would be worthwhile to stay in a society that believes that child abuse is acceptable?
Okay, yeah, that poll is working. If you guys want to hit that link and then vote
So
for my side,
and if you're asking me just what I'm basing that on,
I'd really appreciate it.
Again, I went through some of these things in the debate, but yeah, I guess just based on my experience, my values, etc. I don't think I could tolerate that.
All right, fair enough. Confluence, are you back yet, buddy? All right, that's fine. We'll go ahead and go over to Steelborne. If a society decides that child abuse is acceptable, would you stay in the society or would you leave the society?
It would be dependent on a bunch of factors, but most likely I would stay and try and fight back against that.
Try to improve the society. Good call. All right, to you, Brandon. Do you believe that if society decided that it was acceptable to abuse children, would you stay in that society or would you leave the society?
Well, as a subjectivist, there's nothing wrong with that. No, I'm just kidding. I would probably do exactly what Steelborne said. I would try to fight it if I'm losing. I guess I would leave eventually if there's no chance of me stopping it.
All right, fair enough. I too would also leave the society if the society decided that that was acceptable behavior. It would go against my own personal morals, and therefore I would leave that society.
True, but wouldn't it be better to stay behind and like try and fix the problem as opposed to just abandoning it and letting the kids go abuse like unopposed?
Perhaps we'll come back to that. We'll deal with that in the after party. Hammer, if a society was to decide that child abuse was acceptable or moral, would you leave that society or stay there and fight?
Wait, I thought the question was if the society was utopic, but there was one child that was being abused. But did he say like all children were being abused?
You can go with that answer then. Yep. Your framing is fine.
I mean, they're different. Okay, well, those are very different answers. I'll answer both really quickly. If it was all children, then yeah, I would probably leave for the safety of my children, depending on what leaving even means. If it was one child that was being abused, then I would probably stay. Even though, because in that moral consideration, even though I object to society, even if it's utopic, being built off of with this one child being abused, I don't think that me leaving creates any moral good or moral benefit. So I wouldn't feel compelled myself to
Hey, real quick, guys, I just want to let Confluence stream just dropped. I don't know what happened, but I want to let you guys know. He's in the waiting room right now.
Yeah, it looks like he left the room, so I'm going to bring him back into the chat as well. His computer probably crashed.
One of his mods just went in the chat.
Answer finished.
All right, fair enough. Confluence, are you okay? Are you there, buddy? Can you hear us?
All right,
you're muted.
I did. I brought it to their attention.
I am sorry. My computer hard crashed. That happens once every few months, and that's a bad time for it to happen. But everything.
Fuck yeah! Rage page. Click the link. Go vote for us.
What if society were to deem that the abuse of one particular child was moral? Would you leave the society, stay there, or stay there and try to fight it?
I guess. Yeah, probably stay there and try to fight it, I guess. Yeah, I think so. Stay there and try to fight it. I'm not gonna fucking leave. I'm not a fucking traitor.
All right, fair enough. Just so you know, you're very, very soft. So your mic might be malfunctioning as well.
Okay,
all right,
Confluence, you're soft.
Computer shit to bed.
I'm hard as fuck,
to the best of us.
in every sense of it.
All right. So our next question from chat. Again, chat, remember, you guys are the only ones asking questions. We don't have a moderator tonight. So you are responsible for any sort of pushback. So from Ponder Monkey, is morality just instinct we struggle to define because it is a biological imperative and inherent to our very nature based on genetics and or drive we cannot control? So I'm going to ask that again. Is morality just instinct we struggle to define because it is a biological imperative and inherent to our nature, based in genetics and our drive we cannot control? I'm going to go over to you first, Confluence. Do you believe that it is that morality is just instinct? Confluence, buddy, you're muted. If you're talking. We can't hear you. We can't see you either. But
they got to him.
Yeah, they got him again. Boys. All right, that's fine. We'll go ahead and go back to. We'll circle back. Testes. Do you believe that the morality is just instinct that we struggle to define?
No, not solely. It's not solely based on like a biological means. But I did say in my opening, it was one line, but I do think morality is something of an emergent property in the sense that, and sure, we can make the exceptions for like the psychopaths, sociopaths, like, but I think that everyone is born having some level of morality. We didn't get into this in the debate, but there are some empirics basically that I could look at. These had to do with very young children in twin studies. There's a heritability in terms of temperament and I guess what their moral sort of character ends up developing as. So I do think that there's a strong biological or genetic component. I would absolutely not say that it's like I wouldn't make some sort of 50-50 split or try to say it's like, a clean nurture versus nature thing. I think that, as I also mentioned, a lot of it's based on life experiences, upbringing, culture, etc. So.
All right. Cheers. And let's see who's next. That would be Steelborne. Do you believe that morality is just instinct that we struggle to define because of a biological imperative?
No, not at all. Not in the slightest. If from the morality perspective, well, a biological imperative for men is to sleep with as many women as possible. It's just spread seed. So no, I don't think. I think most people would have the intuition against that, but maybe not some red pillars. But
all right, cheers, Brandon. Is morality just instinct that we struggle to define because it is a biological imperative?
I'm not sure if I understand the question, but I'll say
Andrew signed it. If you guys can see that,
no,
that's Andrew's signature right there.
I take an instinct to be.
I got him to sign that. He signed a bottle of
some
Johnny
sort of
Walker Blue Label that he bought for the party.
Not deliberate.
That we all finished in the hotel lobby. I just grabbed it and asked him to sign. He was like, "Fuck yeah!" And then he handed it back to me.
Being good or bad or right and wrong. I think
all
we are
descriptive language, smuggling
about
yeah,
those things. So
emergent.
I don't think so. If I'm
emergent means it is to some degree impersonal. Yeah.
All right. Cheers. All right. To me, so is morality just instinct we struggle to define because it is a biological imperative? So I would actually say
before DebateCon, Jeremy Ryan.
I would actually say no,
but
that it is not necessarily a biological imperative.
Teriak signed it
because there are times where I will choose to self-sacrifice my own benefits as a biological imperative for the greater group, good as a species. Which is to say that I understand
Andrews
that
right
while
there.
I would be better to propagate my own lineage from a biological perspective, I get.
I'm trying to remember who that is. I don't know. There's Mr. L.
The human species or the human lineage.
Speakeasy signed it.
My own
Mr. Black, the cartoonist from the Crucible cartoons, he signed it.
Or benefits.
JSR
I would say that the interests of the group
Pixelated
should morally outweigh
the
interests or the benefits of the individual.
And as you guys can all see,
and last but not least, you, Hammer.
I'm avarice.
Would you say, sir, that morality is just instinct that we struggle to define because it is a biological imperative and inherent in our very nature?
Jay blocked you again.
So
I don't know why.
My answer. I am a social construct theorist of morality, right? So I believe that we
build
up moral
Nobody
systems,
cares. Go construct your own
so that
fucking system, then you retard.
They can have the best benefit for us living in society, and then, so they can facilitate us living amongst each other, right? So I think that at its core, moral rules are things that we can rationalize through, right? There's also moral instincts, just like we have all types of social instincts. We have evolved to.
Oh, somebody made me this, guys. Let's take a look.
Social behaviors that are built into our genes, so we can
for like an intro video or whatever.
Instincts in the same way, but that's not all of them, and that's not like the end all be all of moral rules.
I don't know what the hammer thing is doing, but okay.
Right. Fair enough.
I don't even know what he's welding.
Do I get to answer?
Yep, I was about to say, are you back?
Shit.
Right?
I fixed all my shit. Finally, it took a long time.
Well, we're still not seeing your face, but I'm going to go ahead to you anyway. So, Confluence.
Okay.
Do you believe that that morality is just instinct that we struggle to define because it is a biological imperative and inherent in our very nature?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of agree with Brandon in the sense that I don't I think this is a not what biological imperative means. There's a lot of things that I don't like about this at all. But it's not merely instinct. It is an instinct. I wouldn't say it's a mere instinct. I think an instinct is how it gives us a reason to think there could be something more than that. But no, it's not. It's not.
It's pretty
just
sweet.
an instinct.
I like it.
And if we're going to like an evolution argument, I would say the same thing with like math. It's like we have developed, obviously we have evolved in a way that we can understand math. We've evolved in a way that we can perceive the world, but then we don't then conclude that the world is false and that math is false.
Yeah, that's great.
And in the same way, we could make evolutionary arguments for why we hold certain moral views or have certain moral instincts, but we would never, why would we conclude that then morality doesn't exist? Like we wouldn't do that with anything else, just with morality if we want to be a subjectivist or something.
Good answer. All right, so we got another question. We actually got 2 more questions. Keep them coming, chat, because we will keep giving you guys voting time as long as you give us questions. All right, so does the collective subjective agreement on a thing make it objective? If so, please explain. I'm going to go ahead and try to read that one more time. The Canadian whiskey is fucking with me. So, does the collective subjective agreement on a thing make it objective? If so, please explain. That's going to go to you first, Confluence.
I have no idea. I have no idea what the question is.
Okay, me neither. So I'm going to read it one more time. Does the collective subjective agreement on a thing make it objective? So in other words, I think this is leaning into my argument.
Well, I don't think.
Yep.
No, it's
a category. Try to parse it through.
It's just a category.
This leans into my argument, which is to say that we objectively and subjectively agree that a thing is bad. Therefore,
how much does it cost? I don't know what it looks like as well. Like, you got to give me some more to work with here. Send me an example of like something. I like the realistic looking shit.
Okay. Okay. So the consensus argument. Yeah, I would say no.
Consensus
I would
argument,
never make it. I would never make an argument from consensus. I think the consensus gives us reason to maybe think that it's wrong, right? Like I think it's noteworthy that almost everyone you would ever ask if you torture infants for fun, right? That's most people say that's wrong. I think that's a reason for it. I never use it as a justification to say just because a bunch of people believe something doesn't mean it's true, but it gives us pause to maybe consider it. But I would never say that makes it objective.
All right, fair enough. Testes, your question. Same question. I'm going to reword it the way that, unfortunately, I'm sorry there, chatter, but I think that was Razor. Do you believe that collective subjectivity makes something objective?
No, I don't believe that like morality by consensus is a thing. I think it's a fairly common like straw man. No, I'm not saying anybody here did this tonight, to be clear, but I do think it's a fairly common straw man of like subjectivity. But and again, not even the person who asked the question I'm saying here implying this, but yeah, like everyone on Earth could agree that something may be moral or immoral, but like group consensus does not impart that it stands independent or that it's in some way like an objective fact of the universe just because everyone has a consensus on it.
Steelborne, you're up. Do you believe that collective subjective agreement leads to objectivity?
Not in the slightest. It's a category error for one. But even if I just assume what the guy was trying to say, no, because the appeal to consensus doesn't make it true.
All right. Brandon, do you believe that collective subjective agreement leads to objectivity?
No, that's just like mixing definitions. Objective is
depending on the degree someone agrees with subjective morality, you could just punch them in the face and be moral and end the debate.
Independent or mind independent.
This is my truth, and really, are you getting punched by me?
That's typically defined,
or is it just your
subjective? Everybody could agree that
regardless debate over, you do not win because truth and debate itself require objectivity. Agreed.
Of our minds, because we're asking, well, if everybody agrees, I think that's dependent on the mind. So it's just
it's a category
confusion
error.
Of terms.
Yeah, I was right. It's a category error, right? Like, wouldn't it be?
All right. Yeah, well, I will actually disagree with you. I will answer the question. Does collective subjective agreement lead to objectivity? I would say that yes, it does. That if everybody who looks at a thing agrees that
You should
the
just leave.
thing
I can get
is
examples
A,
and prices later and get back
then
to you. I
objectively
know she
the
can do
thing
things like
becomes
overlays,
A.
profile pictures. Not sure
If
how
we have
introvets
all
like that.
agreed
Emotes for Twitch.
that we are
She
going to
also
call the
does
color purple
VTuber.
purple, the color
I don't do
purple
that
remains
stuff,
the color purple. 2 plus 2 will always be 4 because we have all agreed on the terms 2, 2, and plus.
I might not be opposed to overlays.
So we know that 4 is the product of 2 plus 2, regardless of some crazy meta
in the slightest.
understanding of what numbers means. Us agreeing on a terminology or a perspective means that that perspective becomes reality. Last but not least, Hammer, do you believe, sir, that subjective agreement leads to objectivity?
No, because the human mind is flawed, and like you can't just get a bunch of human minds together and suddenly they're not flawed. So,
all right, fair enough. All right, we got one last question. I know we're past the time, everybody. I'm going to drop the link one more time in the chat for you guys. Get your votes locked in. I have not taken a peek. Brandon, we have lost your camera, just so you know. I have not taken a peek to see if we are close, but I will drop that link one more time in our chat, as well as in the Kick chat, as well as in the YouTube chat. And everybody else out there, make sure that you guys have dropped your link one last time to give everybody a chance to vote.
Was debate a survival strategy? It's like, no, obviously not.
Suppose that objective morality does not exist. This is agreeing with the negative. To the AF, would your morality change? If not, why does objective morality matter? And to the negative, so what if morality is subjective? Why does it matter if people believe it's subjective? So this is a double-angled question. I'm going to start with you first, Confluence. Would your morality change if objective morality does not exist? If we were able to prove that objective morality did not exist, would that suddenly change your personal morality? You're muted, my friend.
He doesn't do YouTube. He does
We cannot
Twitch.
hear you. We still cannot hear you, Confluence.
You're muted on Discord.
Okay, sorry about that. I didn't realize that. Okay, so no, in general, it wouldn't change much. It's not like I'm about to go out and like do a bunch of like untoward things in general. So but
Vigi, can you send invites from Horseradish's Discord? Because I can't. I was gonna invite Eli and re-exam.
No, it wouldn't change much.
Fair enough. Testicle Johnson. This is to the negative.
I hate that name so much.
If morality is subjective, why does it matter if people believe that it is objective?
So this actually ties into my broader point. So to answer the question directly, it doesn't matter. But when I say it ties into the point, and I don't know if I elaborated this during the debate, but and even Steelborne said at one point, he's like, I haven't even mentioned or argued that I have access to this like objective moral standard or this realm, right? So for me, it's kind of like
not what I said.
If morality is always vulnerable to people's subjective interpretation, if there is an objective moral standard, or if there is objective morals, or whatever it may be, it will always be fallible to human interpretation. And so it behaves as a subjective thing. So for all intents and purposes, it kind of doesn't make a difference, especially if we're able to, still have moral agreements or disagreements, or reach some level of agreement or disagreement, I guess, to be able to argue these things. So
there you go. I just sent it to you too.
Decent answer.
I sent that to Eli and Rev.
Yeah, no
Rex.
worries. Okay, so let's see. Next up is Steelborne. Same question. To the AF, would your morality change if objective morality was to decide a thing that you disagreed with?
So if somebody could demonstrate, in order for somebody to demonstrate that morality is objective, they would have to prove, from my view, they'd have to prove Christianity is false. And let's say hypothetically someone was able to do that, then yeah, absolutely it would change. I would probably be a total degen because there's no actual reason not to be.
All right. And now for you, Brandon, do you believe, sir, that if morality
The only reason
is
I'm not a degen is
subjective,
by the grace of
what
God.
does it matter if people believe that it is objective?
I'm not sure. I think that would be highly contextual, because if they think like, I mean, I keep using this, but if they think torturing babies is objectively good, that's going to matter to me and probably a lot of other people. So in that sense, it's going to matter. But in everyday life, I'm not sure it matters too much, because we generally share the same values. We want generally the same thing. So I'm not sure it matters too much, but maybe in like edge cases, it matters.
Cheers. All right, over to me. If it is proven that objective morality does not exist, then would my morality change? If not, why does objective morality matter? Okay, so yes,
I mean, you
actually,
can't prove
I
a
would
negative,
say
so
that
you'll never be a
if
degen
we
like
were
me.
able to demonstrably prove
You probably
that
are a
it was
degen.
somehow
Probably like people injecting shit into your eyeballs or
beneficial
something.
for the group, for what we perceive to be an immoral
The reason most
act
objectivist
to
thinkers in
take
history have been
place,
scorned by the
then
church is
yes, I
because
would
they are
have to
claiming God
reassess
exists
what
subject to
I
man's perception. Yeah,
consider
they're basically
to be
a real subjectivist would
objectively
have to say
moral
that,
or immoral.
God
I
doesn't
still
actually
believe that
exist unless people
morals
believe in him.
are
That would have to be the
objective,
subjectivist position.
but I
to be
would
like,
believe that we would have to reassess
from the
based on
church's
new
perspective.
evidence introduced, which is why I said that we are currently in a situation where there are many things that we cannot necessarily decide what is most moral or what is more moral. We have to weigh one versus the other. And if something proved that one thing was more moral than the other, we would have to agree as a society that the thing was immoral based on that evidence. And last but not least, Mr. Hammer, do you believe that if morality is subjective, why does it matter if people believe that it is objective?
Hold on, give me 1 sec. Okay, so I guess so. My answer is it depends on the reason why they believe that morality is objective, right? Because obviously, I don't think that. I think that's untrue, and I think it comes from a misunderstanding of something, right? So maybe they believe that there's an objective morality because there's such a thing as a God, right? And I think that I think that as an atheist, forming your beliefs because there is a entity limits your ability to make more rational decisions, right? Because it's like, well, God said so, thus I must have this belief versus a more rational belief. Or if you like have some misunderstanding of the terms subjective and objective, or what classifies something as objective or subjective, then I think it's worth like trying to get someone like a better idea of what these terms mean, so that you can better have conversations.
The one
about,
thing I will ask you: if one
morality,
God exists, why can't multiple
philosophy,
God
and
exist?
ethics,
Well, from my view, God is the most powerful
It's not like the end
thing
of
in
the world,
existence.
but
So
I do think that there's a
there can't
value in
be like multiple of him.
All right. Good stuff. All right, everybody. Thank you very, very, very much for tonight's debates. Objective morality exists. Do we believe that that is true, or do we believe that is false? We are now going to go ahead and go over to the audience votes. We do not have judges tonight, so it is just falls in the hands of you, the jury. Let's see where you guys fall. Do you believe, or do you believe not, that objective morality exists? I'm sorry, I got to take the sunglasses off so I can fucking see because I'm old. Show results. We've given you guys 15 minutes, plenty of time, plenty of conversation. Yes?
Lame for you for taking the glasses off. I'm just giving you shit.
All right. So, yeah, no, you're good. So we have got a shit ton of votes, and I appreciate that. That is super cool. I always love it when we get to see a lot of people speak. It is so fucking close. We are talking 21 votes versus 20 votes. Unfortunately, we the affirmative must concede that a 51.22% versus 48.78% margin, a 21 to 20 vote margin, decided that the negative has won tonight's debate. That objective morality does not exist, and that unfortunately it is perfectly fine for you to abuse children or grape your partner or whatever. It doesn't matter. It's all about your feelings. Fuck me, huzzah, let's go.
I'm
Good
having
job.
a fun time tomorrow, so
Great.
thank you,
That's my
thank
deal.
you, voters. I'm having a great time tomorrow. I hope
Yes,
you,
me too.
can sleep
Me
well.
too. There are no longer
Hold on.
any fucking rules, everybody. We can do
Right?
whatever the fuck we want. Let's
Wait,
go.
hold on. By Steelborne's own standards, since he lost this debate, he should take on our beliefs.
No, that's not my
That
standard.
is true.
That's not my standard.
I think it is.
No, my standard is that
that
somebody
was
can
my
demonstrate to me the
That was
position
my
is false.
standard, not Steelborne's. Steelborne believes that it comes from God, so does Confluence. I'm the one who says that group morality
Yeah.
is what matters. So it
That's
is
true.
me who decides that what y'all said, if a 51% majority has decided that abusing kids is fine, I guess I have to either choose to leave your society or agree with you guys. I don't feel good about that, but that's okay. All right,
No,
so
what
real
I'm saying
quick,
is Steelborne said that if he
before we
loses the debate, then he
proceed,
has to
we
take
are
the
going to
other
go
person's
into this, I
position.
promise. But like I said, I put way too much whiskey in my fucking body. I need to go piss. So if anybody needs any personal moments, go get a refill, go get a drink, go take a shit, take a leak, whatever you need to do. Take a moment. We're going to come right back. We're going to run until 10 o'clock, which means 45 minutes. If anybody out there in the chat, now y'all are putting fucking questions in. Cool. Anyway, if anybody wants to jump into the chat and discuss this with us, jump into the waiting room. Please, y'all, keep it above the belt while I disappear for a moment, but talk amongst yourselves. We will be right back, chat. I appreciate y'all. Great fucking debate.
Well, while Horse is gone, I personally want to say that we do demand an alternate slate of electors that will be processed and that will go through the courts. So our side, we don't accept these results, to be very clear. Okay, and so
Well, no. Hold on a sec. Confluence. It doesn't matter, and here's why.
It's an insurrection.
No, look. Here's why it doesn't matter is because if there's no objective morality and means there's no normativity for ethics or not ethics. There's no normativity to there's no epistemic normativity. Then it doesn't matter. We don't even have to accept the poll because if we win, we win. If we lose, we win because it's just our opinion and our feelings, man.
Here's
It's
just our
Can I just
preferences.
say-
My
dude.
preference is that we won. That's
But
fair.
wait,
I
before we
prefer that
like,
we
I know
Can
we're
I just say
I know-
that being
hang on.
a sore loser is objectively wrong?
There you go.
It's
I know we're
objectively-
going to get into it.
it's an-
I just want to
it's an
say that
objective truth that you
before-
obvious objectivist. Sorry, go ahead.
Am I? Oh no, I was just gonna say because I know we're gonna get into it, and we're probably just gonna now it's the time to have fun and be bad faith and just shit on each other. But I just want to say that it was a fun debate. I really did appreciate.
Yeah, I had a
talking
lot
to
of fun with you
and-
guys.
Yeah, and like
It was a good time.
I'll be real, man. Like I was up on the ropes a couple times, I stumbled, and I I will say, before kicking this thing off, I made a point. I was like, the first thing I'm going to ask Confluence is like, well, we can agree on the definition of intuition, right? And I know for a fact that you use like a different definition of intuition. I was like, win or lose,
But
at
I
least I can.
but I
fucking
didn't
needle.
hear. I didn't hear. I do use it different, but I didn't in the debate. I believe in the sixth sense. I believe in some prayer national thing. That's
Yeah,
not what I
you read the
punted
tea
to though
leaves
in a
and-
debate.
Was
Yeah,
it
I do
tough?
that,
So
but that's not what I said
I
in the
will-
debate. I kept that hush hush.
Sure.
Okay,
Yeah. I should have pushed you on it. But one thing that I will say that we probably should have pushed you on more was that you guys do have very different like starting points. And
Yes.
so we could have said, well, if it's objective, why are there's disagreements even amongst
That
the
because
opposition?
that's called the disagreement fallacy. It's irrelevant.
Sure, but I'm just saying we could have.
Well, hold on. Are there different scientists who are two different, like, let's say two different like astronomers like that? Do you think there's two different astronomers who disagree on, like, let's say for hypothetical, like how old the universe is or how old the Earth is?
Yeah, but yeah, sure, yes, I will.
Because they
that,
disagree
sure.
is irrelevant
But
to
they
the
are
truth of
not-
the matter.
No, because but
Yes.
they're not. Neither one of them is claiming that they're objectively correct.
But there is an objectively correct fact of the matter.
Yeah, there still
Sure,
is
but
a
in the
fact of the
example-
matter.
doesn't mean
I
there's not an
agree.
objective correct
I
fact of the
agree,
matter.
but in the example, those both, if you're scientists or your pursuit, they are not saying I am 100% objectively correct. In your case,
I'm not saying that. I'm not, Testy. I never said that. I never said in my case I am. I'm saying there is objective morality.
Not you.
I'm not saying I have access to that. I'm not saying I have the empirics to possibly. That's a different question. That's a different debate. We're debating about meta ethics, right? And that was like lost so many times on all you leftist people. On all you leftists, it was lost consistently, right? It's not a debate. If I have access to that, that's an epistemic question. I don't know that, right? So I don't know if I can access that. That's a different. That's a different topic.
The only point I'm making is you guys took like wildly, which again I'm memeing a little bit, obviously, but yeah, you guys took like such drastically different approaches.
Oh,
so
yeah, we did.
Whether or not you would consider it bad faith or fallacy, I'm just saying that is something that we probably could have hit on.
Wait. I have like a question.
I don't have anything from EVG over here. Yeah, honestly, I'm kind of just ready to hop out of this panel. I'm over it. I can't. Oh, you can't? Hold on.
Moral consensus. That's not even part of the debate.
Well, I will say
absolutely.
You guys hear it now?
Moral consensus is exactly what I'm saying. That is what founds ethic. Ethic is based on moral consensus. And if we agree that American ethic says that a behavior is acceptable, then we should all fall in line or leave leave America. Leave the group.
Try to influence America to like change. There's like a difference between like the moral, like the consensus of society on what's moral, and then you can have your own personal morals, and that's kind of our that's kind of our imperative.
That is the difference between ethic and morals. Yes.
Wait, no, I would object though. I wouldn't say that ethics are based on like a moral consensus, and part of that,
But that's literally the definition. Ethic is the definition of a group moral.
Right, a collective.
It is the morals of a group.
Yeah. Well, sure. So you're saying that
American ethic
go ahead. Be permissible. No, go ahead.
Yeah, no, that exactly. If American ethics decided that being mean to immigrants is morally acceptable, then I guess that is what we have to agree is what morally acceptable behavior within the American ethos is. That's what it defines as.
Wait, didn't you just describe how morals and ethics are different things?
Yes, but they're also the same. Okay, ethic is the group morals. A group of whether that is a profession or a society or a inclusive group.
Yeah, it's a fun debate because the mental gymnastics
is their definitive morality. So if you do not fall within the definitive morality of that group, you do not fall within the ethic of that group. This is Google this shit. Like this isn't my not my definitions.
was it not part of your argument that I guess moral truths, even if they are like
not just say
currently
Google it,
undiscovered, that they would at some point be discovered? So
Yes.
to say that? Okay, so are you making two separate like?
So it may not be considered morally acceptable by the group ethic
cultural Christian
at this time. However, the group ethic can change. That doesn't change the fact that it was historically moral or immoral when it happened.
But are you not saying that the morality itself is changing by this? Because this is one of the things
saying that the ethic changes. The group consensus can change. However, once we realize what right and wrong means, when we look back on history, we can still apply those standards,
Rex,
and they still hold water.
Here's what I'm going to do.
So when we look back on ancient Greek society and their societal ethic of acceptable grooming of young boys by older men,
anybody
we
wants
can
to call
look back on that and say that was immoral behavior.
I'm kind of over it.
Even though at that time they felt that it was ethical.
Yeah.
I'm going to wait for somebody to pop in here.
No, I feel like you're.
Anybody who wants to call in though,
both sides of your mouth.
There's a link.
Because you're. If I'm, and I will broadly even agree with you. I think moral deals.
Okay, hold on. Rex is popping in here. Give me 1 sec.
I think morals, personally, I think they're like.
Guys, I'm going to get out of here. I got other stuff to do tonight.
Sure. Yeah, it was good talking to you, man.
Dude, running from the debate.
Yep, that's a rage quit.
Rage
quit.
That's all right. He just doesn't want to get back to lost by 1%. So
I enjoyed speaking with you, man. It was
a lot of fun. You guys were a lot of fun.
It was a blast as always, buddy.
Yep, it was a lot of fun. Everybody take care and God bless.
Great debate, buddy.
Yeah, have a good night, buddy.
All right. There we go.
Whoops. There we are.
All right.
Oh, it's been a long day. Well, hope you had fun. I read some of the opening. Obviously, it's in a format in Discord that's a little,
it's a little hard to read.
But I'm glad it's catching on a bit. I can't wait till my Talking with Tavo episode on Wednesday, because I'm gonna start working on the presentation tomorrow, make it as like plain and relatable as possible, and then gradually get into more and more detail, because I have a lot of moves I have accumulated over time, and they've been very valuable. Part of that, of course, is Bonson's lectures, but it's not tag, again, because it doesn't start with, God, therefore God. I know that's an oversimplification, but you know what I mean. It starts with normativity, and it dares them to say it's anything else but God. And everything else that's like an impersonal ground just fails. For one reason or another. Like some things seem to maintain, but there's a lot of things that just fail. And I mean, everything really just fails. And part of the problem too is, and we're going to go over this tomorrow on Moral Argument Marathon 5. You're still down for tomorrow, right?
Yeah, what time though?
Well, it's 6 Central, 7 Eastern.
Wait, what?
You're Eastern, right? So yeah. I have it for 7, but I'm starting at 6 my time, but it'd be 7 your time.
You're Eastern, aren't you?
No, I'm Central.
Oh, okay.
Is that not doable?
So you think we could push that back to like 8 my time? Like push
Eastern?
it back by an hour? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I could do something for an hour between then. I might find something to review between then, and you can jump on later, because I probably need to do some testing anyway. So that's how that works, because I'll probably do an hour of like reviewing maybe Alex O'Connor and then testing, and then you'll jump on.
So the next debate that I got lined up?
Oh, that guy. Okay. No disrespect, but I never understand what he's saying when he's in the.
Dude, I don't either. I don't either. Hold on. Watch. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
A net negative. You don't have society without Christianity. We're just like running around with blue paint in our faces in Scotland. Like
no. The blue paint, the blue paint, or the blue face paint from Scotland. They were Catholics.
Whatever. We're running around with blue paint.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find this real quick. Where is it?
By the way, you wanted to have a Discord call because you wanted to talk about something at some point, right?
The reason I kept calling you was just to try and run that argument by you.
Oh, well. Got it.
Where is it? There's one. I think it's this. It's this one. Hold on. This one makes me laugh every time I watch it, dude.
I wonder if I can hear it.
Wait, no, not this one. Hold on. Degeneracy, that's the one.
But then the perpetuity.
I gotta go back a little bit. This guy rambles for like 2 minutes straight, and nobody has any idea what the fuck he's talking about.
I know. The look on Andrew's
Degeneracy in
face.
society.
Promoting degeneracy in society. Who has allowed it?
Who has allowed the degeneracy to be promoted in
It
society?
might have been the last
Correct.
one.
Yeah, that's a really complicated question. So,
Make it simple.
yeah. Okay. So
Make it
essentially,
simple, he says.
there's been an evolution of people
You
who
might
can
ask,
buy into the
how
country
did we get here?
from various other nations, especially post-war, like Operation Paperclip and others, which have literally embedded themselves into non-elected official posts in the United States government who have pushed propaganda towards societies that we didn't used to have and don't want.
Now, my question is, since they came in, it's the faults who were in the first place to allow them to victimize
These questions
or
hurt my
profit
brain.
or along the lines.
I'm not sure that it could have been foreseen that bringing these people in, that they were going to be able to do this. I'm not sure that could have been foreseen.
Okay, if I provide
laugh
evidence
every
that
time I
it
listen to
could
this
have been
guy.
foreseen, but due to the error that have blinded them, for example, the separation of church and state is supposed to be the unification of church, unification of church and state. That the church has solutions, the state has solutions,
This
and
is not
therefore
debate, it's a cry
unify.
for help.
Therefore, avoiding problems of errors that may occur from within, but also from those that are trying to bring it in from the outside. So, is a standard of degeneracy.
I didn't know we were doing the Dyer thing. 1 second.
Is a state of decay. Whether we
Hold on. No, I like the way I had it before. I like the other camera better. It looks better. Where are you going? Are you doing the sunglasses?
Turn my camera back on. What are you guys doing?
This is dumb.
All right, you're dumb. You're
You're
stupid.
fundamentally a stupid person.
Yeah.
No, dude, he's not stammering. This is just how this guy talks. Listen, hold on, Seahawk.
Yeah, I know.
Listen to this guy talk.
whether
I don't know why my YouTube keeps freezing. I don't think I have a bunch of shit open, do I? No, I
know.
don't. I don't know why it does this.
Do you have a Ryzen?
No, I don't have
Processor.
Ryzen. Oh, a Ryzen? Yeah. I think so. It was just working. What
Such
the
a
fuck?
dork. This is so stupid.
from the outside.
There we go.
So is a standard
Nah, bro, that's a good
of
look.
degeneracy is a
Do
state.
you know why I wear the sunglasses?
To save your vision from the monitor.
Dude, there's actually like 3 reasons. One, the Wi-Fi or the vision, like helping my vision, so I'm not just staring at monitors all day. And these are polarized. Second, there's a bright fucking light right here, right in my eyes.
Oh yeah.
And then the third reason is because when I do the debates, right, like when I go on like Verbal Combat or something like that, or any debate, I like to look at the person's face on screen when I talk to them, and I don't like looking into the camera itself.
Okay.
So I will sit there and like I can just kind of look in a general direction, and it looks normal. But if I'm just sitting there, to me it looks weird if I'm not looking at the camera.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude, this guy, you got to listen to this. I didn't know he debated Owlish, but I'll watch it.
Whether they
didn't know he
knew
debated.
beforehand or prior, they have accepted
all.
it as a way of truth, of the way in life, the way of what is should be accepted. But it should have never been to begin with. But then the perpetuity of that have literally allowed degeneracy to run rapid in a rate with technology that now it's making it so difficult to pinpoint accurately provide
This
solutions
is the guy at the
when it's
dispensary
really
cashier.
errors of the past.
This is not
really-
a debate.
Sir, this is a Wendy's. Do you want a Baconator or not? No, just this guy rambling.
The traumas
Could you
of the
imagine
future.
like debate?
Oh, this line right here is my favorite. This line right here that he says is my favorite one.
Solutions when it's really errors of the past is really the traumas of the future. So
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about.
Like, I feel bad. Like, if he was watching right now, I feel bad. Like, but I gotta tell you, man, if you are watching this right now, you gotta have some kind of aggression and not have debate is not a time where you gather a bunch of questions to ask because you're genuinely wondering what they think about life and history. It's because you're trying to make a point. You're trying to dismantle theirs. All you've done is have an interview.
I want to hear that again. I love it.
Accurately provide solutions when it's really errors of the past is really the traumas of the future. So
I have no idea what the hell you're talking about, bro.
Understood. Degeneracy, is it a state of decay?
No, well,
a progress of a state of decay?
From a religious standpoint, from a Christian standpoint, yes, it would be a state of decay, because a state of being in sin, right? But from the standpoint, the oppositional standpoint, we'd say degeneracy would be like without morals. It would mean without morals.
Okay, so, but it's within morals.
I think so.
What? Okay, so since it is in morals, and it's provided by certain groups of individuals led by an individual, or whether it be whoever created it or formulated
What's he talking about?
So they may prosper, but others will suffer. So how do we get rid of them?
Get rid of what?
Get rid of those who are against humanity's, well, what it ought to be, which is ultimately.
I think that the bottom of your society has to put upward pressure for a top-down campaign to move against degeneracy and promote the nuclear family, and to promote non-degenerate activities instead.
Okay, but here's the issue. Separation of church and state, you literally divided the church and the state. Now they're dealing the problems themselves. But if the solutions actually is from the opposite ends, but they're not going to the extent of...
Yeah, even in a country where you have a divide between the church and the state, there's going to have to be some type of consequence of synergy. So there's going to have to be some kind of synergistic relationship between the moral arm, whatever that is, and the state itself. I don't see a way around that. So this nation, while the secularists claim that there's separation of church and state, even though there isn't, right? It's just in the First Amendment, it says that Congress can't make a law favoring one religion over another, not that it has to be separated from government itself, especially considering that our original colonies all had state religions, even after it was ratified as the United States. So we never had a separation between church and state. We just didn't want independent colonies to essentially make a...
Turn your camera off for that.
We wanted them to be able to pick the religion they wanted without the federal government dictating what the religion was going to be.
So why can't it be that everyone agreed on one religion as a unifying state of mind?
They did. Each one of the 13 colonies did do exactly that. They had a state religion.
Now, if that was some form of...
Reminds me of Billy Madison.
I mean, it's not fair. He's not here to defend himself. So, like, but at the same time...
According to Avarice, dude, and okay, like, look, I don't know that this is true, but according to Avarice, this guy, after he debated somebody, proceeded to send Mr. E, Andrew, Avarice, all of them, like, fucking books. Like, books of text messages, like, every fucking day. So there's a chance that we might get some books. And if we get some books, I'm going to read them to the chat. Like, fair warning to this guy, I'm going to read him to the chat.
It reminds me of Jaden Smith's formerly Twitter account, where he would say things like, how can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real?
What the what?
Yes. Go check out Jaden Smith's Twitter entries.
Do I want to?
I mean, you just basically listen to a guy ramble nonsensically, using as many words as possible to mean as few things as possible. So I'm gonna look him up. but my favorite is still, how can mirrors be real if our eyes aren't real? If everybody in the world dropped out of school, we would have a much more intelligent society. There's another one. If newborn babies could speak, they would be the most intelligent beings on planet Earth.
Hold on, I'm pulling this up. Jaden Smith
tweets: education is rebellion. School is the tool to brainwash the youth. Well,
how's it spelled? An I or a Y?
Jaden.
What?
If I had a nickel for every time I would cry in the back of an Uber, I would have another pair of Yeezys. Oh my gosh. The more time you spend awake, the more time you spend asleep.
I can't find his account.
Okay, I think they're in screenshots.
Hold on.
I don't smell good, but I don't smell bad. You feel me? No pain, no gain, young Kurt Cobain.
What the fuck?
Jaden Smith, most trees are blue. Yes, that's a real tweet.
What did he say? What? No trees are blue?
Most trees are blue. The majority of trees are blue, according to Jaden Smith.
What the fuck?
Jaden Smith tweet, quote, "Hey, are you Jaden? Can I have a picture with you?" Unquote. No, because I'm super sad, but we can sit and talk. That's what Ira think of when I think of that particular guy. And the fact that he's still around, and I don't think you're going to get a debate with him. I think you're going to have a very confusing conversation, because that's all I've ever seen in every appearance of whatever his name is.
What the fuck?
Although I will delete my account on May 4th, 2015, May the 4th be with you, by the way, I come to you via this tweet in the future to let you know that the future is fun and cool and everything is going to be okay. Also, they still have juice boxes here, which is pretty rad. Can Drake be my new dad? Can dad be my new Drake? Nevermore. Jaden Smith. All I want for Christmas is truth.
I literally can't find. I can't find his account.
Well, that might have been that delete tweet that we mentioned. So, plus also he says so much nonsense. He probably got more clap back than Kathy Newman's account.
I do remember that. I remember that, Seahawk. Sal got a tattoo of Jaden Smith's face on his thigh.
Oh, wow.
Better than Bunga Bunga food chops. Have you seen that debate with him and Andrew?
No. Is it more wild than Gary the numbers guy?
Dude, oh my God, you have no idea. All right, hold up. I'm pulling up the dot video.
Is it wackier than The Machine Lies?
Dude, it's the wildest shit you've ever heard.
Oh my gosh.
Let me make sure I'm logged in real quick and then I'll pull it up. All right, hold on. This is going to take me a minute to find.
That's fine.
This one's a little older, so I got to go back real far for this. This was back when Zen Shapiro was one of his mods.
Andrews?
Yeah.
I remember vaguely that name. What happened to Zen Shapiro?
He started a family.
Oh.
And he just realized he didn't have time for this kind of stuff anymore. But Andrew's always maintained, if Zen ever wants to come back, there's always a place for him at the Crucible.
Jaden Smith says, all the rules in this world were made by someone smarter than you, no smarter than you, so make your own.
Okay.
A bookstore never runs out of a certain book. Does that mean that nobody reads it or everybody reads it?
What?
Yeah. How are you guys doing in chat, by the way?
Here we go. I found it. Okay. It was a debate about patriarchy, mind you.
Okay.
It's got the stupid Rumble ads.
And now,
by the way, this whole debate was an hour and a half long, but there was like no actual arguments. All right, hold on. I'm gonna skip.
If they're reaching out to debate with me,
I'm gonna skip to his opening.
Basically, already instantly regret this one.
Okay, well, it should be a lot of fun. We'll see how it goes.
Should be.
Before we get into it, I want to remind you guys one more time: like, share, subscribe, do all the YouTube shit. Send those super chats in. I think the dono chat link is pinned in the eating cheeks for the big super chat. And we are going to be taking callers up, so make sure you shoot your odds up.
Sorry, I'm just such a fan of Andrew. Like,
that's okay. That's okay.
He's like,
okay,
I'm
yeah.
not a conservative, but like, he, like, to me, like, he's like big pop fascist. Like, I'm sorry, he debated.
Look at Andrew's face.
By the way, in my opinion. And
okay,
I'm such a
hang
fan.
Hold on.
Spirit.
We don't need all this. Hang on.
Oh,
You can
okay.
say whatever you want in your opening statement. I promise. We did discuss backstage that food shops will be going first. Each debater is going to get 7 minutes for an opening statement, followed by roughly an hour to an hour and a half of open dialogue. And then
You won't stop
each debater will
bouncing.
get 7 minutes for a closing statement, at which point we'll go to Q&A. Food shops, like I said, you're going to be going first. So whenever you're ready, you have 7 minutes on the clock for your opening.
Yeah, okay, sure. So the
Oh
way
my
I
gosh.
define patriarchy is a social system in which positions of dominance and privilege are primarily held by men. The way I define dominance is power and influence over others, and privilege is a special right, advantage, or immunity granted or available only to a particular person or group. And, so conservatives have been arguing, that people of both genders have become less and less happy over time. Well, that's perfectly understandable, especially to people like Andrew who scowl all the time, in which one of the reasons is due to, a diminishing patriarchy. Also understandable, okay? Totally agree with that. And that we need to return to a more traditional lifestyle. In this debate, I would critique and undermine and
Okay,
support for patriarchy and generally
pause. This is a genius debate tactic. Be as unnerving as possible. Like, bring out the fight or flight of like the heebie-jeebies in your opponent. Like,
Eli took a screenshot of you and I both wearing the sunglasses, and he sent it to me, said album cover, and then he texted me. He says, "Debaters with attitude, straight with the new album, straight out of the VK." Oh fuck! Hold on, I'll see if I can pull it up.
Okay, yeah, I gotta see this now. But yeah, I think with tag and triage, I don't know of any atheists that could stand against that. We would just tear them apart. I think we would just tear them apart.
Oh, the atheist? Yeah, it'd be great. What just happened?
And you probably know tag better than I do because I've kind of dropped tag, at least in practice, because there's a couple reasons. I'm going to go over it on Wednesday, but one thing I would say is we agree that people do know things. We're not arguing that they don't actually know them. We're arguing that they don't have a worldview that gives a grounding for the knowledge that they have. But with triage, the difference
he just
is
took this picture.
Yeah. That works.
All right, I'm gonna do some editing here in the background.
Yeah, I bet you will.
And I'll make something cool out of that. But
yeah, throw some chat GPT together.
Yep, you gotta get the AI to do it because I'm retarded. But
Yeah,
dude, this shit is one of the fucking wildest debates. I've never laughed my ass off more at one of Andrew's debates than this one. Like hysterically, like crying, laughing at work.
support the belief that patriarchy is becoming more and more outdated. I have no problem with men working more, quote unquote, more masculine jobs and women
tickles my brain in bad ways.
working, quote unquote, more feminine jobs. When they both naturally gravitate towards these jobs due to physical constraints, only if given equal opportunity. You know, and you know, I think a beautiful part of human existence and history is transcending your limits like an anime. Okay, beyond gender and beyond physicalities. You know, it seems to me that there doesn't seem to be that much of a substantial use or that much of a good argument for patriarchy. You know, since it's becoming outdated, because at the end of the day, patriarchy is just another limit of human existence. Okay, and opening statement. That's it.
All right, thank you. You do have like 5 more minutes on the clock if you want.
No, that's fine. I can see the rest of 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. Andrew, whenever you're ready, you got 7 minutes on the clock for your opener.
There wasn't an argument.
Oh yeah. Whatever. Just go.
Do you want to just concede time too, and then you guys just go in open dialogue? Is that what you want to do?
Yeah. As we move farther.
I asked Andrew.
Here, hang on. Let me use the language you're the most familiar with. Do you want to kind of give me a fucking argument? Can you?
Do you totally I want to give you a fucking argument?
A fucking argument? Can you do that? Can you do that? Spurgatron 9000. Give me a fucking argument.
My argument. I'll tell you. My argument is that the farther we move from patriarchy, the better it seems like society seems to be. That's all I'm going to say.
Okay, so the better we move from
premise
patriarchy,
1, conclusion.
The better off society seems to be.
Yep.
That's the argument. Okay, from
That's
your
the
opening
argument.
statement. Okay, so I'll do my opening statement now.
All right, go ahead.
So his definition of patriarchy, social dominance held by men. I don't dispute the definition. I think it's fine for the purpose of this conversation and debate. He immediately opened up with a straw man, said most conservatives want to argue about blank. I don't give a shit what most conservatives want to argue about. He says patriarchy is limited. That's the point. It's supposed to be fucking limited. And he says that it's better that we move away from patriarchy is kind of the crux of his argument because, it's limiting, right? Or some shit like this, right? Or I guess in his worldview, the more patriarchal society is, the less happy it tends to be. Some nonsense like this, which I'm sure he'll provide 50,000 fucking Spurgatron studies for. But it's all beside the point. So I'll take this time to just open with a very keyed-in argument for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Who enforces the rights of women?
I don't know. You tell me. You're the one who's giving the
fucking
opening.
question.
You're the one who's giving
I'm
the
done with
opening
the
argument.
opening. I'm done with the opening.
Oh well, you never told me. So whatever.
Open dialogue starting now.
Yeah. Who enforces the rights of women?
I guess state authority. I guess.
And that would be comprised the main body of the enforcement arm of state authority of which sex?
I guess primarily by men.
By men. Men are the enforcers of rights. Women are not the enforcers of rights. Men can enforce their own.
Primarily.
Dude, Zen is just in there laughing his ass off for like 90% of this. If you watch,
rights. Women are not the enforcers of rights. Women cannot successfully enforce their own rights and have never been able to successfully enforce their own rights. They have to rely on men to do so. Therefore, the descriptive is that you will always have a patriarchy, no matter how much of your egalitarian bullshit you want to move towards. You can't escape it. You might say it's limited, but you can't transcend it because if men decide tomorrow women have no rights, they fucking don't.
How do you define patriarchy by your own definition?
I just said that for the purpose of this debate, it's absolutely fine to use the definition you gave.
So my definition for patriarchy is a social system in which positions of dominance and privilege are primarily held by men. You accepted this definition, yes?
Oh, it's like a drill bit in my skull.
So when it comes to privilege, a special right, advantage, or immunity granted or available only to a particular person or group, yes?
No, that's not what you...
Hold on.
Here it is.
I have it.
It begins a new era in music and debate.
Debate is with attitude, straight out of VK.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make this into a thumbnail and I'll send it to you. Every time we do a stream review or anything like that, this has just got to be the thumbnail.
DWA.
DWA. This is fucking great.
It's perfect too because you got the smokes behind you and I got Chicago on my shirt.
Mm-hmm.
It just works.
I think it's great. Here, hold on. I'll work this into a thumbnail real quick and I'll send it to you.
Your definition said primarily.
No. So in my opening statement, I said that in my opening statement. Did you listen?
Yeah, but the definition that, as you described it right here, it just says primarily held by.
No. In my opening statement, I said that specifically in my opening statement. I read it right off.
Okay, well then,
a special right, advantage, or immunity granted only or
then
available
I will
only.
dispute. Then I will dispute this definition and say
very well.
primarily.
All right. So let's be very clear here. I said only, but since in the police force we know that there are women police officers, right? And since you said that
it's
the
a verbal lobotomy.
has police
Oh,
officers
it
that are,
hurts.
again, I accepted that there are mostly men, there are women police officers. Sure, that in the enforcement arm there are women police officers. I would say that this is already a point against you. Would that be correct?
No.
Yes, this is already a point against you.
How is it a point against me?
By the way, you'll see they just start muting him at one point. He used rules for 5 fucking minutes while Andrew just stood perfectly straight faced.
Okay, patriarchy is a social system in which positions of dominance and privilege are primarily held by men. Dominance.
Hang on,
power.
the word there is primarily. Yes.
Yes.
This is persuaded you to want to quit YouTube.
Yeah. This is like, dude. Okay, did you even see my debate from yesterday?
I have not. I'm gonna watch it. I was gonna watch it tomorrow.
No. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. We can talk about that tomorrow. But yeah, it got kind of wild. No, it definitely did get kind of wild. It definitely did get kind of wild. Like, anyway, proceed.
Primarily held by men, but then I go into two of these two words, okay? Position of dominance and privilege. Dominance is defined by power and influence over others.
And it's primarily held by which group?
Yeah. But then,
and enforcement is primarily held by which group?
Yeah, but then I'm going to define privilege for you, okay?
Yeah, it doesn't matter who.
That is the word.
However you define those two words.
I'm going to repeat this again.
However you define those two words,
Andrew,
it doesn't matter.
I'm very calm right now. Andrew, I'm very calm right now.
The word is primarily.
I'm going to define privilege, okay? A special right, advantage, or immunity granted or available. Okay, this is my opening statement now, okay?
He's so over it already.
Advantage or immunity granted or available. Do you concede this point? Or available only to a particular person?
No, I conceded to the definition.
This is Guantanamo
Do you admit that you weren't
Bay.
listening?
No, I conceded to.
This is so bad.
This is industrial grade cringe of the highest order.
This shit's so fucking wild. It's so fucking. This gets better and better. By the way, I've got this on. How much faster do you think I have this playing than normal?
I'm guessing it's normal.
It's at 1.25.
Okay.
So hold on, I'll slow it down, and you still won't be able to fucking follow what this guy's saying.
No,
only the definition that you get.
So
could you imagine? Hold on.
Could
you imagine steel manning this guy? Like, you just pause the video in any place, steel man him, go. Like, I can't even understand. Like, part of my strength, I think, is the ability to. I'm not going to use the word empathize, but intuit a person's position and be able to communicate it better than they can. Typically, this guy, I'm totally lost.
Yeah, no, I have no idea. Like, I try and do the same. So for most people, I try and do the same thing. Like, if I couldn't like understand the actual argument you're trying to make, like what does how do you get to this position? How do you come to it? You know, what's the first premise that you accept that logically entails this? And like, I can work through it. And like 90% of people, I can try and understand what they're saying. Like 99%, probably like 95% of the people that I argue with, I try and understand from their perspective why they think the way they do. And if I can't steelman their position, I won't argue against it because like I don't understand it at that point.
Right.
And how can I argue against something I don't understand? It makes no sense.
Right. And how can you figure out what your argument is going to be if you can't steelman the best possible version in order to strategize after that?
Yeah, exactly.
I gave in my opening statement when I say available only.
You said primarily, the definition, you just read it again, that it's positions of dominance held by men, primarily
held by men.
Yes.
Right?
So there's no dispute there. They all
Seahawk, that was him trolling. He's a Destiny orbiter. Like, you know that, right? This guy's a total Destiny orbiter.
Okay, hold up. Destiny has a keyboard in the background for his videos. This guy has a keyboard in the background for his videos. Sarkar has a keyboard in the background for his videos. So I think it's keyboards versus guitars. So the right wingers have guitars. The left wingers have keyboards. That's how
I see the pattern that you're establishing.
Those positions are, as you just admitted, primarily held by men. You lose.
Well, I mean, I said available only. I said available only, right? I said available only.
Easy money.
Patriarchy, right? Already, and you say people are getting happier. That's awesome, bro.
Which
That's
part?
great.
Which part do you particularly dispute here, right? Like you didn't know which one like you particularly like dispute. I don't get it. Like,
what's there to dispute? Here's your argument.
Mm-hmm.
I think, according to you, you say society is getting happier. And then you gave a definition of patriarchy, and in your definition of patriarchy for why patriarchy is bad, you say it's because the positions of authority are primarily held by men, but in all these happy societies you point to, all those positions are primarily held by men. Therefore, all those societies... Shut up. Let me finish. Therefore, all those societies have to be patriarchies by this definition. That's it. That's the argument. You're fucking done.
Yeah, but your argument is that we necessarily need a patriarchy, right?
There's no yeah, but it's over.
Did I argue that?
I'm not even
did I argue it?
You're pivoting,
bro. The debate's over already.
No. My argument.
Nowhere to go from here.
My argument is that as we're moving away farther and farther from a patriarchy, things tend to generally become better, right? That's my argument.
Wait a second. Back up.
Yeah.
You are admitting that we exist in a patriarchy and people are getting happier, right? Because of patriarchy, the entailment under your definition is just that most of the positions of enforcement and positions of power and authority are primarily held by men.
Can I appeal so then I can at least finish what I'm saying?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, there's an ad ready to start.
Yes, I can
I
understand.
can't skip it. It's the way that the video works. The old videos, you can't do it. What the fuck is this lady painting on her tongue?
Did you know there is a natural...
Dude, I hate
that
Rumble
we
ads.
live in a patriarchy, right? But then primarily...
They're the craziest shit ever. Big Alzheimer's doesn't want you to know this one simple trick, but if you just inject onions into your eyeballs, it'll completely give you your memory back. It's like, what the fuck's wrong with you people?
Hi, I'm Big Alzheimer's here. I've been slammed by people.
But usually they don't even actually tell you that part. They'll be like, doctors don't want you to know this one simple trick, but until this man figured it out. If you drink a glass of ice water every night before bed, your pancreatitis. And it's like, what?
Right.
If positions of dominance are held
Buy
by
my
men,
13 info
right?
tapes.
Sure, I can agree that positions of dominance are held by men, but then it seems like these kinds of systems where men are holding more dominant and leadership positions are becoming less and less more important, right? They're becoming less and less important. Meanwhile, we can see, rates like, okay, women going to colleges are like rising, right? Women are becoming more and more prominent, like for example, women in politician roles.
No, Seahawk. On the dot video, it's just a random Rumble ad. It's not actually hooked to any account. And by the way, go on Rumble for like 20 minutes without Rumble Premium, and you'll even see there is no marketing for the ads.
There's no cookies correlation.
Yeah, on Rumble, no, it's just fucking random every time.
Are like rising up, right?
All that's happening under the benevolent
wait, let me finish, moderator.
All that happening under the benevolent patriarchy?
You can finish, but try not to go on too long because this is
my gosh,
dialogue.
it's like napalm in my psyche.
So we can
just nails on a
see
chalkboard,
women in
dude.
leadership positions, like taking up leadership positions.
Part of me is thinking about getting a condenser mic instead of the dynamic, so I don't have to talk right into it, and I can see one that's close.
Don't need men in patriarchal
Yeah, it's
positions.
not personalized.
So it seems like to you that the benevolent patriarchy is allowing all these women to have all these great and wonderful positions within society.
Well, sure mics are dynamic. They're not condenser.
Okay.
Condenser mics is like what Rev has. So Rev can be looking at the mic, or the mic can be over here, like way over here, and it picks his voice up just as well because it's taking sound in from all directions instead of directionally.
Got it. Okay.
And so, like, I've just been thinking about getting a condenser mic because of that.
And that society's most key
but-
positions
okay,
are.
no,
Shut
no,
up! It's my turn. I didn't interrupt you, Spurg.
Yeah,
Shut
well,
up.
Yeah, he
Go
did
ahead,
let
go
you
ahead.
finish, so let
Okay,
Andrew
okay,
finish.
go ahead,
Shut your
go
Spurg
ahead,
mouth. You're saying that
I love that. Shut your Spurg mouth.
you
It's
just
the
love and adore
precursor
the
to the
fact that
enemy
society
Charlie.
right now exists under a patriarchy by your own definition, and it's so benevolent that it's even letting these broads, who it could oppress if it wanted to, do all of these great and wonderful things, and it's making society happier. Well, I mean, that's awesome, man.
It's very nice of the patriarchy for that.
He just clenched.
So the
That's
problem with that is that obviously,
that's the end of the debate.
What is your appeal? How is it that your assumption is that men is letting women allow in these positions? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I would argue that is not specifically a case of gender.
Then it's not
I would
patriarchy.
actually say that it is more of a case of power.
But that
right?
wasn't because
For
of your
example,
microphone. That
what
was
is
because of
there are lots of women leaders,
your
right, that are
software.
in positions of power,
Who
but
appeal
it's
to
not.
men to enforce their authority.
Yeah, but it's not.
Men
But it's
don't-
not
Eli,
a
you gotta come
particular
up here
case
or
of,
what?
like,
It's
physical
always the
power.
case.
Yeah, Eli, do you want me to drop? I'll drop the link in the chat if you want to come up here. Just watch this shit with us.
It's been an age. I don't even know where you've been. You and Mo, even Steele's the one who's actually around the most compared to you guys.
Yeah.
I'm even trying to get a hold of Rev. I can't get a hold of you guys.
Yeah, Rev's gone radio silent. Got the popcorn ready, dude. This shit is so fucking funny. This is one of my favorite debates that Andrew ever did.
Okay, speaking of favorite debates, I am seriously looking at going to Nashville September 12th and seeing Jay Dyer versus Stefan Molyneux.
Where is it?
Nashville.
For what?
Jay Dyer.
No, for what? Like what's the event?
Word War debate.
Oh, it's Word War. Okay.
Yeah.
I might go to that one.
Yeah. Yeah.
What are they debating though?
Existence of God, I'm sure. Yes, they did it once before, but this is 2026 now. And I'll be like, unblock me, dude. No, kidding.
Like, hey, bro, can you unblock? Be like, hey, man, can you unblock me?
Unblock me, please.
When you talk to him, you just gotta be like, look, dude, you gotta unblock me. It's fundamentally stupid to block me.
Right. Right, but
I do love Jay though. I met the guy in person. He's fucking hilarious in person.
Oh, I'm sure. No, he's no doubt he's a funny guy. I just don't like him. No doubt he's an intelligent guy and he knows his stuff. I mean, I'm sure he's read every book on his shelf.
Look, dude, I'm not trying to be rude, but can you unblock me? As Eli said in the chat.
It's always
it's not a particular physical power. It doesn't really. For example, how do you explain away that women judges are basically locking away men to death sentences? Then how does that make any sense to you?
What does that have to do with anything? They are appealing.
Everything to do with anything.
Judges are not the enforcement arm. That would be the.
They are absolutely.
Shut up, retard, and let me finish.
I'm counting you directly before you go off on another tangent.
Bro, you have to stop talking.
I'm writing your points down.
Okay. No, judges have to appeal to police officers, and they have to appeal to jailers, and they have to appeal to all of these different people to actually enforce their will. Judges do not make a ruling and then go enforce it, do they, dumbass? Who enforces it for them? Would you say primarily the sex that enforces a judge's ruling would be male or female if you had to guess?
Okay, sure. The thing is, I can totally understand is that at the end of the day, sure, the people who hold the guns, all right, are absolutely male officers, majority male officers, right? But the thing is that at the end of the day, physical strength, at least in modern society, is not a big deal anymore. That's the thing, right? Because at the end of the day, we have guns, right? Because isn't the whole point behind like conservatives is that guns are the great equalizer between physical strength, right? Because if a woman can handle a gun correctly, right? Can't a woman shoot a man and be done with it? You know, in Indiana Jones, you know, like that one scene where like the one guy was like waving around the sword and then Indiana Jones like shoots the guy and then he just drops dead, right? The thing is that sure, women judges are the ones.
I can't.
Hold on.
I can't do it.
Andrew, let me finish.
You're so dumb. I can't even take it. I can't even take it.
I don't want to hear it from a fourth-rate gay porn
star. Yeah, fucking. You know, like when Indiana Jones got his whip and he went to the Temple of Doom. You remember when Indiana Jones went to the Temple of Doom and Colleen was there?
You debate like a fourth-rate gay porn star. You debate like a fourth-rate gay porn star. And you look like one too. Okay. So let me finish my point. Sure, it's true. Sure, it's true that female judges. Sure, it's true that female judges have to at the end appeal to a majority male police force in order to bring the murderers to prison. I totally agree with that, right?
So the foundation of society is patriarchy.
Hold on, let me finish. Can I let you finish?
You're never gonna finish?
Because at the end of the day, right, but at the end of the day,
internet was a person, it would be this guy.
If the internet was if Reddit was a person, it'd be that guy. Hold on, this actually gets. If you watch Zen's face throughout this, by the way.
But at the end of the day, it just seems to me that's not the kind of society we're living in anymore, right?
It is. We live in that exact society right now.
We no longer live in a dark age.
Stop talking,
We no longer live in a dark age.
Shut up, Spurg.
Stop talking, each other in the mud. Okay, that's just not the kind of society we live in. We, the people who are up there in the higher levels, have college degrees.
Stop spurging. Are you done spurging now? Yes, we do live in that society right this second. Who enforces your rights in this society right this second, dumbass? Who?
Are the people who live in
answer my question, dumbass. Who enforces your rights in this society right now, stupid? Who?
The lawmakers.
No, not the lawmakers. When's the last time you saw a lawmaker go and enforce a law, dumbass?
You can say the police, but who do you think are the people who are in charge of making the laws that the police are also enforcing?
Those people have to rely on enforcement, or they have no power. They have no power.
The answer is the lawmakers. All right, Andrew Wilson.
Stop over talking me. I'm going to explain this concept for you one more time.
Yes, if police don't follow what the lawmakers say, then the lawmaker has no actual power. It's always dependent upon the force.
That was what Andrew Jackson told the Supreme Court when they said, no, you can't remove the Native Americans from their land. He was like, well, you can rule that, but let's see you enforce it. And he made the Trail of Tears.
Yeah. By the way, I think I looked it up one day and it was only like like a few thousand people died in the Trail of Tears?
Not what it would. A few Steel. I mean,
Oh no, like the leftists are always like they killed millions of people. I've actually heard a leftist claim they killed millions of people in the Trail of Tears.
Okay, well,
and I think it was only
that would be like a Holocaust, and no.
Hold on, let me look it up. Actually, let me look it up. I can't remember now.
I mean, I guess it's possible, but I doubt it. I'm not a historian. That would be more like Aiden Linden's thing.
Historians generally estimate that about 4,000 people died.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's not great, but it's like
I'm not going to defend the Trail of Tears, so you're on your own with that one.
They chose to walk. They did it out of pride. I'm part Cherokee, and yeah, it's sad, but pride killed them.
So they could have gone in carriages, and they refused to go in carriages and wagons. Well, I mean,
yeah, was that the case? Was the U.S. government like offering like wagons and shit?
I mean,
I don't know.
If they were, I kind of doubt it. I kind of doubt it.
Yeah, it's around 4,000 that died out of the 16,000 that were removed.
Could have ridden horses and stuff. I don't know the circumstances. I don't know how many of them could afford horses. Because it's not like it were in the West. Everybody gets a horse. It's like Red Dead Redemption. I don't think it's that easy.
I think you have to buy a horse in Red Dead Redemption.
It proves my point even more. Even if in a video game you have to buy your horse, but in real life, I mean, it's not. I would doubt that everybody's got a horse.
No, you get one in the beginning, I think.
Whatever, dude.
But I think you can buy other ones. That's what it is.
No. I'm going to explain this concept because you're not listening.
No.
The Congress makers, who, by the way, the women are.
What's a Congress maker?
More and more. Okay.
Can you tell me what? Is that like a juice maker? Is that like a juice maker?
No. The lawmakers. I definitely misspoke there. Okay. The thing is, at the end of the day, right?
At the end of the day.
Lawmakers, right? The lawmakers, right, are the ones who write the laws.
And then rely on enforcement to enforce them. Stupid.
Yes.
Yes.
But do you really think
you have nothing else?
Yeah, but do you think it's like?
Oh, okay, so he's saying the standard was that it was the women and children were put in wagons, and the men were supposed to walk, but a lot more chose to walk.
They basically sent them to Crapland twice.
Rex, look at me. There are no such thing as no words. You can in fact swear.
I choose not to. Anyway.
Am I going to go to hell if I say fuck?
Seahawk Daddy says Rex's last debate was a Trinity debate.
Yeah,
and,
it was a Trinity
yes, that was yesterday. It was a 2v2.
I don't know how you went over on a fucking aging potato. I just can't stand her moderation.
Okay, so on day 3 invited me to join a debate, and I haven't done a serious debate in a while, and I still haven't done a serious debate. But
that hasn't changed.
Yeah, unfortunately. Oh my gosh.
Well, I saw the guru guy that you were debating. I was like, this is not going to be.
Yeah, well, I figured the rabbi would be smarter, and he was. But unfortunately for him, he was.
I didn't realize. Hold on, I didn't see Eli post this, but he said I was kidding. Y'all couldn't hear my thick hillbilly accent in the comment. So hold on, we got to say this with Eli's accent. Aren't those? I'm not going to say that. Never mind. Never mind. We're not going to say that.
No words are back. I'm sorry. Okay,
not for him. If I was on Rumble, I'd say it just fine. I don't care.
I'm sure you would.
It's the YouTube overlords. Look, YouTube, we love Israel over here. They're the chosen people. All right, we love them. Nobody would ever say anything bad about them or any minority groups on this show for when the AI is doing
Romans chapter 11, Steelborne. But
he's a Protestant. I don't grant his interpretation.
I didn't interpret it. I just read it.
I know.
Natural branches.
I know. I'm just.
But do you think it's like, okay, like which education level do you think is like, okay, requires, okay, who writes the laws and whatever like that? Like, do you think
they're all men, bro? They're all men.
Do you really think
enforcement is basically all men?
Wow. I guess that we just need to go all the way back to the Dark Ages, and we just don't need any of this shit anymore. We just need like the Oonga Boonga cavemen.
We're living in that age right now.
Hit each other, and then
Oonga
we just
Boonga
need
are
like
my favorite kind of caveman.
Right?
Hey, you said we're living in that age right now, and people are happier.
Did I ever say that?
Yeah. You said
No, I
people,
didn't.
it seems like, are getting a lot happier.
right now,
That's what you
Steelborne.
said. And
I
we
never
live
said
right
that.
now
I
by your
never said that. You wanna
definition.
rewind it? You wanna
And you
rewind
live right now.
What, for drinking?
For what I'm drinking out of.
What is it? Oh, dude, I my dad's got a leftist tears mug.
Okay.
Look, I don't hate the Daily Wire.
Yeah.
I just hate Ben Shapiro.
I don't hate Ben Shapiro or the Daily Wire.
I hate Ben Shapiro.
Why?
Like, well, okay, because basically his whole thing is just like, if it's not pro-Israel, I hate him.
I don't know how entirely fair that is. I can see why many would think that, because ultimately, but
What I mean by that specifically, I don't mean like creators. I mean politicians.
Yeah.
When he's covering politicians, everything's got to be from the Zionist angle, and I get that he's a Zionist. I just fucking hate Zionists for one. But secondly,
Zionist.
Somebody who is somebody who no, not pro-Israel. Somebody who advocates that Israel has the right to defend itself. Or no, not the right to defend itself. The right to exist.
What country doesn't have the right to defend itself?
The right to exist. The right that they have the right to exist. And here's why I reject that categorically. Because if you're conquered, you didn't have that fucking right. By the way, I got it. I was arguing with that. Remember that Jew that I debated on the Trinity?
I think I might. I think to say if we're defining a Zionist as somebody who says Israel has a right to exist, I don't hate them, but seeing as Christ has come, I don't think any country has a right to exist.
Exactly,
anymore.
That's my pattern, though. So I asked that guy, so that Jew that I debated, religious Jew that I debated on the Trinity. Before that, I debated him on Horseradish's panel, and we were talking about dual citizenship. That was what the prompt originally was. We started talking about, do nations have the right to exist? And I was like, no, none of them do.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, if China came over and conquered Russia, Russia no longer has the right to exist. It's no longer Russia.
Yeah. And I have to say the same thing with the U.S. If China conquered us, we don't have the right to exist. We just got conquered. They own us now. That's it.
Yeah, it's like, and I was like, he was like, you don't think that the Jewish people have a right to a homeland? And I'm like, no, nobody has a right to a homeland. I have no right to America, other than the fact that it's enforced.
And that is my anti-blood and soil argument that I used against Andrew, and he seemed to reject it. So that was the weird part.
What was the wait? What?
In my second debate, where I brought,
I don't think Andrew's not a blood and soil guy. Like he.
Did you see my second debate with him?
I was there.
Oh, that's right. So you forgot.
I don't think Andrew's a blood and soil guy because he rejects birthright citizenship.
I'm not saying he is, but he defended it.
I mean, to be fair, I've also seen Andrew defend the like moral subjectivist position just to demonstrate a point.
Yeah, but don't you think he was kind of? I would say this. Wouldn't you say that he was kind of on a campaign to try out arguments, not for the sake of arguments, but things that he wanted to prove a point on?
For that, no, I don't think so. I don't think for most of it. I think
you think it was just argument for argument's sake for that appearance.
No, I think it was actual like positions. I think most of the time he would defend, but I would say so. I don't think Andrew believes in like some like objective blood and soil argument, but like if this was your parents' homeland or your grandparents, like your generations, your history, your family's homeland, then to him it's not like it's not immoral or confusing for those people to want to defend that land and maintain their sovereignty.
It's not nobody's arguing that it's confusing. The question,
or immoral though, or immoral.
So if you have unjustified exclusion to the point of lethal force, then it would be immoral.
Well, hold on. How is it unjustified?
Because if you're using somebody's lineage as the occasion for your violence towards them, that's unjustified.
Well, hold on. Can I violently remove illegal immigrants from my nation?
That's not lineage. That's legal status.
I don't understand the question then.
Okay, hold on a second. Why don't we actually?
Are you saying like an ethno state?
Wasn't that what we were debating? Me and Andrew at ethno state? Yeah.
Oh, in that position, I have no idea if that's what you guys were talking about then.
There were two debates that covered ethnostate. The one that I had on my mystery mega stream, and then the one where I bring out the case for Christian nationalism.
Yeah, by Wolf or whatever.
Correct.
Now, so from what I understand, I don't think what Andrew's argument was like saying, and this is like, I've been thinking about this a lot. So like when he did like the whole, I don't think there's a problem with Japan wanting to be for the Japanese. I don't think he's saying like if there are any white or black people in Japan that Japan should just execute them.
Yeah, I didn't think he was saying that either.
I think he was saying like you just don't have to let any more immigrants in.
Yeah, well, I would agree with that. In fact, I did agree with that. If you're talking about the final debate, when it came to like, there's nothing wrong with an ethno-state. The question is, historically, how many ethno-states took such measures? And a good amount of them, if not most of them, throughout time did. Like, in terms of this nation is built on a bloodline of this phenotype, we identify with these people and not these other people. Therefore, at any time, at our discretion, we can use lethal force to if you're not part of said lineage. I did drop you the Discord link if you want to go over the.
I'll go watch it at some point, but
yeah, we don't have to do it now. But
yeah, I'm too tired to argue anymore. I just want to watch fucking Food Tard get wrecked by Andrew again because it's so fucking funny.
So people aren't getting more happy as we're moving away from patriarchy.
I know.
No, I never made a positive or negative claim.
Okay, so are people getting happier or are they getting
my only
sadder?
statement whatsoever.
So are they getting happier or sadder?
In the U.S., it does seem to me that male and female are getting like the trend in happiness does seem to be going lower. Okay.
Oh, it does seem to be going lower.
Hold on, let me finish. But in terms of the World Happiness Index, it seems like at least the global trend it seems to be rising over time in terms of if you try to measure it in terms of prosperity.
Okay, got you.
Yes.
Now back to my question. Absent enforcement, and there's never going to be primarily female enforcement because they can't do it. They're not physically capable of fucking doing it, and they're not physically capable of building or maintaining the infrastructure. They're not capable of doing any of these things. Stop talking. It's my turn. Stop talking.
Okay, go ahead.
Regardless of who writes the law, they have to appeal. They have to appeal.
Stop talking.
To
it's my
enforcement
turn.
every single time. And the second enforcement decides not to enforce their law, they no longer have any power, and only men can unilaterally say you have no more enforcement. Not women. Only men can collectively do this.
Who is writing the laws, though?
Well, it's like you just missed my whole point, bro. It's
writing
irrelevant.
laws,
It's irrelevant. It could be if it was Congress, if it was the president, if it was a king, it wouldn't matter.
I've been kind of letting this one go because I think it's funny that you guys are really butting heads right now. But just so we don't circle. So Andrew is conceding that it may not be like an overwhelming majority of men that are writing the laws. I think Andrew concedes that. But his argument is that regardless of who writes the laws, he's saying that men are the ones that are the strong arm enforcing them. So I think that's where the divide is. You're both agreeing on who writes them. You're disagreeing.
Well, sometimes Kali Ma enforces them in the Temple of Doom when Indiana Jones is rolling through. He's got a spur whip and a 45 on his hip. He's ready to go.
Here's the problem. All right, is that the way I define patriarchy?
Nobody cares what you. At this point, who cares? There's no point in listening to you anymore. You're too stupid to have this conversation. Stop talking.
I don't
Stop talking.
The way I define patrarchy.
You're not. Stop talking.
I define patrarchy.
You're still talking, bro.
Wait, moderator, can I?
No, the moderator can't do anything. Stop talking.
No, I've been letting it go. I'm gonna keep letting it go. Continue.
Okay. All right.
You really have trouble finding good debate opponents? Honestly,
moderator, can I
you lost the debate. You lost the debate in 5 minutes, bro.
I'm not gonna hold either of your hands through the rest of this. Go. You guys got to figure it out. Go.
All right. Okay. So basically, how I define the patriarchy is like, do you think that basically if everybody like above are all women, everybody in the entire above pyramid are all women, but literally everybody below are all men. Okay, all the military men. Would that still be a patriarchy to you?
Yes,
drink a lot of milk.
Will always be done by men. So men will always be in the key. No. You just had the majority key positions of power. You don't think that the military has a majority of key positions of power as well? Because it does. So this has to be taken as a collective holistic. So if we look at this, you understand enforcement can never only come from men. Therefore, you will always have a patriarchy, regardless of whatever egalitarian fucking thing.
What?
You have back support in that chair?
It's got built-in lumbar support, but
is that what's killing your back?
No, it's not. It's the actual seat itself. Like it fucking hurts.
All right, so check out this chair. I can send it. I can send you the Amazon link for this. You got a backrest. You get a foot rest that you can pull out. You've got lift up and down or whatever. It's pretty good.
Does the seat or does the back recline while the seat stays stationary?
Yeah, I don't think the seat like pulls forward when you recline.
No, I mean like okay. So this is the way that the seat normally sits. I'm asking when you recline.
Yeah.
Does the seat go with it, or does the seat back up, or does the back of the seat like go backwards on its own?
The back of the seat goes backwards on its own.
Okay, yeah, send me that link because that's what I want.
Yeah,
because I got herniated discs in my spine, and it's like I can't sit on like chair. Like if the chair goes back, it's not doing what I want it to do, which is I want to extend my spine, take the pressure off.
Yeah, here I'll demonstrate. 1 sec. This is real entertainment, folks.
Yeah, real entertainment. The chair review.
Yeah. Re-examination upholstery. There we go. Yeah, see?
Okay,
so
the seat. Yeah, okay, I get what you're saying.
Yeah, so the seat does not like the part where your butt is does not like pull backward. It lays flat.
Yeah, mine does, and it drives me nuts.
Yeah. All right. All right, we'll send you the link. You just got to assemble it when you get it. That's all.
I'm fine. I'm a builder. So
you come up with Spurt.
No reasonable person will ever agree to that.
Oh,
right?
well, yeah.
No,
Appeal to a reasonable person like you.
No reasonable person will
A reasonable
ever
person like
agree.
you?
How are thousands of Americans using more power and getting lower electric bills? It all comes down to this one thing.
Your doctors don't want you to know how to
No
get
reasonable-
lower electric bills.
Electricity doesn't want you to know that.
Person will ever agree
Big
that
doctor.
like okay, fine. Everybody above, like in the above triangle here, and then everybody here is like okay, fine. The bottom of the pyramid, okay, is like all men. Sure, they might be gun holders and stuff, but everybody here is like the controllers. There's like the master controllers, okay. But everybody here is like the
Oh, the
unga
master
bunga low
controllers.
intelligence. Everybody here is like the low unga bunga gun holder, like strong arm people,
racist.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody would ever say,
Unga
"Oh
bunga?
yeah, that's a patriarchy, all right?" Because guess what? They can just overthrow the women one day.
This is a paradox that you have to deal with, which is that even if you collectively made everybody a matron and decided that it would be a matriarchy
12%
one day,
discount right
if
now
men
on this
decide that
chair.
it's no longer a matriarchy, it
Nice.
won't be a matriarchy, and they can't do shit about it. However, on the other hand, if men say this is going to forever be a patriarchy, women can't do shit about that. They can't do anything, nothing, because they don't have the power of enforcement.
Okay, so in this pyramid,
Just
all right,
concede, bro.
in
Just
this
concede.
pyramid, the people below are all unga bunga stupid, okay? And everybody in this above pyramid are smarter, so they're not smart enough to unify enough to actually
And
overthrow
the women at the top of the
people in
pyramid are all
women.
smarter.
They're all smarter.
Oh.
But whatever.
So the women
thing
are all
is-
smarter, and they're in the upper positions and upper echelons of power, right?
Yeah, they're not smart enough to unify.
And what
to
happens
overthrow
if
the
all
woman.
of the dumb,
What do you-
really?
what do
What
you-
happens if
no,
all
no,
of the
no,
dumb, really
no,
dumb,
no, no, no.
really dumb Unga
Engage.
Bunga people?
No,
decide-
engage.
I'm engaging
engage.
directly with
No,
your
no.
argument.
Yeah, go ahead. No,
What
engage.
happens if the dumb Unga Bunga people,
Mhm.
all those dumb low IQ men underneath those sophisticated and highly intelligent high IQ women, decide collectively one day that they don't want those women to be in power anymore? What the fuck are the women going to do about it, bro?
They're too stupid to unify. That's part of the hypothetical.
So the hypothetical baked into your hypothetical is that the collective IQ of every man on planet Earth is so low that they can't even figure out how to collectively push back against their oppressors.
Well, not collectively. They're just too stupid to unify, but that you don't understand that. So I get it.
What are you talking about?
Okay, I will grant this hypothetical. Assuming hypothetically,
You know how
that
a
the
bunch of
entirety
retards
of the bottom
don't know how to-
rung
Like,
of the population
It is the dumbest
was
people
so
that unify the most cohesively.
Yeah.
They get all emotional. They get up and
And they
nobody
don't
thinks
care,
that-
and they'll just listen to whoever says, "Look, here's the reason." Like, look, Joe Rogan has said this, and I think he's 100% right here. He did this during a comedy special. It's like when it comes to a bunch of really fucking stupid people, you just gotta be the most confident. And here's what he means: if you got a group of people and everybody's like, "I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on," the other guy goes, "I fucking do." He's like, and now that guy's in charge forever. That's basically how it works with stupid people. And he's like, yeah, I kind of agree with him. You just got to be confident. You don't got to be correct. Nobody's going to fucking check your facts.
No, they check your vibes. Stupid people live and die on vibes. It's
Mhm.
the smarter people who want verification. They want to see all the facts.
They want to make sure that you're engaging in the same epistemic, normative reality as they are.
fucking stupid that they absolutely refused in any way, shape, or form, men, by the way, to work together, which of course they're known for doing. Women are the ones who are known for working together. But assuming for a second that we just go ahead and grant your hypothetical, sure, I guess if everybody was so fucking stupid that they refused to collectivize for enforcement, then yeah, I could grant your hypothetical, but who cares?
All right. So in that
How would
scenario,
these smart, powerful
that would
women
still
even
be a
find marriage
patriarchy
if
to
the
you?
men
Is
are
that
just so
if
stupid in
everybody
the
down
pool out
here?
there?
That is an excellent question. And that's why your smart women are boss based CEOs. And they're, by the time they're like, I don't know, 45, with their wine-stained teeth and their cat pee smell. And they're like, I'm a CEO. And it's like, congrats. And your bloodline dies with you.
Well, I mean, people don't care about bloodlines anymore. That's just a fact, because they'll be like, when I'm dead, how's my bloodline help me? You know, what do I care what happens after I'm gone?
Well, I've thought about this. So I've thought about this, right? From the evolutionist perspective, wouldn't that have to be their whole fucking thing?
But they can't value map. That's the point.
Well, no, I'm saying, but like, from the evolutionist perspective, wouldn't it be like reproduction would be like one of the highest virtues? Yeah, the telos. It would be the telos would be reproduction.
Yeah, which is circular. Being for somebody else, to be for somebody else, to be for somebody else. It's like, well, look, that would make sense if we are made in the image of God and we have worth and we have an eternity in front of us. But that doesn't make sense in an evolutionary world where it is a what I refer to as a goalless direction, where you assume that you live as if there is a goal when in actual fact there is no goal.
Yeah,
and that's the married bachelor of the atheist telos right there, is a goalless direction.
Boom got stupid. They're all men, and everybody here was women.
No, that would be a matriarchy then.
Oh, finally. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Then we can move on from there, right?
To what? What do you want to move on to? You still conceded the entirety of the argument.
Oh,
there's no point. Where do you want to go?
So in that case,
in that case, we should make men stupid and make women fucking matriarch. Like what? What is your point, bro?
So okay, sure. So in that case, right? What would so in that case, right? So why do you defend? Where do you find your defense of the patriarchy come in then? Why do you find the defense of the patriarchy?
It's descriptively true.
So
it's
what
not
is
even
your
an
prescription?
It's not even an ought. It's not an ought. There's not ever going to be an ought. It'll always be a default to patriarchy. It's a descriptive is.
Yeah, but
you can't get away from it.
Yeah, but specifically in that case, it's not a patriarchy.
If you were able to change the metrics of reality to the point that you were able to dumb down men collectively,
patriarchy anyway, even if theoretically that is could change, would there be an ought that would reinforce that from changing, even if it was possible?
Wait, what?
He said it's just an is, meaning that society always.
Andrew's argument for patriarchy is that it's just descriptively true.
Right.
And you can be able to get around it because men are stronger than women as a collective.
But wouldn't his belief system also mean that even if that is could be changed, we should not do it?
From Andrew's view, since he's a Christian, yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, I guess, yeah, but that's not, that's kind of irrelevant to the argument.
Yeah, it's irrelevant to the argument. I'm just thinking.
Okay.
That because it's not, in that case, it's not just an is flat.
Yeah,
you can argue it as an is and still have it fully defensible, but it's not only an is.
Yeah, it's not purely a descriptor. Or it's not entirely a descriptor. In this case, it is purely just a descriptor. But yeah, I get what you're saying.
For the sake of the argument, yes.
To the point where women held the shackles on them in high collective orders, and men absolutely could not work together in order to enforce their own desires against women, then yes, I would agree with you. The descriptor would then have to change.
I already agree with you. See, here's the thing.
I don't know. I want to
That's
see
already
it
happening.
again.
Did you know that?
Where? Against women, then yes.
Just watch. If you watch Food Shop doesn't, Andrew just does it, then I did it too.
I would agree with you. The descriptor would then have to change.
I already agree with you. See, here's the thing. That's already happening. Did you know that?
Where?
Well, you see, women are attaining higher levels of education.
Yeah, are they working in infrastructure? Are they working in infrastructure?
Well, you see, men are the ones that working in infrastructure. Men are working more in infantry, infrastructure. All right, they're moving. As we're getting more and more equal opportunities, men are gravitating towards that naturally, and women are gravitating towards.
Pull up the top 5 jobs that women hold. Pull up the top 5 jobs women hold and read them out loud.
Yeah, sure. I'll even Google this. All right,
Google it.
Top 5 jobs women hold. Medical records specialist, a desk job, by the way. Just let you know, okay?
Basic labor.
Childcare workers, a desk job, okay, by the way. Speech language.
No, what? Childcare is not a desk job. That's a trade. What the fuck's he talking about?
I didn't know it was considered a trade. I guess it makes sense.
It'd be a skilled trade. It's not a desk job.
Yeah.
But it's not unskilled, like, working fucking retail.
Right.
Like working in a Walmart. Like yeah, that's unskilled labor.
Right.
Childcare in and of itself is a skilled trade. It would have to be like.
Yeah, I just think usually like woodworking, plumbing, electrician. I think
most people tend to think the trades, but it would technically be categorized as a trade.
Makes
it's a
sense.
specialty. It's a specialty skill.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody can do it.
It's not entry level stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pathologist, a desk job, by the way. Probably you need a
I just
college
don't think
degree
about
for,
that at all.
Dental hygienist, by the way. Desk.
Hold on.
Specialist, a desk job, by the way. Just letting you go.
What is he saying?
Here, I'll even Google this. All right.
Google it.
Top 5 jobs. Hold.
I want to look him up because I always wanted this.
Medical records specialist, a desk job, by the way. Just letting you know. Okay. Childcare workers, a desk job. Okay. By the way.
Reject that.
Speech language pathologist, a desk job, by the way. Probably you need a
speech language pathologist.
Does he say desk job, meaning they have an office somewhere that has a desk inside of it?
I have no idea what the fuck he means, dude. This guy's okay. It's not even a stretch to say this guy's actually
messed up.
He watches the Lolicon shit.
Oh.
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna have to get something out of the fridge. Here, a pack.
Is it a cross? Is it a cross?
college degree for. Okay. Dental hygienist, by the way. Desk.
Dental hygienist. I'm not sure. That could be an apprentice. You could do that as an apprentice.
Not a desk job. It's something you definitely need a college degree with. Okay.
I'm actually gonna look this up. I feel like you can be a dental hygienist without a college degree. It's an associate's degree. It's a 2-year degree. Okay, that's not the same. Because technically, by that standard, some of the trades would be considered that.
Let's see what else. Zippia. All right. Preschool and kindergarten teachers. Something you definitely need like a college degree for. Okay.
Yeah, you definitely need that for some fucking reason, which has never made sense to me ever. But hold on. Okay, so I just looked it up. The top 5 most common jobs held by women are registered nurses. That's 3 million. Nursing is a 2-year degree. Elementary and middle school teachers around 2.5 to 5 or 2.5 to 3 million. It's elementary that's a college degree. Customer service, which is not a degree. That's 2 million. Secretaries or administrative assistants, that's 1.5 to 2 million. And then managers of some kind. God, having a fucking woman manager would suck hot ass.
All right. Where are we at? Still no Eli.
I was looking up the top 5 most commonly held jobs by women.
All right. And
And
all
it's-
desk jobs, right?
Registered nurse, which is a 2-year degree, that's an associate's degree, is number 1. Elementary and middle school teachers is number 2. Customer service which is number 3. Secretaries and administrative assistants, which is number 4, and then managers, which is number 5.
Okay.
I'm sorry, having a female manager sounds horrible.
So these are things that you would typically all need a college. What are you trying to prove here? I just don't understand.
Why don't you pull up next the top 5 jobs for men?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I bet they're all physical related, you know, if I were to guess off the top of my head.
So,
no,
so women aren't the keys.
Oh, no, I have here. Let me finish.
Let me finish.
You told me to Google. Okay, but sure.
Let me finish. So women are working a bunch of fucking desk jobs as servers and childcare associates.
Well, a lot
the
of them
same exact shit. Shut up.
A lot of them require
Shut up and let me finish, bro.
I just want to say for the audience.
Stop talking.
Well,
this is the same shit. This is the same shit. Stop talking, Spurg.
There's no moderator
You
right
have
now.
to stop talking, Spurg. Stop talking, Spurg.
Oh,
did you live?
Just fell off my ladder at work.
Did you live?
What were you saying about skilled labor, Steelborne? No, kidding.
Thank you, Zen, by the way, for that clarification earlier. Okay.
What do you want me to do?
Look, retards can do skilled labor.
I played the long game all along. I played the long game. All right.
What did you say?
So real quick,
I was acting from the very beginning. Okay.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
So real quick, can you help me out with something? I'm just curious.
I'll help you out. Okay.
Can you tell me all of those top 5, like childcare?
Yep.
Wasn't those the same types of jobs they had back in the dark ages that you want to get us away from?
Oh, we had childcare in the dark ages. We
Yeah.
had
Women
dental
would take care
hygienists.
of their own children.
We had dental speech language pathologists in the dark ages.
Again, if you're looking at these
Wow, we had
jobs,
medical
it's service
records
work.
specialists
Service
in the
work.
dark ages.
It's service work in desk
Wow,
jobs. They ain't
leech
running.
specialists in
They
the dark
ain't
ages.
running shit, bro.
By the way, society could still function absolutely fine without dental hygienists. Like, and actually, in reality, it could. That's a quality of life thing, not like a requirement.
Of course, we've been through the Stone Age before, but I will say this: compared to the people who lived during the Stone Age, if all of us in America were like Stone Age tomorrow, most of us would be dead.
Oh yeah, most of us would die for sure.
Oh my god! I thought I would find a formidable.
But what Andrew's point, what he was going to point out, is that almost all of infrastructure is maintained by men.
Of course.
Opponent
Do you
here,
know what
but
childcare is?
I'm just disappointed more than anything
One more
else.
fucking time. Childcare specialist is what I pointed to.
I debated for years, Andrew.
And you suck
come
at
on,
it, bro.
Andrew.
You're terrible at it. So one more time
you're
with the
actually
childcare
so
specialist.
disappointing.
This sounds like a
Come on,
first
Andrew.
time.
Childcare specialist.
Oh my god.
What's a childcare specialist? Would a mom be a childcare
What?
specialist?
Oh, what? You found one example out of the 5 of them.
Top
Congratulations.
It's in the top 5 of their jobs, bro.
And what about how about medical record specialist, Andrew?
Well, let's look and see what the top 5 is.
You want me to list male jobs now because you told me to search that up?
Isn't it like 11 o'clock where you are, Eli?
Unga boonga, heavy vehicle mechanics, unga boonga, crane and tower operators, unga boonga,
Oh, you mean the people that are building all of your fucking skyscrapers in your college campuses and all your hospitals and all that great stuff so that all the women can have fucking jobs instead of being at home? That
Designing
thing?
your keyboards and computers.
That thing? Those?
Unga
What
boonga.
if body repairs, unga boonga, miscellaneous vehicle equipment mechanic, unga boonga. Oh my god! Oh, destroyed! Holy shit, dude!
Just watch,
Holy
just watch.
fuck. Sorry, hold on. Sorry, you got obliterated, so I just had to do that. I'm sorry.
So which of those 2 groups do you think would be more capable of enforcing their will on somebody else if they chose to?
This is my Parmesan cheese. Oh yeah, this is my Corona style. Sorry.
These are my Marlboro Reds. This is my alcohol.
Yeah. No. Wait.
You'll
What
never be a
alcohol?
woman.
Wait. What alcohol? What
You'll
alcohol?
never be a
Wait, what
woman,
alcohol
bro.
do you drink? Wait, what alcohol do you drink? What alcohol do you drink? No, seriously.
Oh my
what
gosh.
brand do you drink?
It's called Anti-Spur.
Oh, anti-spurt. Oh, me too. I love it. By the way, yeah.
Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, you got owned.
Yeah, you got me, bro.
What other point? Yeah, I got obliterated.
When you started jumping up and down and screeching at the top of your lungs, that was my favorite part of my own owning.
Andrew, you're. Come on, Andrew. You listen.
Too much leg. Way too much leg.
Yeah.
This is so. Oh my god, you're
I wanna point
so
this out. I'm
silly.
wearing shorts.
If I could just step in.
I'm also wearing shorts.
Wait, you relinquished your mod powers. I tricked you enough for you to relinquish your mod powers.
I'm actually hang on. I'm actually not going to moderate. It just
Wait,
appears,
then.
it actually
Pause
just
real
appears
quick.
that Andrew's getting fed up.
That one time, I missed my step on A-frame was dangling. Oh.
I wish that you could find a picture of that. I want to see that picture.
Okay, so when I was debating Andrew, I'm wearing shorts.
You're wearing no. You're wearing
Jorts specifically.
I remember
But-
that. I was like, "What the fuck's this guy wearing? Why is he dressed like a fucking farmer?"
Here's why. You remember that day. It was hot as crap that day. It was.
Dude, you know my truck on the way there and back overheated like 20 times.
I bet. But it was so hot outside. And then when you go inside any establishment, it was ice cold.
Good to see you, Spart.
Hey, Spartacus.
Yeah, it was freezing inside that hotel.
It was, yes, and what the Starbucks I was studying at before the debate, it was also freezing inside. So I could have got like, the flu or something, maybe not the flu, but it was like hot, cold, it was messing with me so bad. But I knew that if I didn't wear jorts or shorts of some kind, that I would sweat massively, and I don't want to like go into a debate looking like a pig. So I'm like, look, fashion is not my bag anyway.
It's
so
function. I want cargo socks, okay? It's function. I want cargo socks.
Right. But I gotta say,
you want pockets on your socks, don't you? You want cargo socks?
Cargo socks, heck no. But look, if I'm in a debate like this with a controlled air conditioned environment like this guy, no way I'm wearing hot pants or short shorts or whatever the heck he's got going on here. And on top of that, no way, even if I was, that I would do that little touchdown dance or whatever he was doing there.
Can we just one more time?
Oh gosh.
Oonga Boonga, Heavy Vehicle Mechanics, Oonga Boonga, Crane and Tower Operators, Oonga Boonga, Automotive Body Repairs, Oonga Boonga, Miscellaneous Vehicle Equipment Mechanics, Oonga Boonga! Oh my god! Oh, destroyed! Holy shit, dude! Holy fuck! Sorry, hold on. Sorry,
Attention, patriots. Following the tragic passing of Senator
Thank you,
Lindsey
Bell,
Graham,
for
we've
bringing in
decided
our
to release
liberty.
the remainder
250 years.
You got
Donald Trump.
obliterated. Alcohol drink. Well, alcohol drink. No, seriously. No. What?
Okay.
Well,
was the Parmesan cheese
obliterated.
When you
underneath
started
his
jumping
desk?
up and down and screeching at the top of your
Special
lungs,
ops
that was my
Jurassic
favorite
Park
part of my
member.
own
It's your
owner.
cargo shorts and socks. Yes.
Andrew,
I want cargo socks, bro.
Come on, Andrew. You listen. This is so. Oh my god, you're so silly.
If I could just step in for a moment.
Wait, you relinquished your mod powers. I tricked you enough for you to relinquish your mod powers.
I'm actually not going to moderate. It just
Wait, then.
it actually just appears that Andrew's getting fed up. So I want to step in. I want
He's
to
been
ask
fed up since the very beginning. Come on, Zen. Come on,
I want to ask
Zen.
you, Food Shots, you understand that society could function without dental hygienists, right? Like it could.
Well, then your team will be shit. It'll be like George Washington's team, all yellow and buckled and shit. You know what I mean? You hear me, dog?
But how would
Like George Washington's teeth, all yellow and buckled. You mean his upper row of horse and donkey teeth and his bottom row of human slave teeth from his dentures that were held in place by lead? Those ones? You mean not his yellow teeth because he didn't have any? And by the way, wasn't it a dentist who put those in?
Probably.
Yeah, I just kind of want to point that out. By the way,
it's a desk job.
Does this guy not know that dentistry goes back thousands of years? The ancient Romans and the Greeks had dentistry. They actually had braces. Did you know that? The ancient Romans had braces.
Hmm.
They made them out of gold.
How do you think society, as it stands today, would function without running cars?
Yeah, but how do you think society today would be as good of a quality of life without dental care? What the fuck? How often do you go see the dentist, motherfucker? Huh?
Not very often. I haven't been.
That's why your team is like that today. Zen, oh my god, obliterated! Oh my god!
Are you done?
I can 1v2. I can 1v2 you guys, okay? I can 1v2 you guys. You guys are small fry to me, okay? Bring up Destiny. Where's Destiny still manning your position, okay? I didn't even bring up the statistics. We didn't even go to philosophy, okay? What is a util? What is he doing? I can't believe I watched 50 hours of Andrew. Oh, I can't believe I watched 50 hours of Andrew for this. This is ridiculous. I can't believe how many opposition research that you actually did on me. You look like a 4th-rate gay porn star. I found the 6th page of Pornhub, and you look like the extra of the teenage porn.
Hold on. Stop.
Oh my god. What?
Don't go that far. You can spurg out, but don't it's borderline TOS. You got me crying over here laughing though.
Zen. Well, Zen here is actually Zen. Okay, Zen here. Andrew, listen, I love you. Okay, Zen. I mean Zen. I mean Andrew. Okay, all right. Listen, you guys are sort of mixing together into one person. Okay, all right.
No, I'll step back out. Go ahead.
Oh my god, my heart. I think I drank too many energy drinks.
You think?
Look at Andrew's face.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna write some points down. Patriarchy 52. 347. Citation 345 95. Okay, I'm still accurate. I can still
since
flip
there's
to page
nothing
95.
going on. Where's the other? Go. Oh, Murray Smithville wants to know: is this like a prelim for the next Lunatics on the Internet segment?
Dude, we didn't even get to normative consequentialism, role utilitarianism.
I know you lost too quick, bro. When you lose a debate, in 10 minutes, that's what happens.
How do you get to?
He did
That's probably long game, Andrew. Come on, man. Beginning 5
minutes, bro. You lost in 5 minutes.
You're still so dense, Andrew. Come on, Andrew. You didn't even realize that.
Listen, good shots. If you want this to continue, listen. Yeah. Andrew is already checked out. I don't know if you can tell. He's already checked out. He's declared victory. I haven't. He doesn't appear that.
So he did.
To be phased. Hang on, hold on. Just settle down. Settle down. He doesn't appear to be phased by your theatrics. So if you want any chance, like any feasible chance of this stream-in debate to continue for more than another 15 minutes, you should just find an argument that you want to deliver and make that Andrew is willing to engage in. But you cannot. Hang on. This is for your good. I'm telling you, if you continue with the theatrics, Andrew's just going to remain checked out, and we're going to just have to call the debate. So
tell you what, Andrew. Let's reach a little middle ground, okay? Let's go over some statistics and some, studies. And how about this? I did a lot of research for this debate. Okay, over 50 hours. Why not? I believe
you clearly didn't want to engage in it. I mean, you lost it in 10 minutes. I don't even know what the fucking point of the debate was.
Well, you see, I believe in intellectual discourse, and I believe.
Is that when you jump around screaming at the top of your lungs?
I believe in the honor of academic studies.
You do.
So listen. We can go into it, basically point by point. Okay. So one of my points is this: historical civilization was never really defined.
There it is. He just muted him. Andrew muted him. And he just keeps talking. Just watch how long he keeps talking.
Let's see how long he goes.
Look at Andrew, right, dude. Look at his fucking. He's so good at this.
I know.
Andrew, I think it's your turn to respond.
This is what the internet does to people when that's your whole life.
Yep. Just wait for the end. Just 1 minute.
That it's enforced. Directorship of the patriarchy.
Is that your switchblade?
It's just a multi-tool. It's a Gerber multi-tool. But it slides like in and out. The pliers do. That's what I sit there and play with on stream. No, just the calm.
Gladiators, etc. Right? But
do you mind if I cut in just real briefly? I've been letting you go
of course,
for a while.
Andrew. I love you.
I actually don't know how to respond to it. You have overwhelmed me with your intelligence.
Yeah, of course.
I just don't know where else to go from here.
Yeah, I know that you have muted me, but it's okay.
I did not. I would never do such.
Yeah, I know you would never. I know. Don't worry.
I don't know. I don't know where to go. Sorry.
Yeah, I know, Andrew. It's okay. It's okay.
You have steered me.
Anyway,
you have steered me into arguments that I've literally never heard before.
Yeah, of course. Don't worry about it, Andrew. Don't worry about it. Anyway, I'm gonna continue. Okay. So here's the thing. All right, I'm gonna do my little Vosh rant here. Okay.
Okay.
So.
Oh,
You know, my job's too much fun sometimes, man.
Yeah.
It is.
Trying to spice things up. Okay.
You did a good job, I must admit.
Thank you.
Did you want to shout your channel out before we wrap
Yeah,
it
yeah.
up?
You can.
Nobody cares. Anyway.
Get the fuck out of here. Okay. I guess we'll read some super chats before we wrap it up. Thank you, Food Shops, for the entertainment. I must say, there was no shortage of laughs tonight. Oh man, somebody said that you got a professional poker face. I don't know how the fuck you were doing that, but
skills. That's how I talk with my wife. That's how I talk with my wife. I hit the mute button and just go. Yes, yes.
Could you imagine if there was like a real life mute button sometimes? You know how nice that would be.
What were you saying? Okay. Yeah.
Hold on, watch. They bring him back at one point, I think. I can't remember what.
Oh my gosh. So he was there the whole time still, just waiting for his next chance?
Wait, hang on. He's back. He's back for the super chats.
Oh, you guys, I thought we were done. What the fuck?
No, the gag's
oh.
over. You can answer to the super chat.
Oh, that was a gag all
They
along?
have questions for you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So Wicked Wally says, since you're capable of getting up, go make your bed, and while you're at it, clean your floor.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, no. At this point, the bed is staying how it is. Okay, that's about it.
Yikes. I mean, the guy sent $5.
Not $5.
Don't you think you can go clean your fucking bed for $5, dude?
Adriana Sheshik told me that, and I still haven't cleaned it. All right, that's just how it is.
I don't know.
What
who
if we send you the $5?
Yeah, we'll send you the $5 if you make your bed.
If you send me the $5, I'll make my bed. Okay.
Go make your bed. I'll send it to you. My word on it right now. I'll send it to you.
No, send it to me first. Send me the $5 first.
I just gave you. Listen, I just gave you my word. Go make the bed. I swear. In the package.
I don't trust your word.
I'll
What
make
the
you
fuck?
$10. I've never. Listen. One thing. Nobody in the sphere will ever argue about is that if I say I'm going to send you cash, you're getting cash. Make the bed. I'll send you $10.
Wait, on whose word?
My word.
Who? No, nobody in the sphere has ever.
I was diagnosed with ulcerative colitis when I was 22. That was in
Big
2002,
ulcerative colitis
so I
is
had
here
it
to
since-
tell
told
you.
me, oh yeah, Andrew Wilson is like a trustworthy.
Name a single person inside the entirety of the sphere who thinks that I'll renege when I tell you that I'm going to do that.
Oh my God, Smokey! Thank you for the 10 subs. What the fuck? Thank you. Jesus Christ.
Hey, okay.
What the fuck? Fuck your $5. Never mind. And the bed is staying messy.
How much are your subs? $1?
Look at it in like a
No,
Pascal's
$5 per
wager.
sub on Kick.
Hold on. Look at it like Pascal's wager. It's like if you do it,
95-5 split.
If you do it, then you potentially get $5. But even if you don't get the $5, at least you have a clean room.
Exactly.
Right? Why don't you just do it? Just clean your room.
True. But I was gonna. Yeah. No.
I
would still not do it
anyway.
because I'm not their monkey.
Clean your room.
I was gonna clean my sheets anyway. Like in a few
Okay,
days.
do it. Clean your room, Bucko.
Not right now. What the fuck?
Clean your room.
You're not getting $5. Okay. Now you're gonna have a messy room.
No, whatever.
And we're
It's just
taking away the
$5.
kick subs because that was my alt. I'm deleting them right now.
That was not. No, Smokey has been one of my viewers like for a long time now. At this point, what the fuck?
Okay. Well, let's read Food Shop's a poem from Spiro. Spiro Floropoulos says, "Food Shop's poem. I am a spurg without a brain. I'll drop studies on you and make it rain. My only method of arguing back is jumping and spurging because I take lots of crack."
I only take 5-hour energy. Okay.
Okay, hang on. James Sexton, a powerful New York attorney. Not kidding. Look up his name right now. He's been on the biggest shows on planet Earth. He says, "I'll give another $50 if he cleans the whole damn room." Who lives like this? Okay, I'll match it. I'll match it right now. Hang on, that's
$100 to clean your room.
If you clean that room right this second.
$100.
I'll match James Sexton.
that's
I
a
promise.
bargain.
If you clean the room right now, send $100. You just DM me the PayPal. I'll send it to you as soon as that room's clean. Clean the fucking room right now. $100.
$100 to clean your room. You didn't even get paid that much by
How
your
about this?
parents
How
for
about
an
this? How about
allowance.
this? How about this? 50 first and then 50 afterwards.
All right, I'll tell you what. Hey, that's fair, right?
50 first
Yeah,
and then
yeah, half
50
up front.
afterwards.
Hey, that's fair. Send me the PayPal. I'll send you the $50 up front. Okay, and then you promise right after you receive that, you're going to stand up and physically clean that fucking room for the other 50, right?
Hold on. 50 first and then afterwards I'll clean it off stream.
No.
And then 50 afterwards.
No.
Then no deal.
That's not part of the deal,
Then no
Bucko.
deal. Then no deal. Then no deal.
Clean
Then
the
no deal.
room on
Then
stream.
no deal. Then no deal. Then no
Turn
deal.
out
You don't
100,
clean
you
your
turn
room
out
on
100,
stream for
easy
$100 fucking
100 for
What are you
like,
hiding?
oh my god.
Is there a dead body back there?
Oh, it's probably, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
probably.
come on.
You kill your parents?
$100 to clean your room?
Maybe. I mean,
Chop them up and eat them. You look like the type.
question.
Okay.
Not false.
All All right. Well, maybe the ante will get upped. Maybe somebody else in chat will up the ante.
I'm sorry. Listen, James, I wanted to give him your money. Don't say I didn't want to give him your money. I tried my hardest, but he's so fucking lazy. He won't even get up and clean his room for $100. How long would it possibly take? Take 20 fucking minutes to clean that shit.
I told you 50 first. I told you.
What's your
No, but you will get up and physically clean it
No,
on
no,
screen.
no. Sarah stole that from Bryce Shap. No, Bryce Shap. Bryce Shap says bucko a lot.
But everybody got it currently from Jordan Peterson.
I don't know. By the way, I was told there was something about that I wanted to watch. Was like apparently on Digital Social Hour, like Sarah just like rage quit moderating a debate.
Well, it was a Muslim guy who wouldn't listen to her, so it wasn't like her fault per se. It was just like this guy was belligerent and wouldn't respect women, period. And so he just But he spread a rumor that she got fired, but apparently she's doing at least 4 more debates with Digital Social Hour.
Which one is it?
It's a Muslim guy, white Muslim guy.
How long ago was it?
It's decently recently.
I'm not seeing it.
Well, I would say she didn't rage quit. She would just like the guy would not play by the rules. And so she just had Sean Kelly do the moderating because the guy was Muslim, so he wasn't going to listen to a woman, and that was it.
Who did he debate?
Well, there was a whole panel there, and I mean, God Logic was one of them. Bellu was another one of them. Let me get you the link to the full debate, at least.
Was it this? 1 Muslim versus 10 Christians?
Yeah. Oh, shoot. Hold up. No. I'm sorry. Let me... let me see if I can find... Okay. There's 2 1 Muslim versus 10 Christians. One of them's got the Muslim that is white, and then the other one's got the Muslim that looks like Fidel Castro. You have
Hold
the
on.
Fidel Castro one?
Hold on. I think so.
Okay, I sent you the one with the white Muslim. That's the one where she has the whole... Yeah.
Was it this?
Yeah, that's the guy.
To prove why his claim about a specific historical claim in the Quran is actually correct and not incorrect. Now I need to explain to you why cause and effect relations exist completely separate from revelation.
Presumption, but he made the presumption that your ideology is based off of the Quran.
It's partly, but not totally.
Okay.
So
well, hold on,
I believe in one God. I believe in one God in the way that I just expressed, completely independent of the Quran, and the Quran confirms that same belief.
Okay.
Huh?
But he,
respectfully,
no revelation.
respectfully,
So I'm saying, how do you get any of it?
This is the same name as
I know.
Modern Day Debates.
Thing to do whether or not Islam's conception of God is true.
hold on, because
pre-modern, postmodern thinking. It's you're going ontology. He's asking an epistemological question.
Yeah, and I already explained to you the epistemology has nothing to do with every nook and cranny historical claim that's made in the Quran.
But you completely negated it.
Yeah, so
right.
So either,
I'm negating that aspect that you can know and that you can revelation. Trying to throw.
Is this where did she rage quit? That's what I'm trying to see. That's fair. I hate when it does this shit. Hold on, watch.
Yeah.
Throw out Hume and cause and
I
effect
unfull screen
and
it,
philosophical
they fix it.
language to make it seem like you because they know that you have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Now, secondly, when it comes to revelation, even if the Quran
What does that have to do with Sarah rage quitting? That's what I want to see.
is supposedly wrong about a particular point, it does not mean that their arguments in that's not what the prompt is supported by revelation. Number one, by upon script prompt, and once again that Alvin Plantinga says through scripture.
Okay, I saw the moderator.
I thought happened.
Okay, do you ever use the ask function?
No, almost never.
The full attributes, the full
It helps
details
a
of
lot
God.
for timestamps.
Instead of Hop say,
But I don't see one in this video.
Well,
there's
gods if there
timestamps, but
were
it
two
doesn't tell
gods and
us.
all of that. To which I say that you're talking about a cause and effect, and I don't think God is in correct. That we
Okay, here we go.
Back.
What I'm saying.
We can
All I
play
did
the
was sit
tape
here.
back.
Jake,
We can play it back
all
where
I
you
did was
literally
sit here
said
and give
that
you-
what
oh
he's
my
saying does have to
All
do
right,
with the prompt.
here,
That tape
I don't
back
give
where
a
you
fuck what his
you-
claims are.
You literally
I
did.
don't
You
give-
literally did.
Oh my God,
We
Jake,
can play the tape
I don't
back
give
where
a
you
fuck
said
what his claims
we
are.
can
You are
play
not
the
paying
tape
attention
back.
to what I'm saying.
We can
All I
play
did
the
was sit
tape
here.
back. We
Jake,
can play it back
all
where
I
you
did was
literally
sit here
said
and give
that
you-
what
oh
he's
my God.
saying does have to
All
do with
right.
the prompt. Exactly.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go take a little break.
Good.
You can step in. That's
You're on-
ridiculous.
you're on So what I wanted to do was to attack the idea of Islamic.
Yeah, it just sounds like a belligerent guy.
Yeah.
I don't think it was her fault.
Yeah, I'm not even sure I would say that, and I don't even like Sarah, but
Yeah, I don't even have any dislike for Sarah. I just think that
I have massive
unfortunately-
dislike for Sarah, but
I know because it's a Crucible thing, right? Because she was
no,
part of
actually,
this
it's not. It's not the Crucible.
It wasn't part of the anti-Rob North stuff that was
No,
going on?
no, actually, I'll show you exactly why I stopped liking Sarah. Hold
Because
on.
usually what I hear is she jumped in on the Rob Nor dog pile behind his back, and I mean on the internet where it's
After
recorded.
Andrew
everybody
and
can see it.
Rob just got her a job for thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
Is it this one? It's not this. Hold on, it might be the.
What job did they get her? Is it just because they were getting more exclusive with her and therefore paying her?
It was
What was the job?
so from what I understand is when Andrew signed up to work with Word War.
Oh. Interesting. Okay, the last Andrew debate he had was against John Fugelsang. I remember because I sent in a couple super chats. Unfortunately, John hopped off before my super chats could be answered, and so did Andrew. So that was a shame because I had really good arguments that blew him up as far as like being anti-Paul. But gosh,
I don't know if it's still on her channel or she took it down.
well, you can let me know, and then we can check the footage later on if you want.
It was a super short video. I sent it to Eli a long ass time ago. Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, Rex. Or that's what I was gonna tell her, Eli.
Here, let me look at the stream. Got it.
Hold on, let me check. I think I sent it to him a long time ago.
What? Oh, wait a minute.
Right around Christmas.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Got it. Yeah, Eli, I see it. I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah, hold on. I'll see if I can pull it up.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Oh, that video's gone private. She took it down.
You can describe what it was.
Well, she basically made like this AI Christmas like song, making fun of Andrew and Rachel, calling them the cuctable and shit. And there was like a part of the clip was like, you know, like Rachel in bed with Destiny and Andrew was sitting in a chair watching. It was fucked up. Dude. It was super fucking weird.
Wait, Rachel in the bed with Destiny?
Yeah, it was like one of the cartoons was like Rachel in bed with Destiny and Andrew was sitting in a corner watching.
Oh gosh.
And she used Eli in the video, or like in the video, like a picture of Eli and like a whole thing about him. And that shit pissed me off. I was like, what the fuck? Why are you doing that to this fucking random guy? You're trying to associate him with you. And he's not.
Right. Okay, speaking of associations, what did you think of Hello Listener's video? Do you think he's just being post-ironic, or do you think he means it? I kind of think he means it.
Wait, what?
Did you see Hello Listener's latest video, F. Andrew Wilson?
Oh, no, I think he's being dead serious.
I thought so, too.
They kicked Avarice out of his Discord after Avarice was like, hey, is this satire? Like, Avarice was just asking, and they literally fucking kicked him out of the Discord, calling him scum.
Dude, I posted that video on every Discord that I had just because I'm like, look, this is where the battle lines are right now.
Yeah, no, that shit pissed me off.
Well, I mean, one of the things I said on my Discord was, where does this put Jim Bob now?
Yeah, that was my
Bob's
first
got a show
thought.
with this guy, and Jim Bob's friends with Andrew, so which way is it going to tear?
Well, Jim Bob said that basically it's not his job to police what Andrew says, or what Hello Listener says. Does he agree with what Hello Listener said? No.
No, but Hello Listener is drawing a line in the sand. It's not up to Jim Bob whether Hello Listener like puts a line in the sand or not. That's up to Hello Listener.
Yeah, I don't know where if that goes. My honest opinion is that if it goes that way, I think I know which way Jim Bob will go, but I will speculate with you about that in private.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's not going to be something I do on stream, but
that's fine. But I have, as you know, I have no investment in what I deem to be the Ortho Wars at this point, because that's an internal thing, and I think people are going to split with Hello Listener. He's not going to be alone in this.
No, he's not, and everything that he said was like factually incorrect.
So, do you want to discuss any of this here, or should I leave this alone?
If you want to talk about the Hello Listener video, yeah, I already played it on stream.
Okay. So, is it not true that Andrew came up with the term Juiceberg?
I have no idea if he came up with the term Juiceberg, but even if he did, that's irrelevant.
Well, you said everything in the video was false, and that's one of the things he alleged. So I was just wondering if he literally coined that, or if that was just one of the things that were going on.
I don't think he coined the term Juiceberg.
Okay.
He might have, but even if he did, okay, even if I grant that part was true, like all the claims that he made about Andrew as far as like his views on things were factually incorrect. Literally called Andrew a Zionist.
Yeah, but that's the kooky part, because it's by association with TPUSA. And the only thing he did with TPUSA was, number one, him and Rob went out to train their new grounded debaters.
Which, by the way, that's a sub. They were contracted out to do that.
Right. He's not an employee.
Yeah, he's not an employee of them.
Right. And I knew that.
Yeah, no, I agree with Eli here though too. Dude, the Wigger shit was super annoying. The way that he was talking, yo, bro, Andrew doesn't even have aura, bro. You know what I'm saying, bro? He doesn't even have aura. These people are fucking stupid and shit. No aura, bro. Like that was literally like, what the fuck are you doing?
Right.
No, that one pissed me off badly, because it's like, look, you want to come out and say, look, I disagree with Andrew for going to Turning Point. Okay, that's fine. I disagree with Andrew
he immediately goes to Jew conspiracy thing. Immediately. Amazing.
Yeah, and it's like, Andrew's even said he has legitimate criticisms of the government of Israel, the way of Jewish theology, the way things operate. But so the term that Andrew has dubbed Juiceberg, if, allegedly, which I don't even think that's true, but even if he did, what he's pointing to are the people that are like, it's all the Jews. The Jews do everything. Everything is controlled by the Jews. And it's like, that's fucking stupid. Stop Juiceberging.
Yeah. Now, I call it I would still call it anti-Semitism because Jewsburg can make it sound cute. As if, oh, it's a little Jewsburg. It's like, no, this guy.
Well, here's why I categorically reject the concept of anti-Semitism meaning hate towards Jews. The Jews aren't the only Semites.
I agree, but you know that how that is meant rather than
I reject the change of the definition. The definition historically meant hating the Semitic people groups, which would be Ethiopians, Egyptians, actual true like Hebrew or Jewish people, Arabics, the Aramaics, Syrians. There are way more people groups than just the Jews involved in the Semites. It's from the Semitic language branch. It's where it comes from.
I get it, but you know that's not how. That's
not. Do I know that's not how people use it? That's not. Yeah, but I just reject the way people use it colloquially because it doesn't make any sense.
That's fine. We can settle on
just say hate Jews.
We can settle on anti-Jew. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's like if that's the concept, then yeah. But like, just the reason I reject it is because like I'm sorry, but anti-Semitism is more so. It's more so an attack on the Abrahamic faiths, and it was a term originally for pagans.
Okay, well. Whatever the case may be, I'll just grant that, and then just be like, okay, we'll just call it anti-Jew.
Yeah, you want to say like that just Jew hate or whatever?
Yeah,
that's I totally think that's what they're doing, and it's like, look, are there even like legitimate reasons for somebody to feel that way based on stuff they've seen?
Based on lineage, no.
Lineage, no. But I wouldn't. But the reason that I'm always careful with this is because like, if you say I hate Jews, well, you're a fucking idiot. Like just categorically, if you say that as a categorically, I hate all the Jews. You're an idiot.
You're an evil person too because you're doing it based on lineage, which is not. It's
retarded because it's like not. I'm sorry.
You shouldn't hate anybody, but you know you.
You can. Well, I think you can hate people.
No, I mean you're supposed to love your enemies. That's what the
I think you can love your enemies and hate them at the same time. Here's what depending on how you define the term. So love, I would define as willing the good of another.
Okay.
Hate,
so where's the hate come in?
Hate, I would define as rejection of.
Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to figure out that with like. Okay. When you say,
I don't want to associate with this people group.
You need to give me.
I reject this people group. I reject their practices, their culture, their ways. I reject that. I hate them, but I still pray for them and I want them to come to Christ.
Yeah, I think that you can hate a culture without hating a people in terms of like the lineage part. So yeah, I think the culture is what you're hating.
It's the culture. If you say hate a people group, it's retarded because there's a bunch of Jews that are Christians.
Yeah, but that's not what you said. You said love them and hate them at the same time. You could if you said
it depends on what you mean by them. I agree there too.
If you say love them as in care for their souls and want their salvation, and you say hate them as in like I will not speak to you. I mean,
no, not even speak, but like it's just a rejection of your ideas and your culture.
But that's just hating a culture. That's not hating the person. If that's what you're defining it as.
But because I can hate a person. Like I can hate a degenerate person. I can hate a degenerate person. Perfect example. I can hate abortionists.
I don't think that's hate. At least that's not how I understand hate.
No, I would say that. Well, from the biblical definition, hate just means to reject.
Can you show that?
Yeah, give me a second.
I almost tore this Orthodox Study Bible here. Okay. Orthodox Study Bible, Matthew 5:43. You have heard that it was said, you shall love your neighbor and hate your enemy. But I say to you, love your enemies, bless those who curse you, do good to those who hate you, and pray for those who spitefully use you and persecute you, that you may be sons of your Father in heaven. For he makes the sun rise on the evil and on the good, and sends the rain on the just and the unjust. For if you love those who love you, what reward have you? Do not even the tax collectors do the same? And if you greet your brethren, only what do you do more than others? Do not even the tax collectors do so?
So I'll explain.
Yeah.
So, the reason why I think hate in the biblical concept, it just means to reject. For example, in Genesis 29, verse 30 through 31, Jacob loved Rachel more than Leah, and the next verse describes Leah as hated. The contrast indicates that hated can describe Leah as the less loved or the disfavored. wife. And the reason that I'm bringing this up is because the context is very important for passages such as like Luke 14:26, where Christ says, "If anyone comes to me and does not hate his own father or mother," meaning I reject your teachings over, like I would reject you guys over Christ.
Yeah, but okay, then you're using a different definition of hate as people would like. If somebody watched this video up until you clarified that is a specific definition of hate.
I agree but that's also why I'm very careful when I define what I mean when I say it.
Right, but I wouldn't. Okay, we in common parlance in America when we don't.
I get what you're saying. If you're talking about colloquial terms, I fully agree with you.
Okay.
I would fully agree with you. Like saying like, so from like the colloquial term, the way most people use the word hate is like ontologically evil, or the thing is like does that mean like the way colloquially? I think that's the way it's used. Does that seem fair? Yeah, you're. I don't know. Sorry. So what I was saying is like I think in the colloquial sense, like describing something as evil or ontologically evil. It's the pinned link, bro. Isn't it? Yeah, it's the pinned link in Spartacus. No, Spartacus. It's the pinned link in the chat right now. It should one of them should be my my PayPal.
Oh.
I don't have a Ko-Fi set up.
All right, let me read the Orthodox Study Bible footnote here.
To be fair, Jess, I agree with you, and I generally am this way, but there are some times where I don't want to be misconstrued or mischaracterized, so I clarify what I say.
All right. 544 footnote: freed from hate, sadness, and anger, we are able to receive the greatest virtue, perfect love. The love of enemies is not merely an emotion, but includes decision and action. It is to treat and see our enemies as the closest members of our own family. See 1 John 4:7-21. And that's Orthodox Study Bible.
Oh, I'm not saying that like my definition is like a perfect definition or everybody ought to accept it. That's just the way that I use the term. That's what I mean when I use the term. But
all right. We'll go back on topic then. Jew hatred is evil. Hatred based on any of that is evil. In the way that people use it to say the Jews run everything and they eat, they
eat the babies and stuff like that. It's right, like, dude, you have no evidence for that.
Right. Or like in Nick Fuentes when he would be like, they have horns and all this kind of crazy crap. So yeah. So
does Fuentes say a lot of stupid shit? Yeah, but he is also really funny. So I do think he's funny.
I just that I disagree with Andrew on a number of things. I think he's funny. I think Nick Fuentes is funny. People who really disagree with Donald Trump also think that Donald Trump is funny.
Oh yeah, there's a bunch of people who think Donald Trump's funny. He's a funny guy.
Yeah, funny is funny. But evil is also evil. And
I don't disagree with that though. But like I am not I can't stand the Juiceberg shit because it's super low tier and it's super like it's not intellectual at all to say everything's run by the Jews, they control it all. It's all them.
There's a history with that too. It's not and there are people who are the Nazbol types who lean into that really hard. And
now this is one thing that I've always liked about Jay Dyer is like when he talks about like the Rothschilds and stuff like that and like actual conspiracies, he does make sure to categorize like no, these are the elite family groups. There's nothing to do with like he's like and I always agree with him. It's like it could have been a Russian who did it, who filled the gap, but it wasn't. But that doesn't prove that all Jews ontologically are evil.
No, I mean you can't. I mean we are. Again, I think Orthodox and Protestants are going to split on this, but they're like the Protestants believe in original sin, but you guys believe in what's the word you use? It starts with an A, ancestral sin.
Yeah, we use the term ancestral sin.
Right. So, but
meaning that we inherited the fallen nature of Adam.
We both understand that we as human beings are in a fallen state, and we need the Holy Spirit in order to be right with God. God gives the Holy Spirit to us. You and I would have a difference of how that operates, but yes. So the lineage is not in the blood, like specific bloods, like Curse of Ham type stuff, conspiracy stuff, where they say, "Oh, if you're part of the line of Ham, then you're destined to be a slave for some other."
Hey,
people.
Spartacus, thanks for the $10, man. L for Eli. Yeah, it is an L for Eli for not fucking showing up. But anyways, back to but like I don't like the people that do that shit, like the low tier shit. Like it's the same people. So honestly, at this point, I kind of make the argument that it's not the top 1%, but the bottom.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, okay. So he's asking, where's the line? What's acceptable noticing versus Juiceberg? So, like, you can notice patterns of behavior between people, but you can't. I wouldn't claim that it's like a. The problem is people.
We all know what noticing means, though.
Yeah, but we know. We know what noticing means. But noticing is like. To be fair, like, look, I'm gonna be totally honest with you, and here's my actual opinion. Do I think that there are practices between like religious Jews, where like they have in-group specific practices that they try and hide or exclude the public from? Yes, but that is not the same as making the claim of all Jews. There are plenty of secular Jews. Like there's plenty of secular Jews. There's plenty of Christian Jews, and it's like. Right. I'm sorry, to claim that all of them are evil is fucking retarded, or all of them are even doing shady shit's retarded, and here's why. Because there really isn't even if compared to Orthodoxy, there's really no unified Jewish head. Unless you're gonna say it's BB, but I think what a lot of people like conflate is like what the government of Israel does. They conflate that with Jews.
Yes, and those are usually the conspiracy nut anti-Jew people who are like, if Jew is like this flat definition, and they're all part of the Borg, and the Borg is here to assimilate. Then whatever you can think of a reptilian, they will think of a Jew. Is that how they? That's how they. Yeah,
I fully agree with that. That's my I make that argument, or I make that distinction constantly. It's like no. I can totally
make that argument constantly.
I can critique the government of Israel. That's not representative of all Jews. In fact. The majority of Jews don't fucking live in Israel.
Right. They live here.
Is it here? I thought it was just the West.
Well, there are more Jews in America than Israel, that's for sure.
Hold on, I'll post the link.
Probably even specifically New York City, or at least New York State.
Try that link there, Jess. See if that works.
Okay. Orthodox Study Bible, Romans 11, which I cite often when it comes to Jew hatred. Paul addresses the Gentile believers, reminding them not to be puffed up against the Jews.
Hold on one sec real quick. No, she's a filthy fucking Rue Rider, Spartacus. She's one of those stupid fucking Australians, that fake country that doesn't exist.
Including Canada in that list, right?
All right, no, Canada is America's evil top hat.
Romans 11, 16 through 22. Paul addresses the Gentile believers, reminding them not to be puffed up against the Jews, for Israel's heritage is holy. Verse 16, the Gentiles have been grafted into an existing tree and thus owe gratitude towards the Jews. Verses 17 and 18. And the Gentiles are just as much at risk of falling away from grace through unbelief as the Jews.
Hold on a sec. I would argue that from my view, I would argue that the true Jews of the Old Testament are that the Orthodox Church, and that the Christians are the continuation of their religion. And it was a percentage of a large majority of the population of the Jews in Israel at the time of Christ rejected him because they were more concerned with the law than the lawgiver, and they rejected him as the Messiah. But to say the term Jew in the Old Testament from the Christian view refers to we're the continuation of that.
The problem is then you can't make sense of Romans 11 because it talks about a future time when all Israel will be saved. And whatever that interpretation is might be different, but to say that the actual Jewishness of the Bible has ceased is wrong.
Hold on. Do you think that modern day rabbinic Judaism is the same religion as the Old Testament?
No, obviously not.
That's the distinction I'm making.
Okay, but that's ideological. That's not saying that we don't have any people to treat, with a certain respect as per Romans 11, because we definitely do. But that has to do that if you want to make
I said Canada exists, sir. I said Canada exists.
Yeah.
I just said it's America's evil top hat, which is a funny joke. I'm so mad at something that's a figment of my imagination. I don't know. But Jess, is that link working for you?
He is the atheist of Australian.
That is true. I'm agnostic on Australia, actually.
I have a lack of belief. A very hostile lack of belief about Australia.
A very hostile lack of belief. Okay.
Your lack of belief looks a lot like a conference and books and you sign papers.
Well, so my Canadian dollar is no go at respectfully chat. No. Oh, at Ree's chat.
I don't have a chat. I am not restreaming this. This is
That's
just
true.
all you.
That's true. He's not. He just hopped on the panel. But has Spartacus ever sent you a tip?
Me? No. I just started literally with my 200 subscribers belated episode. Have the Ko-Fi.
Yeah, respectfully, Spartacus. Fuck this guy. He doesn't even believe your country exists. Okay, don't send him your money. Send me the money.
Well, I was gonna say my Ko-Fi is in my channel description if you want to. So even if I'm not currently live, you can still go to my channel.
Hold on. Okay. Here's the reality. Look, Andrew's been wrong before.
Hold up a sec.
That's my
Andrew
answer to
Wilson.
this. Hold on. She says, I don't know if Steelborne knows that I got Andrew Wilson to say Australia is real. He took the L that day. Look, Andrew's been wronged. Or Andrew's been wrong before, but, you know.
Australia is real as long as I can go over there and make money debating people. That's all I know.
That was a terrible Andrew impression. I want you to, that was so bad.
Show me a good Andrew impression. Show me some person who does a good Andrew impression.
I think Jim Bob's is better. He gets the cadence better.
I haven't seen it. You have to show it to me.
I don't know if I can find it, but he'll be like, well, here's the reality.
Oh,
I'm gonna go over there
for sure.
Light up some smokes and fucking ruin the Coomers.
You have to get the Midwest nasal into it. Yeah.
Andrew doesn't have a Midwest nasally accent.
He totally does.
I know he doesn't. He didn't even live in Michigan for long enough.
Okay.
You know he wasn't born in Michigan, right?
Where was he born?
California.
Okay.
And he grew up there.
Okay. Doesn't sound like Everest to me.
Doesn't sound like Everest. Everest doesn't have Everest doesn't have a California accent. He's from Washington.
He's totally got a California accent, though.
No, I literally hung out with Everest in person. He sounds nothing like people from California.
He totally does.
Look, I've argued with Andrew before, okay? I don't think he's right about everything. So, look, here's my argument against well, yeah, he's technically from Alaska. But I think he lived in Washington.
Still from the West Coast.
But my argument against Australia is very simple. Look, there's no fucking way kangaroos are real. They're fucking fake. They're fake, right? It's a deer with fucking rabbit legs. It's a deer with rabbit legs. That's just fake. That's just fake.
The landmass.
Look, Australia is pure propaganda.
By the Australian government?
No, it's just Southeast Asia. It's just Southeast Asia.
Okay, so the Chinese want us to think Australia's there, so we land our planes there and die.
Exactly. Deer trying to be human, he says.
They do look like deer that go to the gym.
Exactly. Australia's fucking fake. Look, here's how you know what fucking military loses a war to birds. Bullshit. Not real.
That's why we have nukes for birds.
Yeah, the nuclear bomb was actually developed for the emu.
Hold up, Steelborne. That assumes that birds are even real.
But there is somebody in my chat usually who will tell me that they're not. I don't know where he is tonight, but normally they'll tell you.
Has he ever been to a pet store in his life?
They're drones, bro. They're just trying to get them in your house.
Sure.
They're cameras. Why do you think they die so fucking easily?
I mean, the bird that, dude, I had a bird that lived for like 25 years or something like that. It's like 1998.
How old are you?
I am 36, going on 37.
It's okay. You're still my abo. That was funny. Okay. Look, just don't sniff petrol from a can.
It's the magpies you got to watch out for.
Have you seen that one, Rex?
No.
You've never seen the Don't Sniff Petrol song?
No.
This was an actual song put out by the Australian government.
By the way, speaking of magpies, Jess, this is Misplaced Childhood by Marillion. He's got a magpie. It's part of the lyrics of the song. So
wait. Hold on. I gotta talk to Marte. It looks like Marte is saying that me and him are gonna do that debate tomorrow, and I'm like, I don't think we.
I was gonna say we're doing a stream tomorrow.
Well, I haven't talked to him about when this is gonna start. All right, hold on. The Don't Smith Petrol song.
We had to fight Marte for that one.
No, I'm not. I wouldn't even be able to do it tomorrow because we never planned that out, and that's gonna be like an actual like long debate. It's gonna be me and Marte running the gauntlet over on the line against evangelical atheists.
The devangelicals.
Yeah.
We can live forever. Show me sister, show me brother, and we stay strong for one another. Come on, come on, come on, come on, yeah. Come on, come on. We put the leaders over the islands. You don't sniff petrol from a can. You put the petrol in the hiding space. Don't be rama. Messing with your brain, you say you're deadly. Do you understand? You don't sniff petrol from a can. You put the
This was an actual song put out by the Australian government. Because too many of the abos were. Oh, hold on. We got another guest.
No class. It's been a while.
How you doing, buddy? You're talking. You're muted. We can't hear you. And now you muted your mic.
Can you hear me?
We didn't hear you now. Spartacus said keep it going, otherwise he's going to sniff.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Do you sniff petrol from a can, sir?
The fuck is going on?
Oh, well, fuck. Now he can't hear us.
You can't hear us. That's your problem.
What'd you do?
Yeah, you can hear me now. All right, fine. Cool.
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
So, did you see my question earlier of...
Can you hear us, sir?
Where's the line for you guys? Yes, I think so. There's a bit of a delay.
There is a bit of a delay.
Okay. Yeah, no, where's the line? I agreed with your position of it's not the problem with the painting. It's painting too broad of the brush.
I still don't know what's behind the metaphor. So my line would be like, you can't hate anybody because of their lineage. You can't hate anybody at all. You also can't associate people of a lineage with your world domination conspiracy theory because not only is it stupid, it just usually serves as a basis for the hate you already hold in the first place. Now, does that mean that there aren't over-representations of people who are of Jewish lineage and powerful places, especially like in media and things like that? I'll grant all of that. It still doesn't like there's
me and Rex's position is like you can't just say all Jews evil, therefore like
Right.
that wouldn't follow from that. So it's like
or Jew in position of power, therefore conspiracy, world domination, evil, controlling the weather, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, you're like, what the fuck? You didn't say hi to Spartacus, you asshole.
Hey, tiny pink nugget of chaos is out there.
What's up, Tiny, though? It's good to see you. So, okay, Tiny, do you know who was behind the mass flagging? Because that shit fucking pissed me off. I went through all the Discords and posted the VK channel link.
Was it all his videos or what was going on?
Somebody mass flagged Easy's channel. Like a bunch of people did, but I'm trying to figure out where did that come from. Hold on, who we got? Okay, here we go. We got one of these fake people from this fake place in here.
Hey, Jess.
Hello, guys.
Here we go. So now we got Jess. You got no clue either? Okay. Yeah, if anybody wants here, you know what? I'm gonna
I'll confirm that's just an English woman putting on a funny accent. I'll confirm that is just an English woman.
I will say, Australia seems like the country south of the Commonwealth. They got the twang.
Look, Australians just hick British.
Yeah, well,
you can't convince me otherwise.
I did. Stillborn, you took a bit of an L fucking saying that the comment that I made was funny. Women aren't funny.
No, some women are funny. They have to be hefty, dykey, or Jewish.
That's the Hitchens law.
No, that's the Hitchens. That was the McDonald's
No,
law.
they're the ones that are funny. No. They're the ones that are funny to laugh at.
No. Sometimes they can make funny jokes. Okay, it's a sometimes thing.
If Hitchens thinks that some women can be funny, and he classifies the 3 branches of funny women, then they can be funny.
Was that Hitchens, or I think that was Hitchens. I thought that was McDonald.
I'm aware of Hitchens, and that's on video. And Hitchens, one of the controversies he had was also saying women aren't funny, but he did that like 20 years ago.
Oh.
Well, I disavow any comments about women being funny.
Unacceptable.
Disavow.
I agree with you, Spartacus.
Yeah.
Oh well, we lost now.
Eli says heading
He's on his
home
way.
now. Actually, what up, Spartacus? Sorry, I'm at work. Heading home now. Okay.
Yeah. See, some women are funny by accident. See, it can happen.
I think we lost Nomo class.
Yeah, that's called being.
No, he's back. Okay. He's back
That's
now.
called being retarded. Like, all women are retarded.
Okay, then I'm just gonna no more.
Well,
I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna mute you. I'm not gonna mute you.
Jess, you know that is going to be the most clipped version or part of that debate.
What's that?
So the Candace Andrew debate, he said, I think all women are retarded. Remember he said that?
That's
going to be the most clipped version part of that debate.
But he's been saying that publicly for forever.
Yes,
Well,
but this is the most
agree.
high-profile thing he's done.
I agree with that.
I don't think it is.
Okay,
I
maybe
say that all the
second to
I
Joe
say that
Rogan.
I say
what's
that all the
what's
time
number
that
3?
women are retarded.
What's second? I think Pierce Morgan would be second.
I guess, but I don't know if Pierce Morgan gets
So
anywhere
you're
near
pretty
the views.
You're pretty much agreeing with me. Pretty much agreeing with me by saying that women are only accidentally funny sometimes because they're retarded.
Yeah, but I never said that wasn't true.
No. When we said women are accidentally funny, I'm saying that it's only because they're retarded.
Nar.
Um,
Well, I mean, like he posted a video a day ago and it's got 203,000, and the one from 2 days ago has got 408,000. Oh, dude, it's Steven Crowder versus Rabbi Shmuley.
What?
Part of me wants to watch that, but
I was gonna say, isn't Shmuley kind of a nut? I mean, I saw Rabbi Shmuley debate Candace Owens, and he came off as a total nut.
He's insane. All right, we'll try it.
No more class. Hello.
Yeah, I think I might have fixed my.
Okay,
fixed my
yep,
shit now.
Sounds better.
Yeah, cool.
All right, there we go.
Steelborne, I'm gonna send you the magpie video. Fucking. I think.
Look, magpies are smart. All right, magpies are smart.
Yeah, they're crows basically. They just have the white and the
Magpies. Oh my gosh.
I have a
They are the
magpie
best
do my
live
taxes every
entertainment
year.
in Australia. Like, I swear.
Have you seen the video of them?
There
Where
is
like you
nothing
figured
funnier than watching a magpie swoop someone.
Have you seen a magpie
And watching
like
them
do
scream
problem
and
solving?
wave their arms. Oh my god.
Dude, magpies understand water
When they
displacement.
swoop people and they're running around screaming and waving their arms around, it is like live entertainment at its finest.
Send it to me. I'll pull it up on here.
Your brains will be clear. Come on, come on, come on, come on, yeah! Come on, come on. We got the leaders of the islands.
So here's one. Everybody likes to take the piss out of the Aboriginals for this. right? But like in the UK, we have a bit of an issue with interbreeding, right? And
That's not the UK nationals.
Right.
I agree, but this is exactly the point. And I'm like, so the British government just pays
see Spartacus, he learns
the welfare of these people and will never consider whether we should ban this practice or not. We shouldn't even speak bad of it.
What?
Whereas the Australians at least are willing to say, don't huff petrol. Right? They're actually willing to stand there and say, no, I don't care if you claim this is your culture or anything like this. Don't do it.
Don't sniff gasoline, sorry.
Don't do it.
Australians make fun of everyone though. They laugh at everyone, they make fun of everyone. We call each other cunts, like we yell across the street.
Make fun of the Prophet Muhammad. Dare you, bro. Fucking dare you.
We make fun of everyone. We don't give a fuck who you are.
Hold on. To be fair, no class. Jess is based, so.
Is she? All right.
But he's talking about like the Australian government, and the UK government won't actually like address these things.
Like, do you know how much we spend on the welfare of these people?
Way too much.
Billions, bro. Billions.
Any dollar is too much. Any dollar is too much over UK citizens. I'm sorry. That's just. Any dollar is too much over the citizens of the UK. That's my position. It's always been my position. Spartacus is getting tempted. I have to hit play.
What? I tell you, 'cause I care, I tell you. When I was walking in the street, see the boys and girls are sniffing too much petrol, killing your brains. We could lead us over the darlings. You don't sniff petrol from a can. You put the petrol in the car instead. Don't be rama, it's messing with your brain. You say, Daddy, do you understand? You don't sniff petrol from a can. You put the petrol.
Yeah, don't be rama.
Don't be rama, sniffing up your nose. Use your brains, think about your culture.
Okay, the urge pass.
Great.
Wait, I want to see if does it say anything?
I'm guessing Rama means crazy or stupid or both.
Your guess is as good as mine.
All right, Ozzy, translate for me. Rama, go. Where's she off to?
Did you not hear me say that Steelborne's my abo? If he's my abo, you should know.
I actually don't know what the term Rama means. I'm sorry.
You're gonna have to fill that in for us.
Yeah, I'm still learning my abo lingo. Okay.
Hello.
Yeah, well, I don't know either, to be honest. I don't know what it means either.
Hold on. All right, we're gonna look it up. We're gonna look this shit up.
It's your ancestral homeland. No, I'm kidding.
Well, to be fair, I'll say if I say to someone that they're you're my abo, it's like the Australian way of saying the N-word.
I know. Can't be surprised. I know.
Did you guys the show that Andrew did where he said someone was an abo and they lost their shit over it? It's like,
wait, what?
We say abo here all the time and no one.
Oh yeah, when Mark Reed and he's like, you're talking about the abo. He's like, that is a racist term, and it's like, nar.
Yeah, and when Andrew freaking said it.
Hold on, I can pull it up in a sec. It was Mark Reed. It was the bald atheist. It was the bald atheist. I remember this. Hold on.
And I was like, what? I was like, what the fuck? Everybody says that here. No one gives a fuck. Like, it's one retard. If he said that in public here and you carry, everyone would laugh at him and make fun of him for it. Because no one cares.
It means crazy, mentally disturbed, confused, or not thinking properly in Central Australian Aboriginal language.
There you go.
So basically, Rama, it just means crazy. Rama is like, it just
double crazy.
It just intensifies it. Okay, so there's
it's pretty much saying cuckoo.
But that is Australian internet, so. Hold on, I'm gonna pull this up because I actually remember this debate. It was one of my. I watched that shit live. It was fucking hilarious. The Mark Reed debate.
I say it all the time, especially after that. I'm like, "You're my abo." Like, yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
All right, hold on. Where is it?
That was so good. Every Australian in the chat of Andrews was just like, what the fuck is wrong with this cunt?
I'm trying to think if there was another instance similar in America where I think it was Michael Richards, the guy who played Kramer on Seinfeld. He said Afro-Americans, and then everybody's supposed to be offended at that.
That was funny as hell, though.
You're talking about when he was at the Laugh Factory and like went off the rails and racial jokes?
I did not know that happened.
The thing is about saying abo is it's just an abbreviation, and we abbreviate everything. We shorten every fucking thing.
Right.
It's like, how the fuck is that offensive when it's part?
All right, Jess.
It's retarded.
What's the abbreviation of a Pakistani?
I was going to say.
Paki.
Thank you very much. Chinese?
Is that really an abbreviation?
That one.
Yeah, go on. So I'm going to go down to my local Chinese takeaway shop and buy myself some dinner, right? What would be the colloquial,
Chong.
Abbreviation for this?
Chong.
Chong. Oh, interesting.
Chong.
Oh, in the UK it's chink, but all right, fair enough. Yeah. You're willing.
And
to
there goes any future monetization for Steelborne. Thanks a lot, Nomo Class.
There is another one that we use, but it's that we more commonly use too, but it's not exactly an abbreviation.
Okay, well, it's 2 a.m.
It's to do with the eye. I'll say it this much: it's to do with the eyes barely being open, and
yeah. It's the time of the night here in the real country.
Hey, I'll put it in the.
Okay.
Okay, hold on. I think I've got it pulled up. So it started with them talking about the N-word. Hold on. It was this one.
Wait, Mark Reed and Andrew were debating the N-word?
No, they were debating secular humanism versus Christian ethics, but it turned into this debate was only actually like an hour and a half long, and then just like the Q&A lasted like fucking 6 hours.
Dude,
hold on.
Yeah, you say abo. Abo
bothered me. It's never bothered
everyone
ever.
says
black people, you don't give.
Depending on context, perhaps.
They're talking about is it always? Or Andrew said he's like, would you ever say the N word, Andrew? And Andrew said, depending on the context.
What do you mean by context?
Like if it was really fucking funny, sure.
Oh, just funny for you.
No, just like funny in general, like how black comedians say it because it's funny.
Wow.
Yeah,
so racist,
this one.
then. Yeah.
That's not
No,
racism.
racist.
That's not. How's that racism?
Oh, saying the N-word is not racist.
Yeah,
This is
in
what
all
we've heard
contexts, it's
about.
not racist. I'm sorry. It's
wow. Wow.
Do you, hang on.
Context you mean.
Hang on. So
wow.
whoever told you that word and said it to you, are they a racist?
Yeah.
This one,
I'm trying to remember where I heard the word first. I think I heard,
So if somebody says, if you say, "What is this word?" and they say, "Oh, that says this," and it's the hard R, they're a racist, Mark. You're a fucking genius, Mark.
No. The first time I heard it was from an uncle when I was young, I think. I mean, you're talking about a word that's
There was an
existed
uncle.
and been used in an offensive way for a very long time.
Uh-huh.
Go to the next one.
Wow, this racist piece of crap.
This one from Leon Gray says, as an Australian, it's in Australian currencies. They're not just saying it. They say, as an Australian, the ABOs have a terrible drug problem in the communities, and they sometimes sometimes I think that because they're black, they get away with things because people don't want to appear racist if they call them out on something. So they said, you're probably a Labor voter, Mark.
Actually, I
Fair.
voted independent in my last election. Fun fact, we can vote independent and get independents in.
This one coming in from
Isn't that
Average Redhead says, was it good to force the Australian population to take AstraZeneca, which was later recalled due to its side effects?
It's interesting because Mark
yeah.
Reed was in.
Oh, that wasn't it. Hold on, I gotta find it. Just give me a second. I'm just gonna pull that off stream real quick.
Fine,
I gotta
that's
find
fine.
the specific. I gotta find the specific spot because it was really
Yep.
fucking funny.
Go ahead and find the specific spot. But I was gonna say Mark Reed was in the after panel of my opponent's channel after I did my debate on
Oh, here it is. Okay, hold
slavery,
on.
whether or not Christianity endorsed slavery. I have to go back and listen to it now because I took for granted that Mark Reed, I thought he was just some guy, but he is kind of like a guy in the atheist community, so to speak.
Okay, so hold on. I think I just pulled it up.
That's a lie. He's lying.
Hold on.
If it did.
Talk authoritatively about a place you've never seen, never lived, and can't even find on a fucking map. You fucking cretin.
I can't find Australia on a map.
You didn't know where it was.
I don't even think it exists. But if it did, can you tell me about the ABOs?
That's like the N word.
Can you
James.
tell me
That's
about the
fucked up.
ABOs? Tell me about the ABOs.
no,
And it's not
that's
like
it.
the
I'm
N word.
out.
That's a lie. He's lying. They call them ABOs all the time.
It absolutely is. That is highly
You're a
offensive.
liar.
No.
That's
No.
progressive bullshit. You're a liar. Tell me about those people in your nation who you have your own ICE agents go in. It's your own form of it in order to collectivize these people so that they don't sniff fucking gasoline. Tell me about it. Tell me about their songs about not sniffing fucking petrol. Please don't sniff petrol. Tell me about how great your fucking country is.
Okay, that's offensive as fuck.
Yeah,
That is
whatever, dude.
absolutely
Do they
Hang
have
on
a
second.
song
Let me prove
about
it.
not sniffing
Let me
petrol?
prove it. Let me prove it.
Yeah, prove it.
You absolute racist. You are so racist.
That's not racist.
Okay, that is absolutely
That's not racist. They
man.
call them
is
that.
So racist.
They call them that.
No, we don't.
Yes,
No,
you do.
Absolutely not. Look at this. Look, I've shared my screen.
Yeah.
Aboriginal, offensive, slang, because of its highly offensive nature. This word
I
is
don't
completely
accept that
unacceptable.
source as being correct. Pull up the Britannica.
Collins Dictionary.
Pull up the Britannica. Pull up the Britannica.
Why Britannica? That's not an
Because
Australian
that's the
source.
one that I consider the source that's correct. Pull up Britannica.
Oh, fuck you, you
Yeah,
racist.
fuck you.
Absolute racist.
Yeah, so tell me,
You
do
racist
they
fuck.
do is
Hey,
it the
Tony,
case
thanks
that
for
they
the
make
$10.
songs for them
Appreciate
that
it.
to not sniff petrol?
Pardon my interruption. So let's just because
For not being an unfunny woman. Dude, this fucking have you never watched this one, Rex?
No,
you can skip most of the debate and just go into the Q&A, and it's fucking hilarious. He just fucks with this idiot for
Well,
like
it's just,
5 hours.
So it's just atheism, right?
It's secular humanism versus Christian ethics.
Okay, an ethics debate. Okay, yeah.
And that's what it originally was. And then Mark's like, well, let's talk about all the bad things that the church has done. And he's like, okay, only if we can compare it to public schools. And so he wants Andrew to take responsibility for every Christian denomination, but Mark's only subject to secular humanist. for the comparison for which one's better for society.
Right. So and then they would also have to agree on ethics, or or is it a meta debate?
No, it's a debate about which one's better for society.
Yeah, but don't they get in the meta ethics about it?
No.
Okay.
But no, but at one point he's like, well, do you want me to just attack your denomination? And he's like, sure. And he's like, what's yours? He's like, Orthodoxy. He's like, tell about all the great sins the Orthodox Church has committed. And he had nothing except for one Greek bishop was accused of pedophilia. And then he's like, and he wasn't arrested. And Andrew's like, the church doesn't arrest people. That's not our job.
It's not Vatican City.
Like, that's not like. But by the way, Andrew's 100% right in this debate when Mark tries to bring up the Catholics and all of their wrongdoings. Like what the church did with stuff with like moving around priests and bishops, and it's like, no, okay, it's not up to the church to it's not up to the church to start the investigation or to
yeah, they'll be interfering with a case if they did that.
Yeah, that'd be interfering with an investigation. That's the state's job to press charges upon somebody or even conduct an investigation.
Correct.
And so, and like a lot of times where they're like, they didn't go public with what all that happened. And it's like, that was a lot of the time the request of the family. Yeah. A lot of the times that was request of the families because the family would come to the bishop and say like, look, priest X did bad thing. And they're like, okay, well, what do you want to do about this? And the priest is like, or the family be like, well, the reason that we don't want to make this a massive public case is two reasons. And they're perfectly valid reasons from my perspective. One, I don't want my kid being known as the guy who got raped by a priest.
Right.
I'd like them to have that, that would not be public information for them. Second, what one bad priest does is it's not actually a mark on the church. On the church, like the Catholic Church. If a priest rapes somebody in California, that has no bearing on the Catholic Church.
Right. And then one of the criticisms, of course, from the Catholics and the Orthodox to Protestants is fragmentation. So if you want to say that you can't do the Protestants as you would say like the magisterium of the Catholic Church or something like that.
Or
because
the patriarch,
at least with the magisterium, you could prove that there was some shuffling going on from the top, from Vatican.
Yes, but I can also understand from the Catholic view where it's like, okay, let's say a family makes this claim, and that whole parish believes it. They end up believing it.
All right, he won't notice if I leave, right? He's just going to keep talking.
Probably not right now.
You definitely will notice.
But no, all I was going to say is, and you can leave in a second, I just wanted to finish this statement, which was like, okay, let's say a family accuses the priest of raping a kid. And the whole parish believes it. But then the bishop has to get involved and he goes, okay, what do you guys want to do about this? Do you want to file a police report? And the family says, no, we don't want to file a police report. Well, where the fuck is the Catholic? Like, what's the bishop left to do at that point? What can he really do ultimately? If okay, they don't want to launch an investigation. I have no evidence that this this is actually true, but the whole parish now believes it. He's kind of stuck.
He's stillborn.
So it's like, wouldn't it make sense to
I have another song about Aboriginals.
You have a song about Aboriginals?
Do you want me?
Is this one that you wrote?
To you?
Did you write it?
No, this is one that's been around since. No, it's been around since fucking when I was a teenager, maybe longer.
Yeah, send it. No, Eli, I've posted in the chat like fucking 10 times. You have a permalink, Eli. You have a permalink. You can join the panel at any point. You always have access to join my panels.
See, I put that in my Google Keep, so I would never lose it.
And so does Rex. Rex has one too. I think Noma Class has one.
It's got a lot of stereotypes in it about Aboriginals. It's a pretty stereotypes.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I've got one, but
Yeah.
I'll happily take one.
I'm like 90% sure I sent you one.
Okay, I'm gonna copy it and send it to him. Don't worry about it.
You're sending it to. I literally got the Discord pulled up right here.
Okay.
Yeah, Steelborne, you should play it. I want to know what you think.
Is it the which one is it? Is
It's
it
an old song.
Is it Ozyman's or Run Gordon? It's the Policeman.
Eli, I couldn't help but notice you have not joined the Discord yet.
The Aussie, the first one is to do with the magpies.
Okay, so it's the Run
people get
Gordon.
attacked by magpies
It's the
and
police.
shit.
We got just 3PO on the
Yeah.
panel.
Okay, hold on. Where is it? Okay, this is what you're talking about.
Run, 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 Gordon. It's the policeman. We gotta get up out this house. There's the policeman. Grab the bong, get my weed. It's the policeman. Move y'all, keep running from the policeman. Find me out the front, puffing on the bud, man. Fuck these what I can't say. I'm sick of getting mugged. Talking
Is this the one, Jess?
Yeah, this is it.
Okay.
Getting bashed cause I'm tipsy. I gotta call my Uncle B Merv to come get me. You can find me out the front, fighting every cunt off my head and I'm drunk. I lick the cigarette butts. I never went to school so I can't talk much. But please, white fella, spare $1 for the bus. When I roll up to your house, I'm only wearing one shoe. Leave a couple hours later, somehow I got two. It's like every single day I'm getting blazed off the buds. Then I'm stealing M&M's from the pub and getting busted. Man, ain't nothing changed. Call my niece up. Tell her I'm getting horny and I need a good fuck at mirror book of sniffing glue, getting caught and locked up from the pig. Let me go, I gotta get home to 14 kids, 9 sisters, 12 cousins, and I'm fucking the lot. Getting high, sitting stiff and freshly painted bus stops. I spent my last dollar, now I'm broke as a joke, bro. Gotta work today, do I beg for money or smoke stars? Faster when it's red, you think it's a crime. I get my meal from Centrelink, and I'm most of the time the cops confiscate my stash, the bong and the drugs. I don't fit the dress.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I can't understand what this guy's saying.
That's because he's not speaking English, like most Australians.
That's true, but I have something specifically for Rev, because this one I know, or not Rev, Rex. I know Rex loves this.
Where are we? Oh gosh.
Have you seen this, Jess?
The chameleon.
This guy promised to keep an eye on somebody and really meant it. Jess, he's staring at you. Have you heard of this man? Have you seen this man?
I don't think he's looking at anyone. His eyes hate him. Where
this man has seen you.
His eyes looking right at you, Jess. Look, his eyes looking right at you. So this guy's name is the name of the channel is M&J Metal. He has 618,000 subscribers. This video has 5.9 million views. He's got a bunch of these videos, and all of them have like millions of views.
Oh no, my finger's about to slip on the leave button.
No, hold on. You know this stuff's great. Dude, I love your reactions to it. That's why I like watching it.
Yeah, I should join. I should make a reaction channel. It would be something.
Just to this. Hold on. This guy at one point in one of his videos, I was showing this guy to Rex, and he's like, opens a bag, and he's like, smell that? Smells hot. And Rex like, oh yeah, just let me do that real quick.
Yeah.
This guy's so fucking funny. He's the craziest motherfucker I've ever seen on YouTube.
Noma class, Jeff.
Hello, YouTube.
Nice to see you. Steelborne, we will
Rex, he's giving you the side eye. You gotta watch.
We will be in conference tomorrow, seeing as we have an episode to do tomorrow.
But he's giving you the side eye.
That's great. That's great. Anyway, you guys.
All right, buddy.
Eli, how dare you make me want to stay? Where the heck
See, you knew the song. I saw you in the chat. You knew the song I was playing. Have you heard the song that I got Steelman to play? Steelborne to play, because you wrote in the chat that it sounded like you'd fucking heard it before. It's an old song. Like
Eli, is this your long lost uncle? I'm just curious.
Oh no, that's my brother.
Was this your last customer?
That was mean. You called me Steelman. That was mean.
You want to know something? That's my brother, and his mother is my dad's sister.
Sorry, that was pretty brutal, Steelborne. Sorry about that.
This is unacceptable. Okay, I can't stand this harassment from you.
Okay, I need to. Dude, yeah, Rex, it's good to see you, man.
I don't blame you.
I wonder if I can just do that
It's
for
been
yeah,
awesome,
there
man.
you go.
Yeah, I'm guessing
That one
summer
was
for
pretty
you means.
insulting.
Jess,
No,
hold on. I haven't seen Eli in like all summer. So Eli, have you? I'm guessing that's your busy season, and so you just got to strike while the iron is hot out there, right?
Correct. And my wife had a death in the family, so my entire in-laws from India showed up for like a month. So that
He
was
refused to abandon the in-laws that were there for a month to come to DebateCon.
I was literally going to go to DebateCon, and they couldn't.
Okay, question for you. Jay Dyer and Stefan Molyneux are going to be in Nashville September 12th. Are you going?
Oh, no, probably not that soon.
Yeah, that's in like a month, dude.
Okay, I already had that week off, so I might actually be there.
Oh, that'd be sick.
So just so you know.
Walks
but
up.
yeah,
Hey man, hey dude, can you unblock? You gotta unblock me, dude.
yeah, he blocked me. Jay Dyer blocked me twice now. By the way, the
Mother.
second time I did absolutely nothing. By the way, I bought a ticket to go see Alex O'Connor in DC November 11th. So I'm gonna try in the Q&A to run triage if I can. So
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
Number one, Eli, have you been reading my triage infographics and posts at all? Or
No, so here's the other reason why I've disappeared off Discord. This is going to make me sound like a giant boomer, but I got a brand new phone, okay? And I tried logging into Discord on my phone, and I can't. It's like asking for the email. I'm like, I don't remember.
Have you heard
what
of a
the email
computer
is.
before?
Yeah,
they make
well,
them.
if I was near my computer, I would have been debating more because this is my office away from my main house. So, but it's really my man cave. I don't really do like work in here. I just like scream at people online, and my kid and my wife doesn't hear me. So I haven't been in my man cave because I've been with the in-laws, and I haven't been on Discord because my fucking phone don't have Discord yet. So it was just a whole thing. I'm like, yeah, everyone's gonna think I'm dead. Except Steelborne, I've been hitting him up and sending him.
I thought
goofy
you,
memes.
Steelborne, and Mo Rebuttal were all dead.
No, you didn't. I was talking to you for like most of the time that I was offline.
Yeah, you were like half alive. But I thought that you guys got the call from Constantinople, be like, stop talking to the prot.
No, actually, that was Patriarch Kirill.
Yeah.
Like,
But,
look,
yeah, it was like all three of you. Summer came and you guys left, and I'm like, what the heck? What did I do?
Well, if you see my prop, one of the reasons I stopped streaming for a while was because if you read the banner, the scroller at the bottom, it tells you the problem.
Yeah,
I can't read. Anyway,
so send in the donos because Jay Dyer's hogging all of our ortho bucks.
True. Eli, so tomorrow, Steelborne and I are going to review a 3v me debate where atheists were like, I mean, it's not the first time.
Oh shit!
It's not even official. Here was what was going on, and this is a little preview. Missing Mod has a channel. She is a professing Christian, and but she's also deep in the breakfast tacos like community people. So they like coming on her show. She's a likable person. They come and hang out with her, and then she'll open up the panel, and people will come in, and she'll make fun of evolution, and then they will like school her on science and stuff like that because she just does not know. And then there's a guy named Zilzone. I debated on Molinism a week or two back, and he doesn't know either, and he's not a debater like per se either. And so they're talking.
Zilzone called me out for a philosophical debate.
Yeah, I know,
but he doesn't know what he wants to debate me on.
Oh, yeah. Anyway, so yeah. Anyway, so
how was your
I want to see.
I haven't watched.
I want to see you against 3 atheists, man. I'd be happy to watch that.
Yeah, so if you watch any of my moral argument marathon episodes, some of them, if not more than one of them, are like that, where I'm on Missing Mod, and then they all attack. So I came in at a point where it was
best. This is my show now. Everybody knows it's my show. I took over. Verbal Combat's mine. It's me. I'm the best.
Sucker. But this most recent one was Missing Mod and Zill were getting beat up by 3 atheists on Evolution, and they're just like taking it like baby seals in Newfoundland. And then so I'm like, I feel so bad for them. I don't even like picking fights, but I just jump in there and I run triage, and I run the first part for most of it until they can't get free. and then so he does a certain move to bring it into argument 2, which is a religion speedrun. Argument 1 is secular speedrun. Argument 2 is religion speedrun. Argument 2 needs work, but it still has enough teeth into it to like keep me alive, and then revert him back to argument 1.
Well, dude. I want to see you get down on that because it's crazy when you got more than one on you. It's like it being in the lion's den. I know that feeling for sure. So I definitely want to review that with you. So heck yeah, man.
So that'll be tomorrow. I definitely got Steelborne in the thumbnail. I'm guessing you're still got work to do, and so it's gonna be.
What time is it gonna be?
Well, we settle at 8 Eastern. You want that at 8 Eastern?
It'd be like 6 his time, 6 or 5 his time.
No, hold up. No. You're Eastern. You wanted to push it back an hour because I have it.
No. Eli's Mountain Time.
Okay, we're not talking about Eli. We're talking about you. And
for me, yeah, honestly, 7 or 8 would work. I think.
Okay, well, I have it at 6 my time, which would be 7 your time. Is that all right?
Yeah, I can do 7.
Okay, what? Is that 7 Central?
6 Central, 7 Eastern.
6 Central in Arizona tomorrow.
It's 2 hours behind, or 2 hours behind him.
5 p.m. The only thing I have to do tomorrow is go get tires put on my work van at 4. So I actually might be able to make that.
No,
even if I jump in, we'll have to get started.
Yeah, you'd have to wait until then. Well, if we pushed it back an hour to like I originally said, so started at 8 o'clock my time, 7 yours. That would give Eli enough time to go get the tires put on and come back.
Here's what I can do. I will start it at 6. I'll start at 6. I'll probably review some Alex O'Connor, and then I'll tease that the debate is going to come up at some point. I'll review some Alex O'Connor stuff, and then you guys will hop on. Now, Eli, if you're committed to hopping on, then I'll change the thumbnail.
Okay, fuck Eli. He doesn't get to be part of the thumbnail. He's been offline for like 6 months.
Yeah, I gotta earn that shit back. That's cool. No, I'll definitely show up. Like I said, if I'm just like a little fashionably late, but after it'll take me an hour. All right. It's at Costco, so my wife wants to eat fucking Costco pizza, so we're gonna do that and then get back home.
All right. Well,
what time is it there at the moment?
Right now it's 12:15 a.m. for me.
And Central, it's 2:15.
It's 3:15 for me.
What the?
It's
That's
5
crazy.
p.m. Sunday here.
Oh, I do have to flex a little bit. I did just make $2,000 in 8.5 hours for doing an overnight after hours job. So that was cool. But I did fall off my ladder and almost break my leg. That was crazy.
I know. I want you to find security camera footage of that.
No, that's okay. No joke.
Because I'm Eastern.
The
I'm in
first thing that happened when I fell and I was lying on the ground is I looked up straight at the camera and I was like, "Oh, they're gonna see that and get on me."
Turn the gain on your microphone down.
Yeah, you sound like one of my guitars right now.
Hold on, I could fix this. Is this any better?
Turn the gain down like half of what it was.
He's in a stadium.
I ain't in no damn stadium.
He's in a stadium.
There you go. That's much better. The reason I was saying that is because your mic was popping because it was literally taking in too much sound.
Oh my gosh! Yeah, that's that condenser mic.
Yeah, it sounded like
keep
you
it right where you're at. Keep it right where you're at. That's perfect.
Okay.
You sound like you were talking through a megaphone.
Have you been doing TikToks at all?
Want?
Huh?
Yeah, he's still been doing the TikToks.
You've been doing TikToks?
Well, I haven't gone live in a while, but I still have been. I learned that the debate, especially the kind of debate we do for atheists, I have to keep refining the skill. So I've been calling into people's TikToks and going into the Discords pretty periodically, and just okay, at least once a week, I need to own an atheist to stay
Eli,
sharp.
did you see my Dillahunty appearance or no?
Was that recent?
I'll pull it up real quick because it was really fucking funny. Actually.
Oh yeah, I know. I need to see that. That's awesome.
He called into Dilla Monkeys.
That guy still has a show. He still does stuff. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so I called into the line twice. Once with Dillahunty and Andrews, and then once with Andrews and Owen something or other. And I asked him, what is the basis of normativity in your worldview? And it basically the line came down. They would not answer what I said. Is it personal or impersonal? And they would not answer. And then when I pressed hard enough, the best answer I got was that the rules of normativity are normative-ish. Normative-ish. You ever heard that from a philosopher anywhere? Is that,
Yeah,
is that somewhere in Plato? You know?
There you go. That was Aristotle, actually.
Oh, man.
But here we go. This is what he was talking about.
Agree that universally humans ought to believe what is true and ought not believe what is false.
No, I don't necessarily think that we ought to believe that which is true. I don't know how to justify that as an ought.
Great.
Help me understand real
no
fast, both of you. Is the word ought thrown out as kind of a tripwire?
It's an imperative, yes.
It's an imperative. Yeah, but like we ought, for example, so we would be doing what we ought not do if we say, I don't want to believe that truth. I want to believe a comforting lie, so I'm going to go back to my cult, or I'm going to blast my brains out with drugs, or any number of things. Like if we, like for example, if you say I got deconstructed or I got deconverted out of my religion because the evidence brought me out of that, then what that means is there is a prescription from truth itself that dictates the actions of people, what they ought to do and how they ought to think. That truth itself is prescriptive, absent of anybody's preferences.
Is it prescriptive or can it be descriptive?
Well, if it's descriptive, then it doesn't have an actual prescription. But for example, I could say that humans have X behavior that is, communal, but that's just a description of their behavior. That doesn't necessarily prescribe anything any more than 2 + 2 = 4, or like what the atomic number for lead is.
Man.
No, we ought not believe what's true. I actually can't justify it. Well, then why should I listen to it?
Yeah, well, this is what they do. That I think we're really good about this. Is like we have a few hard bullets to bite, at least as far as like things about God and maybe some mysteries, whatever. But we go, yeah. But the second they even get a whiff that they have a hard question to answer, they're just like, it's like anything.
Demonstrate that. Get away from me.
Yeah. Anything but like maintain a consistent position. You know what I mean? It's hilarious. And it's like the bullets that they bite in refusal to bite the bullet of their own position is even more hilarious than their own position. I see that all the time. But heck yeah, dude, that sounded you were dialed in on that. I could tell.
Jess, I just made you a mod because it's way easier if there's mods in the chat. And I know that you can. I know that you don't want to do that shit.
Is my audio still okay, guys? I'm
yeah, you sound like perfect right now.
Sweet. Okay. Cool.
All right, so I want to get Rex's. Hold on, Rex. I got to get your live reaction to this guy real quick.
I did this one already.
No, not this one.
How do you know?
I know exactly what video it was.
You kept a record? You have a diary of what I watched when I'm on your streams?
I think a good segment would be like sleep deprived Rex watching ridiculous videos as long as possible.
Dude, you got to see Rex's. Hold on, you guys have to see Rex's facial expressions as he watches this guy.
How you doing today? This is going to be a very good and easy video. And I'll get right into it. Thank you all for what you've been doing. It's so wonderful.
Is this Eli Nix's presidential?
First of all,
that's my brother cousin.
I got my Pepsi. And I got my hot sauce.
Hey, he looks like his parents were brother and sister.
Now, what I'm going to
do. They were. Eli just told you. That's his brother, and his mother is Eli's dad's sister.
Correct.
So in short, they're Tasmanian.
In the glass, as usual. Nice crack. Love the crack.
Release the crack.
Love the crack.
Well, and the ironic part is I've actually like hung out with these guys in my wilden days, like guys that are identical to this. I know this dude's whole vibe already.
He's mixing Pepsi and hot sauce.
Oh yeah.
Pepsi, maybe a little bit more. Yeah, that much Pepsi. And now, I'm going to put the hot sauce in it. Love my hot sauce. Simple and easy.
Simple and easy, guys.
Yeah, it's just simple and easy.
That much.
Shake and bake.
About that much is not a measurement, by the way. That much is not a measurement.
Then I give it a roundy stir. See? Not only stir.
Look at the color change of the Pepsi.
Oh, smells spicy. Hot saucy. Mmm.
It's not even a
Now
stir,
it
it's
tastes-
a swish.
Hopefully it tastes good. Wow.
I think that swallow was louder than the words he actually spoke.
It was.
Wow. Spicy. Hot. You know, somebody on the other video I was watching said it tastes gross. No, it don't.
No, it don't.
What is breakfast
Argument over.
tacos doing over in the suggested?
What?
You see breakfast tacos over there?
Dude, I've watched.
What is
I've
wrong with
unfortunately
all
watched-
the people that have fucking watched that shit?
Okay, the internet is comprised of this. Literally this.
I'm trying to find the
people
one-
who have lives are not doing this.
There was one that he did with a hot chip, and it was fucking hilarious.
It looks like he filmed all these videos in one day. It's
One
like he's
wardrobe.
wearing the same. It's one take.
Which gray hoodie should I wear today?
I think it was this one. Hold on, Eli, can we point out something though? He has a YouTube Platinum play button.
Wait, Steelborne.
And he's
Steelborne.
earned every ounce of it.
This is Wick in 10 years.
Dude, hold on, Eli.
He looks like Wick.
Look at his subscriber number.
Yeah.
618,000. This video. Oh, this video only has 23,000 views. The last one we were just watching.
Why are you shocked? Is this not quality?
Dude, the last one we were just
entertainment?
watching had 10 million views.
Oh yeah.
Actually,
I mean,
Eli, he's modding the next debate. I'm gonna be on. Okay.
No, he's gonna be the next
Wick's
guy
all right.
debating.
I'm but that's
Right.
with when he had the hood up and the gray beard. I was like, oh,
True. He just needs the American flag in his background.
Oh,
can't
I didn't
unsee it
notice
now.
you there.
Oh, jeez.
Hello YouTube, how's everybody doing out there today? Today me and Wizard Marty again. Today I'm going to be making a special drink. It's sort of wedding, anniversaries, stuff like that.
Stop acting like you're a
So,
mixologist.
first
and just
off,
get
I
to
got
it.
my glass, yes, my little glass, yeah, I got my glass, yeah. Second, I got my hot sauce, habanero hot sauce, yay, yeah.
Even
And
he's
I also
over it.
got, this is a new one, root beer, yes, I got root beer, that's not all.
Yeah.
And
there's more.
as you seen in the little short that we got, we made this with,
Here it is.
oh, I got this. Yes, everybody knows this from the short. This is cool.
Pickles.
So that's what I'm going to be doing. So, first of all, yes, of course, we're going to be getting pickles. Yes. We can open up the bag. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh,
Question:
my.
Who is we?
No idea. See, this is why I love when Rex is on here to react to this guy because he's like he points out all this shit. Who's we?
You guys are
Like,
cracking
you're
me up all
alone.
through my shift, man.
We found Eli. Guys, this is actually Eli.
It is.
Anyone with
It's into a time machine.
Christmas for him. It's like it's
What?
the best day ever. Oh gosh,
Steelborne,
look what I got!
remember-
It's Christmas. Okay.
Steelborne, remember in your debate how that guy said he could observe the past? We're observing my future. No, empirically. No, observation.
There is broadcast Eli, and then there's at home Eli. When he goes on broadcast, he buffs up and becomes like this, like show me the door, and then when he gets off.
Can you
I feel
actually,
this
real
way,
quick,
he
can you
spins-
define where that? Can you? Which of the church fathers actually teaches that?
I'm like the maester at King's Landing in Game of Thrones. I like just switch back and revert to this.
Smell. These smell spicy. Oh, I don't know. I have no idea about this, people. Oh, and Oriole's over here someplace. Can't see her. She's off camera. And she's okay.
Is she handcuffed to the heater? Like, what is
Say, are
going
we
on?
sure that she's okay?
Like, I'm not hearing any voices.
Wow,
but maybe you
look
are.
at that nice big pickle. Pickle in the glass.
Started drifting off. Thought I was playing tennis and almost threw my phone.
Smells spicy though. Wow. 2.
This is an actual drink. This guy's gonna drink this.
Yeah, dude. What you know about that pickle Pepsi?
3.
This is pickle spicy root beer.
Oh yeah.
It's so
Oh,
loud.
I mean, here's the thing. Like, we're joking about my relation to this, but
There
I'm
you go.
like, I would try it. I really like. I think it probably wouldn't taste that bad, honestly. No,
All right, Eli, you gotta do that on stream now. Go get some hot sauce and Pepsi. I know you got it.
Well, I've got hot sauce and Happy Dad. That's kind of.
I don't know what that is.
It's a seltzer drink, but no. Look, in the South, we put peanuts in our Coke. So why can't we put pickles and hot
Fucking
sauce?
what?
Oh shit! Here we go. Rex after dark, baby, after dark. Let's go.
See, his problem is okay.
Look, you're fundamentally. None of the church fathers teach that you should put pickles in your Pepsi.
Actually,
Saint Athanasius actually literally said that
in the Council
mixing
of
hot sauce
Chalcedon,
into
they
your
banned
Pepsi.
A&W root beer. Straight up.
Have you never read the Council of Trent? It automatically proves that you know this idea of mixing Pepsi and pickles was stupid to begin with.
Heresy.
No, it's not heresy. It proved that it was always a bad idea because they said that it was fine, and the Catholics are wrong.
Okay.
Dude, you got on mute.
We're gonna do the pop. Nice cracking hiss.
I can't with this guy.
Cracking hiss.
This is witchcraft. He should be burnt with a stake.
Fuck, man.
Executed. Publicly executed for this.
But that much.
These
Then
people
we're
should
gonna
be
do the
laughed
hot
out of
sauce.
academia.
Habanero hot sauce. Yes.
He used to be drawn in
Well,
quarters.
for weddings.
I would seriously make this on stream and drink it. I actually vibe with dude. I think he's onto something.
No, you just want that 100,000 of black.
Dude, he pours so much in there.
It's a little heavy.
Yes. That should be enough.
I'm coughing just looking at it.
Mind you, those are hot. Those are like spicy pickles that he put in there.
Oh yeah.
Now
ain't
we're
no,
gonna stir stick.
ain't no Vlasic.
Touch a pen if I
Magical
remember.
stir stick pen. We stir this all up.
A fucking pen. Yeah, a little ink. A little ink adds some flavor.
Wow. Nice drink.
This guy
what I
looks
was
like.
thinking.
Okay, am I wrong in assuming this guy looks like he lives in Appalachia?
Yes, but he's Canadian. I think he had the Canadian jersey on in the other one.
Yeah, and if you look, he's got what city is that? The CH over there.
Oh, it's not Chicago, is it?
No,
No.
it's Canadian. but I don't- I
Let's
forget which.
Google it. C with an H inside logo.
Probably a hockey team, right?
Spartacus says, "Don't put that on us."
The Montreal Canadiens, a professional historic franchise in the National Hockey League. This guy is Canadian.
Sorry.
Oh, you know what? That does explain the maple leaf clock behind him.
Yeah,
Yes,
and he
it
has
does.
a Maple Leaf jersey too. Wow.
There you go.
This guy's probably surrounded by polar bears and can't get out. He's just like emptying his pantry into his Pepsi.
How can I die? Please, somebody kill me. I've been asking somebody. So I got this hot sauce.
Oh, God.
I just want to die with this elixir of doom.
The earthworm elixir. He spelled worm wrong. He spelled worm wrong.
Earthworm.
The earthworm.
Wait,
Hello, YouTube.
hold up.
How's everybody doing out there
I said
today?
elixir.
Today
and the
I'm
next
making a
video
drink.
has elixir in it.
I'm
How's
using
that happen?
sour worms,
Sour worms.
root beer,
Okay. I'm telling you, this guy is onto something. I'm
Fruit
with him so
crack.
far.
He is on something.
Pepsi, hee hee. And of course, I got my glass. First thing I'm going to do is open up
That's
the.
kind of required for
the worms.
drinking, sir. Yes.
I just want to see. Look, this is part of my evidence that not everyone should vote. What hot political takes do you think this guy has?
Oh, some good ones.
I believe everybody should be left-handed.
Look,
going forward, right-handedness is illegal.
Hold on a sec. No, look, guys, metal detectors should be a universal human right.
Children are universal human rights.
I'm increasing the price of
Oh, they're all nice and open. Then I'm going to do is get my glass and a can of root beer. Put the root beer in first. Nice crack.
The only reason he's in Canada is because we banned him in the States. That's why.
Yeah, he got exiled.
Excommunicated from Appalachia.
Then I'm going to put in the Pepsi. Nice hiss.
That's cross-contamination.
Chunky, spicy root
I want to
beer.
see Teriak's reaction to this, dude.
Dude, I would love to have Yak on here.
He would probably be like, my man.
My man.
My man.
Then finally, I'm going to put in the worm.
You want the Teriak reaction? Here it goes. Okay. My man, see, this is what Heraclitus was always talking about. See, if you mix different things together, then you get better results out of it. It's more diversity. It makes it better, right? You know what I'm saying? It's like you got to mix in the Pepsi with the pickles, and then otherwise you don't get the divine energy drink.
It puts your belly in constant motion.
It's all about the motion. See, that's why we get the carbonation makes it constant motion. It's always stirring itself up, constantly always divine motion.
I like how Teriak's like the Irish Boomhauer. That's awesome.
Yeah, that's true. Actually, okay, stop. Actually, take a screenshot of Boomhauer. Take a screenshot of Teriak. Put them side by side. It pretty much is Teriak. He's got the face. He's got the hair color. He's got the speed. He's got the nose. I mean, it is Teriak. It really is.
Hold on.
We're doing it.
Wait, are you thinking of Dale or Boomhauer? Oh no, you're thinking Boomhauer. There you go.
Boomhauer.
There he is.
Logos, know what I mean?
Hold on a sec. Hold on. I can actually do this if you give me a sec. I have this. Okay, hold on a sec. It's
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
And you don't talk about that dang old, something bugging there talking about the old language of love, man. Well, no,
that wheel.
No, that was my favorite quote from him. Is in the episode he was dating a deaf woman and she did like sign language, and they're like, "How do you understand her, Boomhauer?" He's like, "Oh, that dang old, long fingers, man. You're talking about that old, talking about that language of love. You know what I'm saying?" I thought talking about sign language and language of love was so funny. Oh man!
Hold on a sec. I can actually make this happen if you guys just give me 1 sec.
Are you gonna do a GPT collage of the two?
Nope.
Oh shit!
Yep.
It's Bill and Boomhauer. Why do you look like Tony Soprano, dude? What?
I got a free cigar.
You really do.
Was he wasted at that point? He looks red.
Dude, just
he was a little drunk.
Put Steelborne in a bathrobe and have him like balding on top, and that's Tony Soprano.
But yeah, holy fuck, bro.
All right.
I did not realize that until you just said that either.
Yeah, good job, Eli. I'm going to leave on a high note, but Eli, why not you take a shot at joining us tomorrow on the stream, because it'll be fun.
Absolutely.
There's lots. It is probably the toughest so far I've had in using triage in terms of like the guy I was against was actually the one who I debated on slavery. And so he's really smart. He knows his history. So I just kept him in the philosophy realm, and it's easy to do because normativity is in literally everything.
Yeah, hold on a second. And he just pointed out, yeah, he misspelled elixir. He misspelled this whole fucking thing. The only thing he spelled right was the.
And then when you say triage, I've not heard that. Like, I'm unfamiliar.
It's
with
mine.
It's
mine.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. I need you to break that down for me before we get started.
Okay. So it's the truth, rational, imperative argument for God's existence. Of course, I got to make it long, but what it is basically it argues from normativity. It doesn't tag argues from the existence of the God of the Bible, which is good and everything. But with triage, it's only circular if you complete the argument. So there's two arguments to it. There's the secular speed run, which has its own set of moves, and then if you progress besides that, if there's no impersonal ground for normativity, you go to the religious speed run, which has to do with all the other religions outside of Christianity. Now, that one is going to need a lot more work.
This guy is rediscovering long lost Anunnaki recipes.
But the first one, I mean, let me read the syllogism I had recently because it is pretty. What it boils down to.
While you do that, I'm just gonna play on this video real quick. I'll just mute it. This guy is gonna drink 2 liters of baked beans.
Oh,
I actually used to watch this guy quite a bit.
Oh gosh, I'm gonna lose my lunch.
He's been in a lot of competitions.
Great.
He adds the bomb hot sauce.
I'm sure. Oh no, I'm sure his mom is very happy.
Folks, this is the hot bean challenge with the bomb hot sauce. All right.
I got a gun for you. Put the food down.
1.
I just heard what you said.
He'll do it too. He'll do it in like 20 seconds.
Bullshit.
No, I'm serious.
Enough talk.
I'm not
Folks,
kidding. Please, more talk.
This is
How
the
about more
hot
talk?
bean challenge with the bomb hot sauce. All right.
This guy has 3.6 million followers.
He's a Guinness World Record holder. I'm not kidding. He's a professional chugger.
I don't like.
Oh. I minimized the window. I'm not even looking.
What the fuck, bro?
It just sounds like a pig in a tube.
Sumerian recipes.
Is it my nose?
Dude, I can't with this guy. Have you guys ever seen this stuff?
I'm not giving up.
This is called Get Down with Sean and Marley.
Yeah.
And they're eating hot wings.
Welcome to the Hot Wings program. I'm your host on YouTube. I want to introduce to the the most beautiful, famous young men with me right now. It's Sean and Marley. Welcome.
Thank you.
We're here to have chicken wings and some very spicy sauce. And I'll give them questions.
That's perfect.
I'll pick up the one.
Eli, I'll tell you tomorrow. See you
Dude,
guys.
I can't watch this.
We'll get into it. I'm curious to hear about this because I need to add it to my tool belt for sure.
Yeah. So, are you familiar with Tavo Sanabri? He has a channel. You don't have a Discord because you're a boomer.
Well, no, I got it on my desktop. I could look at it on my desktop, and actually tonight I can figure out from there what my email is. I just didn't know what. I was trying all my main emails, and it's like that's not the right one. That's not the right one. I'm like, which one did I use?
Third.
I got like 5.
Cheese.
But just real quick though, like what I've been doing, which I think is completely fair, is just framing it like, yeah, okay, I'm using tag, but really I've been using the modus ponens from my monkey boy argument. And I just say, look, this is to debunk atheism. If you're going to ask me which God it is, I need a full concession from you that you've now abandoned atheism. Because why would I talk to you about algebra if you reject simple arithmetic? You know what I mean? If you don't even concede to a universal mind, then what good is it going to do anybody to talk to you about the inner theology of that universal mind? You don't even accept the universal mind.
Because you're just going to critique it from a secular tool belt that your secularism has
I like talking to
Well, yeah, you literally don't accept the first most basic reduced premise. And I just hold them to that.
Okay, so
I got a he likes Randy Orton and The Rock. Those are his favorite singers.
All right, so I've got a modus tollens here that I formulated earlier today. Premise 1, if atheism is true, then genuine normative binding force has no adequate ground. Premise 2, genuine normative binding force has an adequate ground. Conclusion, therefore, atheism is not true.
Right. And that's very similar to all the things that we've always been saying. Exactly. That's
well, you realize the atheist would just wait. What was the premise or the first?
Okay, so it goes that if A, then B. Premise 2, not B. Conclusion, therefore, not A.
I know what a modus tollens is. I was asking what is the
right, and I'm going to fill it in right now. Premise 1, if atheism is true, then genuine normative binding force has no adequate ground. Premise 2, genuine normative binding force has an adequate ground. Conclusion, therefore, atheism is not true.
Well, what if they? So yeah, okay. I see.
What if the Platonist? What if the Platonist just says, "Why is God necessary for that?"
Why is God necessary? Because there's no relationship between impersonal sources and humanity. I do have.
Oh wait. Do you say there's no relationship between impersonal forces and humanity?
No sources. Of normativity.
Sources. Okay.
Not forces.
Oh, they were saying forces. I was going to say, what the fuck is gravity then?
No. Gravity does not give us gravity does not give us normativity. Gravity cannot be offended. Gravity cannot be wronged. It cannot forgive. It cannot release a claim.
Really? I can't. Hold on.
It cannot recognize personhood.
What's anti-gravity technology then? Huh? Retard.
Well, anti-gravity is a person.
No, anti-gravity would be a technology, sir. If I make anti-gravity tech, then I am therefore offending gravity for wanting to always keep shit down.
Well, Rex, what I like about that is in the first premise, it's saying that atheists don't have an adequate grounding. So what a lot of the ones that I debate with, I'm sure they interject and go, well, yes, I do. But now you force them into a positive position where it's like, okay, defend that. And then we get to reductio ad absurdum, whatever they claim that is.
Yeah.
But I imagine that's one of the first contentions is they're going to say, well, who says we don't? But it's like, okay, take one more step and you now have to defend a positive claim, which, you guys claim you're so neutral all the time. That's where they don't want to go. So I like that part.
And I also love when they say, why do I need to ground that? It's like, because if you don't ground it, you don't direct it. And if you don't direct it, you can't tell me that I ought to believe that which is true. And thereby you cannot tell me that I have to demonstrate anything for you or that anybody had to demonstrate anything ever.
Oh, what about Monkey Boy who says, I don't believe in grounding? I think that's an absurd notion.
Okay, absurd is a value claim. So tell me what value map gave you that value claim to the opposite.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That was so detrimental, man. Those clips did a lot of groundwork. On my pocket show people who save them. A bunch of people saved those and downloaded it. So I think
Jess is Kieran gonna be going live here soon? Do you know?
I'm not sure. What's that?
Okay, I was just gonna figure out. I was just gonna post the link in the chat because I can't raid people, so I was just gonna post the link in the chat.
Blue collar raid.
Pretty much. Well, it looks like I'm just gonna be raiding.
I'll send him a quick message. Give me.
Unless
Ree. That's every time he sees me in the chat. Right, Ree. He can't do more than one syllable per person.
Okay, I'm actually gonna here's the link that I'll share. Actually, I'm gonna post Darth Jeff's link in there.
Okay, cool.
Everybody go over and give Darth Jeff a sub, but I gotta get going, guys, because it's 3:45.
Yeah, it's 2:45, and it's 1:45.
Thanks for having me up.
Yeah,
no problem.
Appreciate it.
Jess, you're always welcome on the panel.
Yeah. And then Jess, if you're
on my, appreciate it.
I didn't even realize there was someone else here. To be honest.
She doesn't exist, and she lives from a land that doesn't exist. So there's that. But hi, Jess. Hope you joined the Re-Examine Nation. Same thing with you, Eli. I sent you a Discord link, and I also sent you the link to my presentation coming up this Wednesday.
It's also a great name for the Discord, by the way. I really like it.
Yeah. Thank you.
All right, bet, man. Yeah, and we'll get down on this. Get granular tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, you'll definitely see it in action. I'll start at 6 my time, look over some Alex O'Connor, and then when you guys hop on, we can start the actual debate that I was in. So
sick.
Awesome. See you guys. Thanks, Jess. Thank you, Steelborne, and good to see you again, Eli. Glad you're not dead.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Deuces.
Told Eli he needs to start hopping into more of the debates and hopping on fucking verbal combat.
This Friday for sure. I'm going to be there.
That's what she said last week.
Well, I know, but then I was too late.
Yeah, I know. You didn't show up till like fucking midnight my time.
Alright, I'm gonna fuck off.
Yep.
Fuck off.
I'm gonna fuck off, Steelborne. I'll see you next time. Thanks so much for having me up.
Yep,
I'll
no
be
problem. You're
around.
always welcome up here.
See you
Except
guys.
Eli is never. I don't know why the fuck I let this guy come around here. Honestly,
That's
this fucking guy. Every time he's in Jim Bob's chat, I just
God bless, guys. God bless.
Eli can attest to this, by the way, chat. Anytime. Okay.
What the hell?
Very loud. Anytime Eli, I see him in Made by Jim Bob's chat, I just time him out for like a minute every time. And then I'll go and send him a text and just go, shh.
Oh, is that what that means?
Yeah, I'm going, shh.
That you're timing me out? Oh, I thought you were just telling me to shut the fuck up.
I just
didn't
typed
know I was
off
getting
and then I
timed
go,
out.
shh, no more from you for a minute.
Oh, no. I didn't even notice that.
What the fuck just happened to your camera? Hold on. There you go. I don't know why the camera, like your screen went dark for a sec, but yeah. But yeah, I can't raid you guys over because I don't have enough subs for that. So we need to get those subs up. So what needs to happen. But again, big shout out to Tiny and to Spartacus for the tips. Filled out the donut bar.
Fuck yeah.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Because look, guys, Jay Dyer is hogging all the Ortho Bucks. Hold on, Eli, have you seen the Ortho Bucks meme?
No.
I sent it. I'm pretty sure I sent it to Wicked Wally. Let me check. But him and I had talked about it. No, I did not send it to him. Hold on. I made it on. I just made it with ChatGPT real quick. Hold on, I gotta pop it up. It was so. This goes back to when I was talking. I hopped on Jake Var's panel, right, on an episode that he was doing. You know, I showed he was doing after VK. This was not the last VK, but the one before it. I hopped on there, and this leftist chick came up and started arguing or whatever, and I was wrecking her for like fucking 2 hours. It was great. But then, Wicked Wally popped up there, and Wicked Wally, or not Wicked Wally, Admiral Gibbs popped up and started basically saying that every Orthodox church is being paid by the Russian government. I'm not joking, that was an actual claim. So, Wicked Wally was in the chat. He's like, "Where's my Ortho Bucks? What the fuck? Why am I not being paid by Russia?" He's like, "Where's my Ortho Bucks, guys? Why don't I have any of my Ortho Bucks?" So, I made this. It's like, guys, Jay Dyer is hogging all of our Ortho Bucks.
That's awesome.
I was like, he's hogging all the Ortho Bucks. Okay, don't you see how unacceptable this is?
Dude, do you want to see something really creepy on this like fucking video software I got? So you remember you were talking about why you wear sunglasses with the eye contact with the camera? So like this is me normally, and then I switch this button. And it like automatically makes my eyes look at the camera. Like I'm looking somewhere else right now, but the software is using AI to force my eyes to look at the camera. Isn't that weird?
That is super creepy. But what video software do you use?
NVIDIA broadcast. So I'll turn it off. There you go. See, I'm looking down at the screen, looking at the camera.
Dude, that's super creepy. I don't like that.
I know. It's like false AI eyes.
But like, it seems like it'd also be super useful.
No, yeah. It was like I didn't even realize it was on until I was looking at it. I was like, why are my eyes so wide? I feel so tired. And I looked down. I was like, oh, my AI eyes are on.
Yeah, that's creepy. I don't like it.
Yep. Mess with your soul.
But all right, guys. I gotta call it a night. I've been going now for 6.5 hours.
Damn. I need to go see if there's some panels to hop on. Is there anybody doing a panel right now?
Jeff has the StreamYard link in his description, but let me check if that takes you to what I think it does. No, that's just like a discount thing. JS, if you go into his Discord, you can hop on his channel, but
Cool.
Actually, I met Darth Jeff. I met Jeff in Tiny says you could fall asleep on VK but look awake. Eli, turn it on and then close your eyes.
Okay, yeah, let's see. That would be hilarious. Okay, it's on.
No, your eyes look closed.
Dang. That'd be
Hold
cool.
on. Is Emmett live? He is.
Who's Emmett? I'm in a debate mood. I'm going to go into PNR and wreck atheists. I need to film that because, man, I've literally gone into a panel with like, I don't know, 5 to 7 of them coming at me and just been the center of their attack and just smoked every single one. I've had some like awesome moments and I was like, man, that was not recorded. If that was recorded, that would be a baller fucking video.
Yeah, I like that. I love his dono chat name. It just says For the Artiste. Emmett's an artist. I don't know if you know. Like he actually is an artist.
I don't know who Emmett is. Who is this?
You don't know who Emmett is? He's the French guy. He's always in the circles.
What's his channel name?
Count Emmett.
Count Emmett. How many M's are in Emmett?
2.
Okay.
Yeah, it's Spartacus just posted it right there in the chat. It's Count Emmett. It's the stream he's got going live right now says Crucible Employee of the Month has a debate.
Oh, I see it. Hell yeah.
And it's a picture of Mr. E putting up a picture of Candace.
Yeah, I found him.
You know why that meme started, right?
Why?
Because all the people that are like, isn't it really interesting that Andrew took money from TPUSA because he works for them? And everybody's like, wait a minute. So then, Candace, do you work for the Crucible? Are you shilling for the Crucible? I mean, you just took $300,000.
That's exactly right.
Yeah. Yeah, Jess just posted the chat in the link, or the link in the chat for Emmett's live. Everybody, go over to Emmett's live, give him a sub, tell him I sent you. Would really appreciate it.
Bet.
If even one of you guys did it, that would be awesome. If just one person went over there and was like, "Yeah, we got sent by Steelborne," I would appreciate it.
I'm doing it right now.
Appreciate it. But everybody should go over there and subscribe and say that I sent you. Look, you tell him where you came from. You tell him who sent you. But all right, you Chad, have a good night. Eli, shut the fuck up.
Hell
yeah. But everybody have a good night and God bless. I gotta call it a night.
Cheers.
Yeah, I like the video on the way out. Appreciate that, Jess. Good point. See, this is why I made you a mod. All right, everybody have a good night and God bless, man.